Esteemed guests, the next session will commence in 3 minutes. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Break the Silos, Streamlining Gender Safety in the Digital Space, Day 2, August 22nd, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the coming session. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us at such an early hour of the day. It shows your commitment towards online safety, women empowerment, and gender empowerment. So in the next 1 hour, we look forward to having an enriching discussion, and we would look forward to you all participating and sharing your questions and insights. Our panelists would be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. And hopefully this session brings forth some important discussions and important insights that would be helpful for the entire online safety discussion and everything that is going around on this issue. So to begin with, I'd like to just introduce our fellow panelists. We have Ms. Lisa Garcia. She's the Executive Director of Foundations for Media Alternatives. We have Ms. Rachel, who is the Policy Lead for Asia at Wikimedia Foundation. We have Meg Chang, who is the Content Regulatory Policy Manager and APAC Head for Meta. We have Mr. Jean-Jacques Sahel, who is working with the public policy team of APAC at Google. And we have Professor Salma Abbasi, who is the CEO and Chairperson of eWorldwide Group. Thank you so much for joining us today. And to begin with the discussion, Firstly, I would just like to take you through the framework, the break the silo framework, which the Dialogue, the tech policy think tank for which I work at New Delhi, has developed towards tackling tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Yes. So we talk a lot about online safety, gender safety. We've been saying that there are a lot of harms, and different stakeholder groups are working towards tackling it as well. Of course, there can be better interventions, but there are interventions. This is what we understood from our research and from our discussions with different stakeholder groups. However, one critical gap that we analyzed and identified was that the current approaches and interventions are largely fragmented. There isn't enough clarity in the stakeholder groups themselves with respect to their roles across the ecosystem and how holistically they can contribute towards this issue. And there isn't enough coordination and harmonization in the efforts that different stakeholder groups are undertaking. Now, how can we tackle this? So we need to break the silos. We need to break the glasses that exist between different stakeholder groups. How the government can communicate with the civil society better. How the government, the tech companies can understand the role and the importance of research better. How we can focus as much as on survivors and the rehabilitation and recovery of victims as much we focus on the prosecution of the criminals. So this is the vision of this whole of society framework that the Dialogue has developed. It wants to have a survivor-centric approach. Whatever we do, we should not forget the survivors who have to be reintegrated in the digital ecosystem to ensure that they continue to participate in the digital world. And we need to ensure that there is a holistic perspective where each stakeholder understands the role of the other stakeholder, as well as they understand their role across different aspects of gender safety and not just focus on a few aspects. Let's say not just focusing on takedown of content or blocking of content, but also focusing on research, also focusing on safety by design, also focusing on empowerment of the users right at a nascent stage to inculcate these values. And this is how the whole of society framework has identified 6 different pillars. It starts from access. Access means continued access to technology and using technology to empower the users. How users can use technology to understand their roles better, to educate themselves, to become more economically empowered, as well as how they can use technology to seek support in cases of any challenges that they are facing. For instance, survivors of domestic violence, they can use technology to seek support. Then we come down to prevention. Prevention is all about taking steps right from a nascent stage, taking steps right from schools, universities, towards tackling those kind of mentalities, the problematic mentalities that go on to create problems online. Intervention is all about creating those safety by design values, how tech companies can integrate safety by design in their products and services right from the first instance to ensure that the online spaces can be better. Tools like encryption, other tools like effective reporting mechanisms, all of this comes at the intervention stage. And all of these are pre-harm stages. So even before the harm has been done, we start taking steps towards tackling it. We need to be proactive. But despite doing all of this, we know that the online space is not perfect, and no matter what we do, harms will happen. So what do we do then? We need to make our responses more effective. Effective grievance redressal that is accessible for users across the board. And even when we have given the redressal, we have seen that, okay, the crime has been reported, okay, the prosecution is going on, that's not enough. Because just the prosecution and punishment to the criminal is not going to help the survivor. helping the survivor is equally important. So we need to talk about those mental health issues. We need to talk about those recovery challenges and how all the stakeholders can also focus and contribute towards the rehabilitation of the survivors. And lastly, research. We need to continuously learn from these instances to ensure that our systems and our interventions continue to evolve with emerging threats. We are seeing Gen AI today. We'll see something else tomorrow. So the harms are going to be transforming. New harms are going to come. So research can help us ensure that we remain up to date. So more focus on research, more funding for research, and how governments, intergovernmental organizations, philanthropies, tech companies, everybody can contribute towards the research. So this is an ongoing cycle, and all stakeholders need to come together. So with this, I would now like to start with the discussion, because we have some great panelists with us who represent different stakeholder groups. And I think they would be best suited to tell us about how different stakeholder groups and the stakeholder groups that they represent, what they are doing, what they can do better, and what they expect from other stakeholder groups. So with this, Lisa, I would like to start the discussion with you, and just wanted to talk with you in terms of, we talk about online harms, and then we talk about tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So this is a question that keeps coming, that are online harms different from tech-facilitated violence? Many people have confusion in terms of how do they differ, is one a component of the other? And also about, is it about different people experiencing harms differently? So how do you see TFGBV in terms of the entire online harms landscape?
Thanks, Shruti. Good morning, everyone. So if you talk about online harms, so obviously online, but you have content and also activity online that may cause harm to individuals, specific users of the internet, including children. And this threatens, of course, may threaten their life, may undermine rights as well, responsibilities and opportunities. But if we talk about technology-facilitated gender-based violence, then this is more specific, actually. We're talking about gender here, particularly women and other gender diverse groups are included here. If you look at the definition of before there was no gender, so violence against women, it is there. You can see it there. So it's like any act of gender-based violence. That since there's already the digital component, the use of ICT there, this type of violence can be committed, aggravated, amplified, perhaps in part or fully through the use of ICT or the use of digital tools on the basis of gender. So that's the difference, because the online harm, it may be for different groups. No? And this, of course, will result in, or as the definition would say, result in or is likely to result in other harms, may it be physical, sexual, psychological, political, economic harm, or there are infringements on the rights and freedoms of specific gender, especially women. So that's how I would look at it. It's very specific to women and other gender diverse groups. But some would say, yeah, but if you look at technology-facilitated violence against women, it may not, the survivor may not even be using technology, using the internet. She may not know anything on how to use devices, etc. But she can be a victim, survivor of this kind of violence as well.
Thank you so much, Lisa. In fact, your observation is a very good segue to my next question, which I wanted to talk to Rachel about. Rachel, as Lisa also mentioned, that sometimes and many times we see that the survivors might not themselves have access to technology itself. In fact, the denial of access to technology can be another reason which can aggravate the harms. This is something that we see in cases of intimate partner violence, NCII, non-consensual intimate image sharing. So any observations on these trends and any steps that you would like to propose to tackle this better and to ensure that there can be more seamless and continued access to technology, especially for the vulnerable groups who face these kind of violence?
Thank you so much, Shruti. Perhaps I would like to introduce like who are Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is the only non-profit platforms that are currently part of the top 10 platforms in the world. Monthly, there are about 15 billion viewers of Wikipedia, and we have more than 65 million articles across 300 languages. And Wikimedia Foundation is the organization that manages Wikipedia. Our work is impossible without our volunteers. We have about like almost 300,000 volunteers that creates content and also curates the content. All while safeguarding your privacy without any advertisement, as well as ensuring your human rights online. And in terms of the access itself, while previously in 2020, we did human rights impact assessment because at that time we thought that the only challenges for women to accessing freedom of information online is the internet infrastructure itself. It's true, it's correct, and then we also see how limitations of internet access and also throttling of platforms has become normal in some part of our regions, especially in conflict situations. But our human rights impact assessment also revealed that the main challenges for women, not only to access the informations, but also contributing to the content creations is more systematic approach, systematic causes, which means that given the restrictive content moderations policies, women face chilling effects for writing online, especially in their local languages. So in 2020, only 15% of Wikipedia editors are women, and we are very appalled and struck by that because it's also translate into the biography of women and queer people that available online, which is very limited, and also very limited information on sexual reproductive health informations in our regions. And because of that, we are consulting with our communities and realizing that it's really important to put communities, especially women, to be part of our governance mechanism. So while we are using content like decentralized and community-led content moderations, but we've just revamped our universal code of conduct to also ensure that there is a redressal mechanism. And recently we also have provided trauma response support for Wikipedia editors. So that has been very useful. We also just launched Wiki Needs Women campaign to really bridge the knowledge gap. So while we are solely focused on limiting content to address information's integrity, but we realized that there are like huge knowledge gap that available. And some of the work that our community does within this past 3 years have been successful because now in Wikipedia Francophones languages, we have 20% of women biographies, and also there are some communities in our regions that have put like informations about where to get sexual reproductive health informations. So yeah, maybe that can share some light for further discussions. Thank you, Shruti.
Thank you, Rachel. That was actually quite inspiring to know. And in fact, you talked a lot about content moderation and how trauma response support for especially people who are doing this is important. And that is something that we've been hearing and talking about for a long time, because the trauma that human moderators might face, that in itself is a big challenge. And to ensure that their work continues as effectively, it is important that they get the adequate support which is necessary. And with that, I think, Meg, I would like to come to you, being working with one of the most prominent companies which works on user-generated content. I think you would be best suited to talk to us about these kind of challenges, especially also not just post-harm challenges, like, because we've seen that there is a lot of focus and companies are trying to do a lot around, okay, how can we give the best response and redressal, which is definitely important. But also something on the prevention stage, like even before the crime has occurred, what steps can be taken? What are those early interventions that we can do? So Rachel talked a lot about having these trauma responses in place and a lot more other things. Something from you in terms of what the tech companies are doing, or you think they can do better towards ensuring that their interventions right from the pre-harm stage is better and we are better equipped to tackle the harms online.
Sure, thank you so much, and thank you for having me on this panel, Shruti. So yes, I'm Meg from Meta, and I work on content regulation. And so safety regulation, talking about online safety and within the regulatory discussions, is one of the very prominent topic at the moment, or has been in the last few years. So maybe I'll first start with how Meta approaches online safety overall. And a lot of it is very much about being more proactive and preventative. So there's 5 pillars to our strategy for online safety, starting with partnerships. That is the most important for us, because that's what informs how we devise our policies, how we devise our safety tools, the type of resources that we share with our users, and also through the partnership, we get a lot of feedback on how well we're doing. So we partner with over 400 organizations on a regular basis, but we also partner with other different organizations beyond the 400 that we call trusted partners. So we probably at this point are working with over 1,000 organizations around the globe to inform how best we should be approaching online safety. So I mentioned that policies is another part, the second part of a pillar. And the policies is what determines how we handle content moderation. So our policies for online safety is very much focused on things like sexual exploitation, so things like non-consensual images, our sexually intimate images being posted, online bullying and harassment, hate speech. So we have a very, very comprehensive set of policies, both for Facebook and Instagram. So under Facebook, it's community standards. For Instagram, it's community guidelines. And we go through an extensive process to create those policies, and again, engaging with all of our partners to inform those policies, but also are constantly updating those policies, because we understand that the risks are constantly shifting. The threats and safety issues are constantly shifting, so we're constantly updating our policies. The third pillar of our strategy is our tools. And so this is where the more preventive measures really kick in, right? So we try to provide safety tools for users to be able to, A, understand who they're talking to, B, have the right, ensure that their information is private and their profiles are private, C, be able to, like, for example, filter messages or comments, be able to prevent unwanted contact and prevent unwanted messages, for example. And also have a lot more context about the people that's behind, what's behind, like, the content that they're looking at. So that's another way that we're also providing the kind of safety tools to help users. And then the fourth pillar is resources, working with a lot of different organizations to inform the types of resources that are necessary to help users be much better informed, much smarter about how to keep themselves safe online. And then, like I said, the fifth part when it comes to, like, all the partnerships that we have is feedback, and also from our user community. Feedback is very, very important because we don't always, we can't see what's happening on the ground all the time. So we require feedback, whether it's through our reporting mechanisms, the reporting channels that we have in place, or through all of the ongoing engagements and consultations that we have with our partners. So in terms of what you were asking about, like pre-harm, so I mentioned the safety tools that we provide. I mentioned the resources that we provide. But there's a big piece of it is user education, right? Not just user education in terms of like digital literacy or media literacy on how, or safety literacy, if you want to get really specific on how users should be operating on the digital ecosystem as a whole, but also more user education on the platform's policies so that the entire user community is engaging on the platforms more responsibly, more thoughtfully, and hopefully through all of that education, we'll also be able to have a more, what's the best word, resilient space, a more constructive and meaningful conversation on our platforms.
Thank you, Meg. That was quite comprehensive to know about the different tools and the different services that Meta is providing towards keeping users safe and taking a proactive approach towards safety. Just with that, I'll come to JJ. So we heard a lot from Meg in terms of what Meta is doing. I would like you to take the conversation forward and also talk to us a little bit about, we are seeing new products, new services coming in, especially with the Web 3.0 era. We're seeing Gen AI and many new kind of technologies coming, and the big tech platforms are leading that kind of development there and innovations there as well. So just want to understand from you that as these products and services develop and as companies innovate, does your safety by design policies and the way you look at safety by design also evolves? Because the challenges and the harms definitely continue to change with the new kinds of technologies and services that's coming in. And any frameworks or processes that you would like to talk about from Google's perspective? You have a large range of services. You have email, you have YouTube, you have many other things. You have the search engine itself. So how do these different platforms and services that you are providing, is there an overarching framework or policy on safety and safety by design, or there are specific things that you are doing, and how does this evolve with new products and services that come in?
Thank you very much, Ruchi, and good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here. And I would say, let me start with talking broadly about the overall framework on safety and product and safety by design, and then I might sort of focus on some considerations on women's safety in particular. So there's, we can categorize it in different ways, but in terms of our approach to online safety, there's broadly three big pillars that we look at. There's the pillar that everyone thinks about, which we would call protecting users from harm. And one of the main tools here is to remove bad content. But it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's about having protections in place across the life cycle of a product and how the user interacts with it. So it's building safety by design. And thinking both about how the product might be safe from an online harm perspective before it's launched, but also thinking about building into the software development lifecycle touch points. You know, many people think about privacy and security. They need to be embedded in how we build products, but inclusivity and diversity also need to be built in. And that doesn't change whether we're in the Web 3.0 era or Gen AI era, whatever. We will apply those same considerations and just evolve the thinking to take them into account as we develop new products. And that's challenging, right? So we're developing some very new emerging tools that we don't yet understand, and sometimes you can kind of over-index. You know, and if you look at some of the newspaper clippings, you know, people think we've been too diverse in our product approach. So anyway, we will get it right. But the point is that it's inbuilt. It's not something that is tacked on afterwards. It's part of how the products are designed and across all our platforms, right? And then once it's designed, there's a continuous feedback loop. So the products continue to be improved, right? And that's what's happening with Gen AI in particular. And it's quite obvious, I think, for everyone who's looking at it. Those products are still new. We're still learning. about their effects, and so we constantly have to improve, to refine, etc. Sometimes withdraw some features and reintroduce them later once they've been improved, and that's a normal life cycle of a product. So that's kind of the initial pillar, the product users from protecting users from harm. But then, perhaps equally important to kind of the removal of bad content, if you will, is really empowering the user, and that's where we see our role as a company that really helps to organize information throughout whatever we do. Google search is the primary tool, but then going into other aspects like YouTube and Blogger and other platforms that we have. It's really thinking, how can we deliver to the user reliable and relevant information? So not just any information, but really thinking about the context, providing the users with a wealth of relevant information that can inform them and where they can apply their critical thinking and yet be safe at the same time. So that's another angle. And the final one, which you've heard from Meg as well, is the importance of partnerships. And you've raised it as well, Shruti, and it's particularly relevant here in the context of gender safety or women's safety and inclusivity more broadly. It's the need for a whole of society framework. So let me just delve very briefly, if I may, on sort of gender safety issues, and then not just online, which is a very important point, I would say. Tackling hateful content, in particular, how it affects women, and then tackling the safe online experience is something that's been paramount for us for a long time. So I don't want to over-index on just hate speech because we've got a very comprehensive set of policies, so it goes beyond to things like harassment and others, and we're constantly innovating with new policies as we see new threats emerge. Like, we constantly have to be on the lookout for new trends. And so, things like hate speech is obviously totally forbidden in our policies. Like, we don't have to have legislation to tell us that. That's baked into our platforms and on our enforcement. So if you're on YouTube, you've got community guidelines. If you're on other Google products, it's called acceptable use policies, and they all forbid hate and harassment. And it's not just forbidding, it's having dedicated teams. We have 25,000 people involved in reviewing content at Google, aided by machine learning and AI tools that get better and better at both detecting and then analyzing that content and taking what we hope are appropriate actions, depending on whether it's been flagged to us by machines or by users, and that's another important thing. We need reports from users, so we try to always improve the ways in which users can report that content. And that's an important point. Then, if we look at some of the research, there was research by the Web Foundation, for instance, on online gender-based violence and abuse. And in their findings, they found that women expressed a need for greater control over who can comment or reply to their posts, as well as more choice over what they see online, when they see it, and how they see it. So it's really important. It's about user choice. We shouldn't dictate for them what they do, but we should enable them, facilitate them. We've heard, again, a little bit about Meta and how they help, for instance. Users decide who contacts them, how, etc. And I think the good platforms out there would do that. And then the other thing is women also repeatedly highlighted the need for improved reporting systems, making it easier for them to flag when they're being harassed, for instance, when they see material that they deem inappropriate online. And we share these concerns and the need to improve and to support women and indeed other communities with other leading tech companies. And we came together specifically to address gender safety already as back in 2021. And we committed to sort of two main pillars of work. The first one is to build better ways for women to curate their safety online. How? By offering more granular settings about who can see, share, comment, or reply to posts, using more simple and accessible language throughout the user experience, providing easy navigation and tools to access online safety tools, reducing the burden on women by proactively reducing the amount of abuse they see. So it's not just about the user doing it. We're not putting it all on the user. We are trying to do our own job as well to support them. The other big pillar is to implement improvements in reporting, right? Offering users the ability to track and manage the reports that they do to platforms, giving them more context and more language features, providing more policy and product guidance when they report abuse, so they have broader context and on how things can be dealt with, and then providing additional ways to enhance help and support as they report bad content. And another point is awareness raising more broadly, not just to women, but also to the wider community. So a couple of examples, mentioning one in India just as one, because Shruti, you might remember this one, Factshala, which was on disinformation, where we work with local partners to really reach local communities. That's important. We can do a lot of things in our in-product warnings, that's one thing, but engaging people on the ground is really helpful. And so with Factshala, we went to some of the remotest towns and villages to engage and talk directly to people, helping them understand the threats of disinformation and broader online safety tools. And then the other thing, you touched on content creation earlier, and I think that's another tool we can use. It's using online content itself to educate and empower users, and in particular women. So one example I particularly like is the YouTube program called Creators for Change, which was particularly active in our region in Asia Pacific, from India to Indonesia. And one example I'll mention is, so it was basically using YouTube creators, role models, to help educate people, in particular about online hate and harassment and how to express themselves, both to propagate good messages and positive voices on the internet, create great, good, positive content, but also to share experiences and advice. So, for instance, in Indonesia, some of you might know the actress and journalist Najwa Shihab, and she did a video that talked about sexual abuse victims and how victims of discrimination can rise up and fight against the stigma. So that's the sort of things that we're doing. And so we're going to continue to improve our products, our processes, and our wider initiatives such as awareness raising. But I just want to finish with a broader point, which you've got on the screen here. So I'm glad that Shruti put it there, which is that all these efforts that we're doing as platforms and other partners in the online ecosystem need to be part of a broader and comprehensive approach to gender safety, both online and offline, right? It's going to be only truly effective, this fight, if you will, if the whole ecosystem works together and if we have offline efforts in place. So we're going to be in a better place if we have clear and unambiguous rules in place to protect women from harassment and harm in the offline world, not just online. And then we need supporting services in place, such as women refugees, counseling services, and professionals who are trained in these sorts of issues, and then broad efforts at awareness raising across society, again, not just online, but also offline. So it's with that comprehensive approach, that whole of society ecosystem approach, that we're going to be truly effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, JJ. That was quite enriching to understand about the different efforts that Google is taking across its range of products and services. And a very important thing that you mentioned was around continuing to learn and continuing to enhance the responses that we have, because definitely the challenges are growing in the online space. And with that, I would like to come to Professor Salma. Professor, you've been working a lot around research and you have an academic profile. You've done a lot of things around different aspects of academic research and how research as a critical pillar and access to data as an important facet can help us understand trends better, can help us understand and learn from the emerging kinds of threats that we see. But one critical challenge that we have seen and felt, and this is something that academic institutions and think tanks and civil society bodies working on the research side of things highlights, is lack of access to enough resources and support in terms of taking up evidence-based research. So how do you think different stakeholder groups can come in and address this gap better? The research community themselves, as well as the other stakeholder groups, be it the government, intergovernmental organizations, or the tech companies?
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Shruti, for inviting me. I just want to sort of set the stage a little bit, as I feel a little bit challenged to be an academic. I'm actually migrating, I would say probably 50% of my time now I'm spending in universities teaching ethical AI, business innovation, and social entrepreneurship. However, what I must say, sitting next to these two colleagues from tech companies, I come from Silicon Valley, and I started my career in 1980 as an ASIC chip designer for AMD. And I retired 24 years ago from Lucent Technology as their chief quality officer, responsible for design, maturity, reliability. That closed-loop feedback system I love. We need to know what we do because we can't anticipate what's happening. What I'd like to point out, in our hunger for adopting new technology, we don't exercise caution. I'm a believer that regulations do not stifle innovation. The evidence are my students in Malaysia and around the world. We need to be able to understand product maturity, the alpha, the beta, the final innovation and approach integration into the landscape, into our lives, before we say, right, it's ready for a release, and here we are with Gen AI or anything else. There needs to be a safe space where technology is used, and as Shruti said, in order to do that, we need to have evidence. We need to create the impact on society of these invisible things that we don't know are changing. And to come to the topic that we're looking at, the gender-based violence that is being accelerated online, the lack of differentiation between the virtual world, call it the meta space, versus the online street activities and crimes of rape and harm and crazy people, kids in England running around with knives in their hands. There is an addiction and a battle of conflict between what is right, where is money, and what's happening to our societies. We have to stand back and look and gain evidence. For me, as a professor in 7 universities from Africa, Asia, and Europe, I can see that society's changing. When I'm in a classroom, students in Korea, 68 mechanical engineers, all male, I worry that where are the ladies in technology for the future of STEM? Where are the future policymakers or developers and designers? I think that we need to understand this holistic view is fantastic. I'm so glad that Shruti and I have connected. When we look at online harms, we have to understand what is the impact between toxic gaming, where misogynistic behavior and rape are being rewarded with points. What is that doing to our society? What is it doing to the minds of young boys who are playing this? We need to go back and do the research to understand in schools. Yes, I'm so sick of digital skills. We don't need digital skills. We'll learn that when we get a device in our hands. We need to go a little bit step further and understand critical thinking. We need to understand humanity, respect, empathy. The population is getting older. People are worried. I saw an ad on China and Singapore. So we need to understand and take a holistic view of the framework of society with research and evidence in close collaboration with the tech companies. They are the experts in this field. So happy to talk to Meg. And I understand that we are here for a purpose. If we reflect and reset and understand why are we here, what is the purpose of humanity, what are we doing in society, I suggest that we reset our moral compass to understand as adults, as the Internet Governance Forum, what are we governing on the Internet? Is it really profitable? Should it be profitable to make games that show sexual violence as something good? How is that entertainment? Now, I understand the freedom of expression and your right to choose whatever you wish. However, when AI is being used to create deep fake porn in the United Kingdom, to exploit fantastic people who are giving their lives, civil society workers who don't toe the line that somebody else disagrees to, that's got to be wrong. Whatever the work that Google is doing to take down and Meg is doing in Meta, we've got to work tighter together with the evidence facts. As Shruti said, I have, alhamdulillah, I have learned so much over the last few days here from the young people. I'm happy to say eWorldwide launched a program. It's an international youth interconnection forum. All I'm doing is making that space, and they're talking to each other. Now I've met the Asia Pacific youth the other day, and I'm listening to them thinking, my God, they're echoing what I'm hearing in the UK, what I'm hearing in Malaysia. So these are the voices that need to reach Google, reach Meta, reach the regulators, and we need to share the research. We can never stop researching because this landscape is dynamic. And I'm working with, obviously, AI with IEEE. The threat vectors coming from generative AI, we don't understand. Agentive AI, it's way ahead of us. Regulations and policies need to keep up or slow down the integration of not mature, not tested technology into society, especially for children. We owe them a duty of care, because you cannot say, I'm taking your phone away, because we're past that. So we need to educate parents, mothers. We need to research the mental impact. As Shruti said, the victim. Those are invisible scars of being abused online. You can't see. A woman may be sitting up straight in the office. What's going on behind her mind? What is she afraid of in the shadows? The virtual space and the physical space have become one. So the duty of care, as Jean said, we need to be able to understand what the police are doing. We need to work with the police to understand the criminal justice system is clogged. You hear jails are full. What does that mean? Do you give less sentences to criminals? We've got to find more creative ways to make the society safe and working together across the regions and the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was quite empowering and very powerful to know and understand some very valid points, especially around how can we educate the mothers, the family, the educators themselves, because access to technology is important for children. Children are using technology, and that's important for their growth. But how the parents and teachers can supervise that access and ensure that the technology is being used for all the right reasons. And of course, doing that kind of research to not just understand gaps in terms of the harms that's happening, but also understanding the repercussions of any new innovation that the innovation might have on the society, and to ensure that we are able to proactively tackle that before any harm occurs. So very important. I have many more questions, and we can continue this discussion for the entire day. But before that, I would like to come to our audience and would like to see if somebody has a question before we go back for another round of question, final closing remarks from our guests. So any questions, feel free to raise your hand. No question currently? Okay, so the lady in, I think, pink sari. There's a mic.
Good morning. Myself, Tapati Bhomik. I am from India. I am very much agree with Professor Salma, and so I am excited to say my comments. I already shared my thoughts with Samir that I am in this sector last 34 years, and my focus or working focus is on anti-trafficking. So in 34 years, in 1991, 92, I have seen the girls in India, they are going to traffic because of poverty, okay? So, but now after 2000, especially after pandemic, during Corona, we have seen the girls, the children are in the vulnerable condition because they are using the, internet and mobile, because that time the technology is very, very important for education, for everything. But we don't have any knowledge how to monitor. And the children who are using this, they are also not aware how to use it positively. We never say that the technology is bad, but how we can use it positively, that should be, we should aware about it. So I am totally agree that present context, we are running a shelter home for the girls and in West Bengal, and we have seen, this is our experience, that 90% of the children are going to traffic, are in shelter home because they are in a vulnerable condition because of the, they got contact with the stranger in online or messenger or Facebook. So this is our challenge right now, how we will educate the families and the, the children who are our future strength, how we will educate them, how we will empower them, because grassroots level scenario is totally different. If I have time, I can give you a small example. A few days back, two children, they're 13 years old, two friends, they are bosom friends. They came to our shelter home and they were trafficked to Bihar. And the person who trafficked them, the lady, the name is Monisha. And Monisha, they got contact with Monisha with Instagram. In the remote village, when the father is involved in agriculture and they have, not in a very financially strong background, but they have an Android mobile and they are using the Instagram. And through Instagram, they contacted with Manisha just 3 months back, and the Monisha trafficked them to Bihar. Bihar is another, in our neighboring state, and there is the dancing thing is very important, and the girls are going to traffic because of that. But however, the girls were rescued by us, and they came to, but till date, I am here, I am left Kolkata on 19th, but till 18, that Monisha is not identified because it is a fake profile. So it is a very challenging thing. It is investigated by our nodal police agency, but they have failed because it is a fake. So we are just fighting with shadow when we are working or talking about the trafficking of the children. So how we ensure our protection of the children and how we ensure the participation in the online of the children safely, that is my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very important observation that you made. Yes.
Thank you so much for the question. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing very quickly because I see other people want to hear more thoughts. We're working with the government of Gambia to create their child online protection policy. It's the only country in the world that I've done this with where they've said vulnerable groups. And what they've said was women, elderly, people with disabilities, and refugees. Why? Because there's a lot of trafficking that is happening from Africa. You hear about it on the news all the time. And what I can't wait to work with you, but that holistic framework, educating and using technology to help the police communicate and verify if this is real or not, one thing with these companies, but also to communicate, tracking where these people are going and mapping through GIS, again through Google, you can find a lot of information, which we've seen with the border control in Africa. Great question.
Yeah, I just want to sort of deepen this in a way, go a bit further. What we need is not a child we need something holistic, but it's not a child online protection policy that we need. It's a child protection policy, both online and offline. You rightly talk about child trafficking. Well, we can do a lot online, but then we have to be there on the ground as well. There's a number of countries that don't even have laws in place, or they have poor laws in place against trafficking, whether it's of child, women, or humans generally. That's a bedrock. If you think about child safety, there's the Lanzarote Convention by the Council of Europe, but that's an international convention. One of the primary things that it recommends is actually to have these laws in place, to have supporting services, to have counseling services, etc. A lot of countries just don't have that. And so I would say, when a government goes in and says, we want to do a child online protection policy, I think we should say, yes, and have something much broader. And until we have that broader comprehensive approach, it's not going to work. And I fully agree with your point on education, and that education needs to be, I think someone mentioned teachers as well. They need help, and parents. And, we try to do our bit, but we need to do more as an ecosystem. And we need to educate the policymakers, the government officials, and the ministers. Many of them use X, or they know how to tweet. But they need to understand online safety before they regulate, or as they regulate. And so anyway, we need to be holistic and comprehensive, not just do piecemeal, otherwise we're going to miss parts of the puzzle, we're not going to be effective.
If I may, just to add, because I need to excuse myself, I would like to subscribe on what John said about online safety regulations, because given the nuanced advancement of internet in Asia Pacific, there are a search of new regulations being drafted focusing on online safety for children. but we hope that it has a balanced posture, because we don't want to also use fear-based approach that hinders participation of children. And recently we just did child rights impact assessment. That is also high values of children participations in internet, in the content creations, in the use of their critical decision-making process. However, the design, the safety by design need to definitely be advanced. And in Wikipedia, like the main protective model of us is not using advertisement, so privacy is definitely guaranteed. And while we are talking about the future of internet, would be really important for us to also emphasize the need to have the AI development to be open and also accessible for people to engage in the decision-making process. One last point about alliance building. I think throughout our discussions yesterday, there has been like some comments from civil society that saying that they're overburdened of expectations from the platforms to provide contacts and informations. And I just want to emphasize that we highlighted the importance of alliance building, especially with feminist organizations, and want to share the not want to put forward the responsibility to feminist group, but also want to have them as our counsel and making sure that the information that are available online is also aligned with their feminist framework. And with that, I have to excuse myself. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries, Rachel. Thank you so much for coming, and it was great to hear from you, and especially the work that Wikimedia Foundation is doing. And hopefully we can continue to collaborate, all of us together, and contribute to the idea of the whole of society approach. So thank you so much. And I see that we have some more questions. So please, the lady in white dress, you can ask.
Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Van Sweden. I'm with the Internet Society Foundation, but today I will be speaking on my own volition. So I would like to just first of all say I really love what Salma said about resetting our moral compass. The digital space is a mirror of what our physical space is, and people will continue to act the way they do in the virtual space, the way they do in the digital space. And so if we want to fix one, we have to make sure that we're talking about the other as well. So my question is, as a former content moderator for a large tech company, I personally have understood and seen firsthand the importance of moderator safety. As AI and Gen AI continues to become more and more impressive and important, how can we utilize that to make sure that the burden on moderators itself is lessened and that the moderators are not subject to as much traumatic content? Thank you.
So maybe we can take all the questions and then we can respond to all of them together, since we have almost just a little over 5 minutes left. So you all can ask your questions. The lady in black, please come in.
Eve Gaumont from Canada, CFAR Chair on AI and Human Rights. Professor Abbasi, you've talked about teaching critical thinking, empathy, and respect. I would like to ask quite simply, can we use technology to further these objectives, and if so, how?
Hello, I'm Leela Govind. I'm an education administrator from India. Hello, everyone. I would want to know whether this forum would consider generating information, all that is being shared here, which is so relevant to the youngsters, teenagers, and even younger, whether we could generate something on our website which can readily be shared by us educators with the children in an attractive format of, say, reels or pop-ups or GIFs, which would give all that updated information of all the, kind of a warning in a fun way, so that the children can understand what is the danger in, surfing through all this internet material. Thank you.
Okay, so the first question on content moderator safety, I think Meg and JJ, you can come in there. And along with that, if you have any closing remarks as well, because we have just 4 minutes left. So something maybe focusing on how stakeholders can collaborate better, and any use case that you would like to share in addition to answering the question. So feel free. And I would request you to please limit your response to a minute. I'm so sorry, but in the interest of time, we'll have to be a little stringent.
Sure. I'll start with the question, and then I'll jump into stakeholder collaboration, but I think we've already talked about that quite a bit. So on the content moderator, I cannot agree with you more in terms of how can we leverage the advancement of AI technology to do a lot of the content moderation, and we have been, right? So if you look at our community standards enforcement report that we publish every quarter on our policy enforcement, you'll see that the percentage of content that we take down proactively, where it doesn't require a user to report it to us, and where it's actually being taken down because of our detection technologies, that number of, the percentage of that is climbing. So, we are already doing that, and I think every company would from an efficiency standpoint, but also, like you said, from a moderator safety standpoint. With regards to final comments, so I would say that I think everyone's echoed it in here already, how important stakeholder collaboration is, especially in these very nuanced issues like we talked about, the person talked about in the village, where these types of partnerships are so necessary with the big platforms. But a big part of it with these collaborations is the capacity. So we hear from a lot of civil society and safety organizations about the fact that they want to partner with big platforms, but at the same time they have capacity issues. And we recognize that. And we're also looking at, not only are we just trying to build tools for our user communities, but we're also looking at building tools to how to build the capacity of our partners as well. So for example, like the hashing technologies that we've used for NECMIC, as well as the Stop NCI initiatives, those type of tools that we can then help scale the work that our partners are all doing. I'll hand it over to.
Thank you. So same on AI tools. I think they're very promising. LLMs in particular, the most recent tools around Gen AI, seem to be really accelerating dramatically the ways in which we can both detect and review content, and show they should reduce the need for content reviewers, or the amount of bad stuff that the content reviewers need to see, especially for the most egregious harm, which is a little bit more obvious, so to speak. So yeah, very much along the same lines. I just repeat in terms of awareness raising, this really important approach about being comprehensive, about thinking about the different sides of the issues, and that goes from connectivity, which someone was mentioning, all the way to the day-to-day use, and thinking about all the trainers, if you will, who is in contact with our children in positive ways. So we've got the parents themselves, right? How do I teach my kids how to be confident online and to watch out for the right things? I've worked in tech for 20 years. I'm still not sure that I know everything that I should be telling my kids. How do I share the little knowledge I have with the parents, with the teachers, etc.? And then building on to the last question, which is about helping kids with fun information. And I think that works for any users. We need to be as accessible as we can in our outreach. That's why we use the various digital tools we have. While we have videos on YouTube can be super helpful. We do a lot of campaigns, for instance, about disinformation. Many of you might have seen that in Asia Pacific. We had this Heat Pause campaign, which is just basically mini advertising spots. When you're watching a YouTube video, it might stop, give you a couple of tips on misinformation, just a few seconds, but then it's an easy to digest thing. In Indonesia, we designed some cartoons to help with prevention. But I think, again, this can't be piecemeal. So in India, we've worked with the Ministry of Education on developing, inputting content into the curriculum for schools, so that there's online safety tips that are built into the curriculum. Now, then there's a need for implementation and helping the teachers take that curriculum and deliver it. Now, there is content that exists that is fun for children.
I'm so sorry, I'll have to
I'll
cut
finish.
you.
Anyway, we need to share it all. Thank you so much for organizing this.
Thank you so much. Professor Salma, your closing remarks, and also you would like to address the question on how technology can be used to further the objectives that you were talking about.
Yep.
Please keep it as crisp as possible.
I can talk quickly. I think the most important remark I'd like to make is that we need to collaborate more. And I have seen lots of wonderful information, so I think we need to share that more in a more effective manner. In the context of how do we become decent human beings and how do we teach empathy? I love the question. I'll come to one point that I said. Digital skills are very important. Let me rephrase that. As a technologist, digital skills are paramount in the digital world. But at the same time, humanity, the decency, the moral values of society, those have gone out the window. They need to be brought back. Education policy and system at the moment in Malaysia is being rewritten and modernized, updated, whatever the right words are, but it's integrating that human resilience into it. And I think that's critical for us, which involves critical thinking. With the volumes of data kids are getting, they don't know what is real. They'll see a video and believe it. We have to actually walk the talk. In America, in the corporate world, we used to say as leaders, as managers, you walk the talk. As parents, as elders, as aunties, I have to be what I want the next generation to be. So kindness, caring, empathy, respect has got to be there, because they won't listen to you, they will watch you. And the best way to convey messages is through interactive learning with fun and games, as the lady asking to see this information said. So I think Amrita has a lot to go forward with. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shruti, for an invitation.
Thank you so much. Lisa, your closing remarks, and I think you also wanted to address the question on trafficking, but please keep it quick.
Okay, so since 2012, we've been mapping cases of online gender-based violence in the Philippines, and we have seen a lot of cases, different types of it, including trafficking and online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And I think the other thing that we have to look at is addressing actually the root causes of why this happens. So why does this happen? Because there's poverty, so education has been mentioned also. So we need to educate not just the children. Let's start them young. The respect is very important. So what do the schools teach? Do they also teach about gender sensitivity? Those things. Parents, they also have to be educated. And then also the role of government. What about, if we're talking about poverty, then what programs do they have for the parents so that they can have livelihood, to take care of their children? The other thing is about using technology also to help curb the issue of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I think a lot of creativity is needed here. We have collaborated with a marketing agency actually to raise awareness about about gender violence in particular. And what we have seen is there is a lot of interaction there as well. We used AI so that the issues can be raised. And we got a lot of engagement, so I think that would be useful. And the issue of care, I think we should also remember about the carers. Self-care is very important. We're talking about content moderators. They also need care because they experience a lot of harm when they are dealing with content that is violent at the same time. So this whole of society approach is important because technology facilitated gender-based violence is not just about the survivor, it's about us, the society as a whole. And that's why the response is should also come from all of us.
Thank you so much for that. It's quite motivating to see that everybody echoes with the idea of whole of society approach and how different people different stakeholders have a role to play across the value chain. And everything is so interconnected. Access to technology has a critical role to play for safety. So towards this, thank you very much for joining us today. We'll have an outcome document from this discussion and we'll be sharing it with all the stakeholders, everybody who's participated here, and that will also be published on the APrIGF, the outcome. It will be a part of the synthesis document out of this conference. And also on your question around building something around safety and education, just wanted to mention very quickly that in order to implement this framework, the dialogue is now working towards coming up with interactive toolkits and workshops focused for specific stakeholder groups that we have identified under the framework. So we'll be in touch with more details on that very soon, and we hope to start that work in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Thank you so much once again, and we can join for a group photograph.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Digital Frontlines, Safeguarding Human Rights Defenders in the Cyber Age, will commence in 10 minutes. We appreciate your participation and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence at 10:20. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Digital Frontlines Safeguarding Human Rights Defenders in the Cyber Age, Day 2, August 22nd, 10:20 to 11:20. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our sessions, Digital Frontlines Safeguard Human Rights Defenders in Cyber Age. I'm the moderator, Cindy from Open Culture Foundation. Our foundation is promoting internet freedom, digital rights, and based on the open tech. And today we are very honored to have J.Y. Ho from BSR and Frederick Rusky from Meta and Michael Karamin from Microsoft. Today, we would like to talk more about that in the digital age, platform and the services provided the private sectors are particularly crucial for the advocacy efforts of human rights defenders in the Asia-Pacific region. However, we are witnessing that a tightening of the digital civil space and the expansions of digital authoritarianism across the Asia-Pacific region. Even in a relative of Taiwan, democratic Taiwan, the score in Freedom House open on the net has declined. Moreover, the digital security of human rights defenders is increasingly under threat. According to an OCF report, 30% of human rights defenders in Taiwan have experienced target digital attacks, and our security experts have traced some of these attacks to foreign countries. And even the civil society organizations, they are very worried about using the platform technology. Given the most digital services are provided by the private sector, this panel will explore how the private sector can protect human rights defenders. We will also discuss how various stakeholders can assist the private sector in respecting the digital rights and security of human rights defenders in Asia Pacific. Now, I would like to invite each speaker to introduce yourself and also give us an opening statement from the JY.
Thanks, Singing. Really appreciate you moderating the session and giving us such a great introduction. So it's very nice to meet everyone. Appreciate you coming for the session. My name is JY Ho, and I work on technology and human rights out of BSR's Singapore office. So it's a very quick overview of BSR for you who may not be too familiar with our work. We're a global nonprofit who works together with the private sector and NGOs to fight for a just and sustainable world that upholds human rights. I think the best way to think about BSR's work is to see us as a trusted intermediary between companies and external stakeholders like NGOs. So our independent analysis is informed by the views of civil society, and we try to deliver it to companies in a way that is likely to produce the most positive impact. So I guess our work's pretty diverse, and I'll highlight two main streams of work that are especially relevant to the topic of discussion today. So the first is we do a lot of human rights due diligence, often of a company's processes and governance systems. And a very big part of that work is assessing what a company is doing in terms of human rights defender protection and whether or not their measures or governance systems are adequate or in line with international human rights standards with respect to human rights defenders. So happy to share in the course of this session some cross-industry, sort of high-level aggregated learnings based on conducting those assessments of those companies. The second work stream that I would like to emphasize is BSR has played and continues to play a pretty pivotal role in convening and facilitating the operations of multi-stakeholder initiatives in the technology industry. So some of you may have heard of the Global Network Initiative or the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, which are alliances or organizations that bring together companies, government, as well as nonprofits in service of a unified mission. So we've played a very seminal role in putting those together, and those roles, in our view, those organizations, in our view, play an important function in terms of ensuring human rights defender protection. So again, happy to comment more on that point as well as the session moves forward. So I will close my opening remarks with just maybe a quick framing comment to build on what Singing said about the scope of this session. So I see threats to human rights defenders as being broadly categorizable into two buckets. So one bucket would be cybersecurity-based risks, which I think Singing touched on a little bit as well. things to do with account disruption, account hacking, through methods such as phishing. So that's the cybersecurity-related risks. And then the other major bucket would be what I call content-related risks. And in that bucket, I would put into things like disinformation campaigns, harassment, and impersonation. And so I'm making this distinction because I think having a holistic view of the range of risks that human rights defenders can be faced with in the online space is important to make sure that the measures that we take are similarly holistic and comprehensive. So looking forward to a good discussion, and I'll pass my time over to Frederick.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, JY. Thanks, Singing. I'd just like to begin by saying thanks on behalf of Meta for giving us the opportunity to participate here, to the Open Culture Foundation for moderating, and to my fellow panelists. I'm also personally excited to be here. I joined the Human Rights Policy Team in July of 2022, following on several decades of work with international civil society and the UN, working largely on the protection of human rights defenders, particularly human rights lawyers working in the Asia-Pacific region. And I'm very committed in my current role to pursuing a multi-stakeholder approach to our work. In that sense, I come to this with the perspective of a critical outsider, I think, but I have really come to appreciate the seriousness with which the company and partner companies have taken their rights commitments, particularly in relation to the protection of vulnerable groups and human rights defenders. And I think that's well reflected in our corporate human rights policy. We did decide up front that we would avoid turning this into a, hey, look at all of the great things that we're doing type of presentation, and try and focus on a discussion around the trends and patterns and of risk and threat that human rights defenders are experiencing now, and how that's evolved over the last few years. But I did just want to flag a few key elements up front from the Meta side to get that out of the way. One is, just to let you all know, if you're not familiar, that we do have a corporate human rights policy that explicitly incorporates international standards. No policy is perfect, but we're proud of the fact that the company and its leadership has committed to a policy that explicitly acknowledges and incorporates the main human rights instruments, including the UN guiding principles. And of special relevance, I think, to this session is our adoption in that policy of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders' broad and inclusive definition of human rights defender. And that's more than window dressing for us. It informs how rights protections are rolled out across our platform and products, and communicated to internal teams that are responsible for following up and investigating on threats that human rights defenders experience on the platforms. The second is that human rights defender protection is central to our due diligence approach. Assessing the impacts of policies and products on both on and offline security of human rights defenders is central to that. It appears prominently in our enterprise-wide salient risk assessment, an assessment of the human rights impacts throughout our entire value chain and suite of products and policies, which we published in our last year's annual human rights report. As an aside, our third annual human rights report will be coming out in a couple of weeks, and we'll be reaching out to many of you if you haven't already been invited to the briefings that we'll conduct in the region. Kind of notable pieces of human rights due diligence that impact defenders have included our human rights impact assessment on end-to-end encryption. We've published one on Israel-Palestine in response to a oversight board decision. And just in Asia alone, we've published due diligence on Myanmar, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, a summary on India, all of which include to some extent an assessment of the threats being experienced by rights defenders in those countries and the efforts we've made to mitigate those threats. We also do conduct a form of advocacy, usually via multi-stakeholder and industry fora. We've been very active in advocating for protecting expression and privacy against, for instance, overbroad government demands, including those seeking to censor the speech rights of defenders, a commitment we made when we joined the Global Network Initiative that JY made reference to way back in 2013. We also promote human rights through the public and private advocacy conducted by other bodies, such as the Asia Internet Coalition, which has also released a number of statements directly focused on the vulnerabilities of rights defenders in countries in the Asia Pacific. Lastly, we're members of UN Global Compact, and we engage regularly with UN intergovernmental bodies, including the Secretary General's Office, OHCHR, UNHCR, special procedures, and other UN bodies on a regular basis. Last two things just to note, we have created a set of specific protection tools for human rights defenders, which I can elaborate on later if there's interest. Those tools and policies really flow from that broad definition that I mentioned earlier in the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. And these have also included changes to policies to make them more protective, more context sensitive, new products and controls for people to protect themselves, and other initiatives like a Human Rights Defender Fund that we've supported. And last, just to note the existence of the Oversight Board, which is another way in which I think the company is committed to bringing human rights to life in the way we work, particularly the fact that that board has made the International Human Rights Framework fundamental to its decision-making process and its evaluation of the company's response to some of these threats. I'll leave it at that, and I hope we'll get into a little bit more discussion about what we've all been seeing on platform and off platform in terms of the kinds of threats and risks that have been faced by defenders throughout the region. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Singin, for moderating today's session. Thank you to JY and Frederick for being co-speakers today's session. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, of course, to Taiwan for being host of this year's APrIGF, really an ideal host. Thanks to Taiwan's protection, respect, and fulfillment of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Of course, look forward to being back here in February for RightsCon as well. My name is Michael Karamian. I work on Microsoft's digital diplomacy team. I've been with Microsoft for about 9 years now and was previously on the human rights team. The digital diplomacy team at Microsoft is currently the only private sector digital diplomacy team, hopefully not the last though. It's a global team, myself based in Singapore, 2 colleagues in Europe, 3 in the US. We represent Microsoft in international fora such as the UN's Open-Ended Working Group on ICT security, as well as the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime. We work with bodies such as the International Criminal Court, the International Committee of the Red Cross. We work on initiatives such as the Roundtable on AI Security and Ethics and the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, which I'm happy to delve into in more detail if there's interest. The team's mission is focused on advancing the international framework for responsible behavior in cyberspace in the face of nation-state threats, cybercrime, and cyber influence operations, which, as you may know, are increasing every day in sophistication and severity and volume. And we achieve our goals by working in partnership with government, civil society, and industry around the world. The commitment to respecting the cybersecurity of human rights defenders was established in Microsoft's human rights statement, the Global Human Rights Statement, which you can find at microsoft.com/humanrights. That was last updated in December 2020. And within that, the specific commitment to human rights defenders includes reference to a commitment to respecting and advancing human rights, including respect and support for the work of human rights defenders around the world. I'm quoting here that Microsoft does not tolerate threats, including cyber attacks against human rights defenders. This commitment extends to all human rights defenders, including those working on issues related to Microsoft and those exercising their rights of freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly, including to challenge or protest aspects of our own business. We seek to build human rights defenders' capacity to achieve their goals through increased trust in security, in technology, I should say. And to achieve that goal, Microsoft also commits to enabling and advancing human rights defenders' cybersecurity. I look forward to exploring in more detail what that looks like in terms of the threat landscape and some of the tools that we have available, but also some of the challenges. As Frederick said, this session isn't about trying to paint a picture that the private sector has all the answers. Far from it. This really is a multi-stakeholder effort. So I look forward to learning from everyone on the panel here and including through the dialogue with you all in the audience.
Okay. Actually, according to all the speakers sharing about what they did, and actually like the cybersecurity threats, or even the JY mentioned about like the online platforms harassment, we know that the concern of the decline in quality of digital civil space across the Asia-Pacific region. The significant backsliding of democracy and good governance presents a challenging landscape for human rights defenders in this region. I would like to invite the speakers to share about your insights on the current threats and the gap in protection measures that you are observing. Additionally, could you also each elaborate on how your organizations are addressing this challenge and what best practice you have identified in your efforts to protect human rights defenders? I'm freely open. Who want to take the question first? Okay.
Sure, thanks. Two different questions, I think. I mean, one is about what we've been seeing in terms of threats and risks faced by human rights defenders on the platform, and what's reported to us by our own civil society and other colleagues about what they're experiencing. Drawing on my 2 years at Meta, but also the prior decade working from the outside, I have seen some patterns that are concerning. One is, I think, the palette of tools that state and non-state actors have been using to target human rights defenders has really expanded over the years. There was a time, I remember, where we were mostly concerned about national security laws and anti-terrorism laws and their abuse to target critics, dissidents, opposition leaders, civil society organizers. And that's really expanded. I mean, offline, obviously, we see a much more aggressive prosecution of other kinds of laws, tax laws, foreign funding laws for NGOs, you know, the full gamut of legal harassment. And as well as online, even in the brief time that I've been working, we've seen what I'd say a kind of expansion of the various tools that, or threats that, that human rights defenders are reporting to us, including different forms of mass harassment, brigading on their pages, various forms of false reporting, I would say, for violations of policies, including some you might not expect, like intellectual property policies and things like that. And so I think that has expanded. I think other areas, for instance, there has been a worrying trend in some legislation to try and expand the authority and scope of government agencies, including security agencies, extraterritorially. We're seeing some, laws on the books that purport to extend the reach of government institutions, including in authoritarian states, to activity that's taking place in other countries, and including online. And then I'll just say the broader ecosystem raises some concerns, where we've seen recently the use of internet shutdowns and throttling of, and that's not just targeted at human rights defenders, but it affects the entire country in some places, or the entire community of users, which is a concern. And on the positive side, I should say, I've seen over that same period of time, we have human rights defenders in the civil society in the region is much more prepared than they ever were to deal with these threats. I think the level of technical knowledge and sophistication and security awareness among our partners is so much higher than it's ever been in the past. And I think this is an area of collaboration where we can even further improve further mitigate those threats. Since I was asked on what we're doing, I will run very quickly through some of the things that Meta has done in response to some of these concerns. I think, again, drawing on that definition of human rights defenders, you'll remember that the UN Declaration's definition ends with any member of the public who raises human rights concerns as the final clause. And so that means that there's a lot of overlap between the tools and protections we put into place for particularly vulnerable human rights defenders and for the broader user community, because in fact, anybody using our platforms and products can use them as a human rights defender if they're doing it in that way. And we want those protections to be available to everyone. But a few things that we have done in the recent past is updating our bullying and harassment policies to include stronger protections, expanding the definition of what we call involuntary public figures to include journalists and human rights defenders, launching a policy on mass harassment, and a way for users to report that behavior on the platform, launching some additional controls for users on Facebook and Instagram, expanding we call advanced protection, which is kind of a suite of tools that makes it easier to secure your account. We've tried our best to increase our engagement with rights defenders at all levels, at the global, regional, and country level. There's always more that can be done there. And we continue to support a Human Rights Defenders Fund, which is not administered directly by us, but by an international rights group called Civil Rights Defenders. And they have provided evacuation, relocation, security training, and other kinds of aid to about 500 human rights defenders, I think. Many, or most, in fact, in South and Southeast Asia. So those are some of the efforts that we've made.
So in terms of insights into the current threat landscape, cybersecurity threat landscape facing human rights defenders, all the information I will refer to is available online in an annual report called the Microsoft Digital Defense Report, or MDDR for short. You can find that at microsoft.com/MDDR. It's over 130 pages long, so if you haven't had a chance to read it, no worries, I'll give you the key points now, but actually the next annual edition will be out in approximately 2 or maybe 3 months' time, so maybe don't read it just yet and wait until the new edition comes out. But that report consists of the insights that the company has, in part by virtue of the over 10,000 security experts who work within Microsoft. On a daily basis, there are 78 trillion with a T, security signals analyzed every day by the company, including increasingly by AI to help automate that process. We have people who track over 300 cybercrime and nation-state threat actor groups globally. If an individual or an organization is targeted by a nation-state actor, you will receive what's called a nation-state notification, or an NSN for short. That is sent when an account is compromised. Since 2018, over 65,000 nation-state notifications have been sent. That number actually represents the organizations or individuals, not the actual number of individual attacks. So you can anticipate that the actual number of attacks is much larger than that. In terms of nation-state threat trends, last year we saw cyber attacks in over 120 countries. As I said, that really is increasing in sophistication and frequency. There's very much a shift from destructive cyber attacks towards more cyber espionage and espionage campaigns. I think what's interesting there is that destructive attacks, that's sort of what you see in the headlines. You're unlikely to see much news reporting or hear about espionage campaigns, in part because they can go undetected or unreported. Of course, targets don't necessarily like to share that they have been a victim of an espionage campaign. But we shouldn't underestimate the value of the harm of that. The reason espionage campaigns are used is because it means that threat actors are able to extract very valuable information from their targets, and that is incredibly harmful to their activities, the activities of the targets, but beneficial to the threat actors who are engaging in this work. We're also seeing an increase in blending of cyber operations, espionage, influence operations, and destructive activities, whereby threat actors are actually just coordinating among different parts of the nation-state groups who engage in these activities, or you have individual actors who actually have expertise in all those types of cyber activities. In terms of regional targeting, South Korea is actually the most targeted country in Asia and the Pacific. South Korea received approximately 17% of all the nation-state activity tracked by Microsoft. Taiwan came in at number 2 at 15%, India at 13%, followed by 6% for Malaysia, while Japan, Australia, Indonesia, and Thailand each received 5% of activity. What's interesting there, of course, is if you consider the very different sizes of the populations and very different natures of the economies and the way in which technology penetrates within those economies. Of course, India has an enormous population, much larger than Taiwan, and yet, of course, Taiwan, for unsurprising reasons, receives more cyber activity than India. NGOs and think tanks do remain top target sectors. They are seen as very much being soft access points for nation-state groups, in part because it is estimated that less than 15% of NGOs have dedicated cybersecurity staff. I think 15% is probably quite a high number. My guess is that actually if you look at NGOs worldwide, especially small, informal NGOs, their actual expertise in cybersecurity is limited, sadly. And so that 15%, if it is true, really just limits it to the large, well-funded, well-resourced NGOs that exist around the world. Interestingly, of the nation-state notifications sent by Microsoft to targets in Asia and the Pacific, 6% were sent to NGOs, whereas actually 17% in Europe. Why that is, I don't know, but of course would be welcome to hear any thoughts that you may have on that. Now, one of the reasons why human rights defenders and NGOs are vulnerable to this, again, not just because approximately 15% have dedicated cybersecurity staff, but actually just many lack basic cyber hygiene practices, namely multi-factor authentication. I know many of us have multi-factor authentication fatigue. You hate receiving a one-time password on your phone or using an authenticator app, so do I, but it makes an enormous difference. Approximately 99% of basic cyber activity can actually be protected by just fundamental practices, namely using multi-factor authentication. If you don't have it activated on your accounts, I absolutely encourage you to do so. Another threat I would like to point out is the emergent threat from cyber mercenaries, also known as private sector offensive actors. These are companies, sometimes presented as legitimate companies, which create and sell cyber weapons, often to governments. There are 74 governments worldwide which are identified by the Carnegie Endowment as using spyware and digital forensic technologies, which they have bought from cyber mercenaries. And actually unchecked, this marketplace for cyber mercenaries will be incredibly damaging to the online environment, but unsurprisingly, human rights defenders, dissidents, political actors, journalists are the main targets of cyber mercenaries and the products that they sell. In terms of efforts to help increase cyber resiliency, 80% of security incidents can be traced to basic cybersecurity practices which are just missing. So again, multi-factor authentication being one of them. In fact, 90% of compromised attacks don't have strong authentication. It's either just weak passwords or they lack multi-factor authentication. So the key recommendations are to protect user identities, again with multi-factor authentication, and use what are called least privileged access policies. So you only ever give people access to what they need in a system and never more than that. Also, importantly, whether you're an individual or an organization, it is essential to apply software updates promptly as soon as they come out to reduce the risk of exploitation. Also use extended detection and response solutions and enable auditing of key resources so you can actually track incidents when they actually happen. There are dedicated tools available for human rights defenders, NGOs worldwide. One is called Account Guard for nonprofits. I should just clarify how I'm pronouncing that. That's Account G-A-U-R-D. Guard, if I was American or Canadian. This is a free solution which is available to human rights defenders worldwide that launched in early 2020, noting that, of course, human rights organizations were particularly vulnerable to cyber attacks. One of the benefits of subscribing to this free service is that you receive advanced training and resources on how to increase cyber resiliency, and you can actually take a coordinated approach to how accounts are monitored for any nation-state activity. So not only the accounts which belong to the organization, but personal accounts too. Sometimes that's an entry point where a personal account can be targeted, and then that is used as an entry point into a system, but actually Account Guard is a way to unify that approach, so that even if a personal account is attacked belonging to someone within the organization, that is still then covered by the advanced security monitoring provided through Account Guard for nonprofits and human rights organizations. There's also free security assessments which are available from Microsoft Online. These are tailored evaluation and risk mitigation strategies, and there are nonprofit cloud offers available to NGOs worldwide. This includes grants and discounts on Microsoft services, including in the cloud. Happy to stop there. JY?
So I think I'll take a slightly different tack from my fellow panelists who have given a pretty good overview of what I'll call the external threat landscape facing human rights defenders and the very good work that their companies are doing to address those threats. Instead, I'll talk a bit more about what I see as internal obstacles that are faced by companies in trying to effective human rights defender protection. And I'll keep my comments quite brief because I know that we're a little bit behind. So I'll raise a few issues that sort of we've seen working across the sector. And I think one point that I want to raise is the issue of fragmentation. Fragmentation is based in the idea that effective human rights defender protection by tech companies requires multiple teams within that company to coordinate defense in alignment with their functions. So you need, say, the teams that focus on stakeholder engagement to work together with the teams that focus on content policy development, to work together with the teams that focus on operations and trust and safety and the escalation of threats. It's difficult enough to coordinate these teams even when there's a very clear business purpose for doing so. But when the overarching purpose is a human rights-based sort of aim, it becomes even more challenging. In the APAC context, there's an additional layer of challenge because oftentimes these teams are distributed across the globe, and many of them might be at HQ, which might be somewhere in the US, for example, or somewhere in Europe. And that adds even more challenges with coordination. So I think fragmentation is a big piece of this. A second piece that I'd like to raise is challenges around the sharing of information and data with external parties, such as threat information or threat intel. Now, I think there's some level of progress and uneven commitment to this. So I think Michael has already talked about the degree to which Microsoft already does this to a pretty impressive degree. You have state notifications, for example. But I think in general, there's a reluctance overall because of, I think, very legitimate confidentiality concerns to share too much information with external parties, such as human rights defenders or NGOs, perhaps in part because not all of them have effective cybersecurity systems, as Michael pointed out. So I think the sharing of information remains a very sensitive topic or issue that presents challenges for the protection of human rights defenders. The last piece I'll say before I keep quiet is the piece about, I think, the problems with external stakeholder engagement more generally between tech companies and NGOs and human rights defenders are also very applicable to effective cooperation with human rights defenders specifically. So it's difficult to engage with human rights defenders in a sustained way. Oftentimes, the teams that are focused on stakeholder engagement with these human rights defenders are very under-resourced. They're stretched very widely. I mean, APAC is a massive region with a huge diversity of language and very, very many countries and too many human rights defenders to keep a track of. And so because stakeholder engagement is under so much pressure in terms of time and resourcing, it makes it very, very difficult to build trust between companies and these human rights defenders over time, which I think hinders effective cooperation. So I say all of this not to say, okay, there are all these problems, but I think to identify the areas in which civil society can work together with the private sector to further advance and improve upon these areas to improve the sort of internal cooperation between companies and human rights defenders.
Okay. Actually, I prepared a lot of the questions, but I will want to raise one more and then keep some time for the attendees to ask the questions. When we talk about a lot of threats, and we also talk about a lot of tools that the company can provide, I think the other thing is really also important in like APrIGF is like the multi-stakeholders corporations. How have different stakeholders work together to bridge the gaps in human rights defenders' protection? And how can they continually to collaborate to build resilience for human rights defenders move forward? Michael, do you want to take the question first?
Sure thing, happy to, and I'll try to be quick. So two things come to mind. One, firstly, in relation to cyber mercenaries. So as I mentioned, cyber mercenaries do pose an emerging and particular threat to human rights defenders worldwide. On the one hand, there is a perspective that there should be no cyber mercenaries. On the other hand, there is a perspective that actually it can be a regulated, legitimate market. If, for example, you have legitimate companies which sell solutions and tools which can be used by legitimate governments, ideally democratically elected governments, to advance public security and increase resiliency against terrorism. So with that in mind, the UK and France have begun something called the Pall Mall process. This launched in London earlier this year. The purpose of it is to tackle the proliferation and irresponsible use of commercial cyber intrusion capabilities, and therefore advance responsible use of cyber intrusion capabilities, which I know sounds a bit counterintuitive, but the participants in that include 35 countries, including from this region, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, Singapore, and South Korea, as well as industry and civil society. And it's seeking to advance accountability, oversight, and transparency for this sector. And in part, it does that by encouraging adherence to international law, as well as human rights and UN norms for responsible behavior in cyberspace. Specific to human rights, the Pall Mall process encourages the private sector to respect and support human rights, including specifically set out in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And then it is also seeking to advance a commitment so that states and the private sector seek to ensure that the development, facilitation, purchase, export, and use of commercially available cyber intrusion capabilities do not undermine stability or threaten human rights and fundamental freedoms, including in cyberspace. There are working groups that exist as part of this Pall Mall process, and there will be a follow-up conference organized in France next year in 2025 to take stock of the progress made so far. Another example I'll point out is the Cyber Peace Institute, or the CPI for short. As you may know, CPI is a global NGO headquartered in Geneva. It investigates cyber attacks on NGOs and shares actionable intelligence. There are two specific programs I'd like to mention. One is the Humanitarian Cybersecurity Center. This provides tailored and free cybersecurity assistance to humanitarian organizations worldwide. And there's also something called the Cyber Peace Builders Initiative. This is a program that's expanding all the time. There are 50 volunteers from Microsoft who are actively engaged, and they provide expert advice and mentorship and to help NGOs and human rights defenders increase their cyber resiliency, and also if they need to respond to any incidents or vulnerabilities that the human rights defenders may have. I'll stop there.
Perhaps I'll just make some brief comments about the value of multi-stakeholderism and kind of where we are and where we can go from here. In addition to some of the initiatives that Michael mentioned, with respect to human rights defenders specifically, there are already some collaborative initiatives that are multi-stakeholder in nature that have a fairly broad mandate, which include, on occasion, the defense of human rights defenders. So we've already talked about the Global Network Initiative, which is sort of set up to protect freedom of expression and privacy in the online space. And we have the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, which is about countering terrorism and preventing bad actor use of platforms to advance those goals. There are also some civil society-specific initiatives, like Civisot, which revolves around the sharing of information and collaboration for human rights protection. But in terms of a dedicated collaborative initiative for human rights protection in APAC, I think there is scope to create such an initiative with a narrow, specialized mandate. Now, I think such a multi-stakeholder collaboration would have a variety of benefits. It could create a space for debate and discussion between multiple actors, such as the private sector, NGOs, and government. It would create a situation whereby limited fora or systems for information sharing with confidentiality agreements established in advance could ensure some degree of information sharing or threat models, for example, at an initial level. And I think as well, it would create a sort of focal point for human rights defender-related protection discussions. I think that kind of deals with some of the fragmentation problems that I alluded to earlier, where a lot of these kind of pieces are happening in sort of disparate senses, but having one specific forum for that with a specialized mandate for APAC, I think could move the discussion forward in a more focused way. So I'll just end there very quickly.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I think there are a number of different places where we collaborate on these issues. I mean, there are the company-led initiatives, and I agree that they can be dispersed and fragmented, and more can be done to systematize them. But a bit from the Meta side, we have a number of different pathways in which we engage with human rights defenders through our Trusted Partners program, through the community of people that the Human Rights Policy Team, of which I'm a part, brings together, through various thematic or policy or product-focused consultations and engagements that we do with civil society. So there's the company-led work. There is the multi-stakeholder work, which is really important. When I came into this work, I was surprised how important, the importance that people in the company gave to these kind of multi-stakeholder fora like the Global Network Initiative. Teams with whom we work throughout the company are concerned and always aware of the commitments that we make in those contexts and the fact that they are a multi-stakeholder and include a significant number of civil society organizations. And I found that there's a surprisingly large overlap between the concerns that the company has, even taking into account policy, business, legal risk, and the agenda of our civil society colleagues in the human rights community, particularly around legislative efforts in the region. And third, I agree, I think we need to take our lead to a certain extent from the civil society efforts. And I know there are a number of efforts already underway to organize civil society in the region to engage with us. I also know that there's enormous fatigue with all of these different pathways of engagement and limited resources and time that people have. But we're very committed to engaging with all of those initiatives to ensure that we make the best of them. But some of it's complicated. I mean, I think the question around transparency is a good one that JY raised, and particularly in the context of cybersecurity and other kinds of threats. There are challenges. There are privacy limitations. There are legal limitations. There are concerns about transparency can endanger the efforts that we make to undermine the kind of malicious acts of state and non-state actors, particularly with the involvement of private third parties. And frankly, it's very often hard to attribute attacks aimed at human rights defenders and others, to attribute them to state or non-state actors. It's often a complicated environment, and there are great consequences to making those attributions. So there's a fairly high threshold in some cases before we are able to share that information. But yeah, much more work to be done.
Okay, yeah. For the multi-stakeholders models, I think that our speakers mentioned a lot about the international laws or engage with the human rights defenders. That's really helpful. And I would like to ask if, because we are also the multi-stakeholders forum, so I would like to ask the attendees, if you want to ask the questions or if you want to say something, please go on to the microphone. There's 2 microphones in front of the chair. And please say your name and the organization. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I am Simon from Bangladesh. I teach cyber law at a university. My question to the panelists, I have 2 questions. Last couple of years in Bangladesh, the human rights activists have been consistently complaining that whenever they post something on political analysis or critical analysis, the posts in social media doesn't get that much reach. But whenever they write something on flora, fauna, poetry, those are okay, those get lots of reach. Are the social medias imposing shadow banning? That is the first question. Because there is a considerable confusion has been created and question popping up from the Human Rights Defending Authority. And considering the recent internet shutdown and mass revolution that happened in Bangladesh, unfortunately, the telecom operators played an anti-democratic role and anti-human rights role in Bangladesh. So as I see the partner members of the GNI, will you please raise this concern in the GNI platform that if something goes wrong by the telcos during a time of crisis, particularly during the time of revolution, sometimes it might be the question of life and death in the people who are fighting on the streets and who are fighting for the democracy and human rights. So I would like to hear your thoughts in this regard. Thank you.
That's not one.
On the political content question, there's no shadow banning going on there. There have been impacts on the distribution of certain kinds of civic content and political content on Meta platforms, and happy to share and discuss that offline. Those are global adjustments to how we recommend certain kinds of content, and it's still an evolving story. I think to get the right balance between the recommendation of civic and political content and other kinds of content on these platforms is a tricky and nuanced one. It has consequences either way. One of the solutions is giving people greater control over what they want to see on all of these platforms. As for GNI, yes, we're very much engaged with GNI and discussing with GNI partners. Statements have already been made in the context of Bangladesh. I think the group has also made statements more broadly about the use of throttling and internet shutdowns to suppress speech, and we'll continue to do that. There are discussions ongoing, particularly in the aftermath of the monumental changes in Bangladesh in particular.
Maybe just briefly, if I can comment on the question on internet shutdowns, more relevant to Microsoft. Microsoft also founding member of the Global Network Initiative. I myself don't engage in that. Other colleagues on the human rights team do. But in addition to the statements which Frederick mentioned, I would encourage anyone interested in this topic to look at the work of Access Now and the Keep It On campaign that they have. Has done a great job of shining a light on where internet shutdowns are happening, and quite importantly, the way in which internet shutdowns are antithetical to human rights and antithetical to cyber resilience. So absolutely there is a need for multi-stakeholder engagement and pushing back against that. I don't offer this as an excuse or any justification, but a sad reality is that telcos are legally obliged in those markets to do those shutdowns and throttling. Those are sort of the terms and conditions which exist. That's very imperfect and does need to be resolved, and I anticipate this will be a long-term issue, sadly.
Okay, I would like to invite you to say.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you for the panel esteemed speakers. My name is Elia and I'm a youth ambassador at the ISOC. I had two questions. The first was about shadow banning, but I would love to discuss it offline as you told to join the discussion. And the second one was more technical, and it was about something that I've been reading a lot of lately online, and it's about quantum computers. Do you think they will change the scenery for the protection of human rights in the cyberspace? And if yes, are there any provisions about the subject going on? Thank you.
So to clarify, the question is about quantum computing, is that right?
Yeah,
And its value
quantum
in
computing,
protecting...
if they are going to change the scenery in the cyberspace.
So just very briefly on that, not a quantum computing expert, very much admire people who are. Yes is the short answer, but actually without wanting to downplay your question, I would say that the more immediate topic, which I encourage us all to think about, is the role of AI and what that will, the influence that will have on cybersecurity of human rights defenders. There are very legitimate concerns about the risks that AI present broadly to human rights, but also in the context of cybersecurity. One concern being, will AI and large language models empower the use of malicious activity? There is a flip side argument to that, which is that cyber defenders will have an advantage because they have access to data and models and computing, which will empower automated cyber resiliency in ways which just haven't been possible before. One way we've already started to see that actually beginning in 2022 in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the role that cyber attacks occurred there. Actually, there were a number of solutions used by Microsoft and other companies supporting Ukrainian customers, including the government and beyond, whereby automated systems were able to identify and neutralize cyber threats before there was any human intervention possible. Ideally, we will see that more and more going forward, including to the advantage of the cybersecurity of human rights defenders. That, I think, is a big conversation, hard to just have in the space of the few minutes we have now. Quantum computing, I think, is something that will become more of an emergent topic as time goes on. I don't have a specific insight to share with you at this stage, though.
I also I'm afraid, don't have much to add to the quantum computing question. But on the AI more broadly, just to note that, as human rights lawyers and activists, we do tend to focus on risks and how to mitigate them, and there are many, as you're aware, but not to overlook the potential benefits and the use of AI as a tool for human rights defenders. For us, I mean, it's going to play a potentially enormously positive, democratizing role. It's absolutely essential in keeping platforms safe. And I think there may be some creative and interesting offensive uses of AI for human rights defenders and advocates as well. So there's some literature on that, including from our own team at Meta, and I'm happy to share some of these ideas with you off panel.
Okay. Due to the time constraints, so I would like to invite two of you talk about your questions or your comments, and then I would like to answer. We can answer together.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gladys from the Philippines, from Computer Professionals Union. We do cybersecurity support for many HR defenders and activists in our country. My question is about Meta's engagement with HR defenders. It's a very practical and frequent problem of account takeovers and various harassment for HR defenders in the platform. So my question is Meta planning or dedicating channels or mechanisms for individuals or organizations to directly communicate with Meta with their concerns? Because many organizations are trapped in the traditional route of their issues, and it takes months with no response. And there's also always an urgency for HR defenders to address these concerns.
Thank you. I'm Diane from Localization Lab. So we're a global nonprofit working with communities in making tools and resources accessible. So to add to JY's point earlier, the actually problem with these tools and resources that you are offering can be inaccessible. For example, in 2022, we've actually done a research analyzing the accessibility of the community guidelines of Facebook and YouTube in Amharic, Bengali, Arabic, and Hindi, and we found countless inaccuracies. So as you know, if these tools and resources don't have a localized lens and devoid of context and nuances, it's moot, right? So I wanted to ask if there are ongoing, or are we trying to start initiatives that are more localization-centric? Because you've mentioned you've worked a lot with these platforms and groups, and a lot of these groups also engage within English as a mode of participation. So that itself is, perpetuates exclusion by design. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, good morning. I'm Chris from Asia. My question is very specific for Mr. Frederick. Over the past few years, there has been reports about Facebook complicity with the Vietnam government to censor of anti-state posts in the country. And it is reported that the Malaysian government is also demanding the similar thing from the Malaysian government. From Meta, sorry. Vietnam and Malaysia were not even mentioned among the human rights violations report you mentioned in the opening speech. Can you please elaborate more on Meta's policy to protect human rights defenders in Vietnam, Malaysia, and other authoritarian Southeast Asia countries? Thank you.
Please wait. I think that because there's 3 questions, so we can get out all the questions. Okay, yeah, but okay, we only have 5 minutes, so keep it short.
Good morning. Myself, Tapati, I am from India. I am very much agree with my Bangladesh friend that now in Kolkata, recently one incident happened, rape and murder of a lady doctor, and we experience how they restrict, government restrict our voice in the social media. So my first question is, do we get the recognition as a human rights defenders by the government? That is my first question. This is, we have even protocol, we have even guidelines for human rights defenders, but as a community worker, as a caregiver. Last 30 years, I am involving in a rescue operation. I rescue the traffic victim from the brothel, and I have experienced the, the challenges from the hooligans, the guns, the, the mass attack, everything I have challenged. Where is our protection? Where the human rights defenders, where is their protection? I think the government level, there should, though we have a even definition, even guideline, but there is a lack of implementation because we don't have any recognition in our country. I am talking about India, and we don't have any protection. If we don't have any protection of ourselves as a human rights defenders, personally I am thinking that we are not providing protection to others. So this is my concern, and this is the very unique forum where we, as a human rights defenders or community worker or as a caregivers, we can raise our voice how we can ensure our protection as a human rights defender. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions is for Meta.
Yes,
so
very often that's the case. Quickly, we've just got 3 minutes, so I may have to take some of the conversations offline. But on the Philippines and access human rights defenders there, we're actually quite proud of the work we've done in the Philippines. We've published due diligence. We've just published an annex on our last year's annual human rights report detailing additional measures that we've taken in the Philippines, including protecting human rights defenders. We're very aware and engaged with the human rights community there around issues such as red tagging, and we've made changes to our policies to mitigate that risk better. I also have some plans to engage directly with Philippine civil society around the new annual human rights report, so I can reach out and we can talk about some more specific conversations that we can have focused on the specific threat profile in the Philippines. But we're very committed and very aware of the issues there, and we've got a wonderful team of people as well in the company that are working on the Philippines. Agree with you on community guidelines and larger language issues. This is these are improvements we're constantly trying to make. Yes, there are gaps. Yes, there are places where the community guidelines and other essential materials are not in translation, or they're in translation that doesn't reach the level that they should. I do think it's another conversation, but I think there's a hugely promising potential for AI here, just in terms of accessibility and language inclusion, and it's actually astonishing the progress that's being made there. So I think there's a lot of potential, but happy to discuss that further. The last set of questions are big ones. Vietnam, Malaysia, and India, for that matter. Just to be clear, from we do not simply take down content from the platform at the request of governments. We have a process. It's transparent. It's set out on our website on how we deal with government requests. I mean, we assess them against our community standards. We conduct a legal review, and we conduct a human rights review on all of these requests. But the truth is, and we take our commitments to the GNI principles very seriously, which is that we seek to limit any government requests affecting speech to the greatest extent possible. And the truth is that we are obliged to comply with local law, and we have also made a commitment to protect speech that is protected under international law. And there is a huge contradiction there, and there's a huge space in between. And we have global policies on this, happy to share them further. And we have specific sets of mitigation strategies and guidelines at the market and country level to manage the particular dynamics and context in each of those places, which I'm happy to elaborate on further. We also have a policy of giving notice when content is taken down in response to any of these requests. There's much more to speak to there, but again, happy to take it offline.
Michael, do you want to take one?
Just on the final, just over time, just briefly on the question about healthcare and the overlap between healthcare and human rights defenders. A sad reality is that the healthcare sector was really, really targeted by cyber attacks during the COVID-19 pandemic, and healthcare has also been targeted in Ukraine, and we may see that in similar hybrid conflicts too. And so in some ways we don't need to make a distinction between healthcare and human rights defenders. They're both highly targeted sectors, and again that requires a multi-stakeholder approach to increase cyber resiliency.
Joe, would you want to? Okay, okay. Yeah, I think that we can talk more after the panels. Yeah, they will be there in the venue, so we can keep in touch with each other. I think that the protection of the human rights defenders, that is our civil society organization we want, and actually the private sectors or like the PSR, they really want to bridge the gap and then to see what we can do. Yeah, and thanks all the panelists for sharing and answer well the questions. And our sessions will be ending now, and we are looking forward to chatting or engaging with each other after the sessions. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Mistaken Holderism in the Post-GDC Era, will commence at 11:30 to 12:30. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Multi-Stakeholderism in the Post-GDC Era, Day 2, August 22nd, 11:30 to 12:30. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, let me start the next session. My name is Keisuke Kamimura. I'm professor at Daito Bunka University in Tokyo, and I am moderating the next 60 minutes on multi-stakeholderism in the post-GDC era. I noticed that most of the discussion during this APrIGF has been spent on discussing what multi-stakeholderism will be. So we are very interested in the future of multi-stakeholderism in any way. And our session is titled multi-stakeholderism in the post-GDC era, but our discussion should not be focused only on GDC or the process after, but after GDC, after WSIS plus 20, and so on. So don't please understand the title as in that way. Well, anyway, let me introduce you to the panel today. To my right, Mr. Masanobu Kato, Director of the Digital Society Institute of the Center for International Economic Collaboration from Japan. Probably most of you are familiar with him. He also served at IGF MAC or ICANN board, so he's a very familiar figure to you, I suppose. To his right, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary. I don't think I need any introduction for her, but obviously she's chair of APrIGF MAC. Also, she serves as MAC member of UN IGF. The panel may look small, but actually it's not. We have a few more people participating online. Can we show their faces, or? Yes, they are there. Yeah, they're already there. Okay. Then maybe just I'd better mention their names and get to them when they are ready. Okay, Mr. Chris Buckridge Consultants. He's connecting from Australia online, and we have another MAG member here. And Mr. Yoichi Ida, Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. He's representing the Japanese government in many international meetings and other policy development processes on internet governance and many of policy issues such as AI. He also served for the IGF MAC as a host country last year, IGF 2023 in Japan, in Tokyo, Japan, in Kyoto, Japan. And Ms. Junko Kawauchi, she's serving as online facilitator today. Another MAG member. She also works for the Digital Society Research Institute in Japan as the same institute as Mr. Kato is engaged in. The objective of this session is to discuss the future of the multi-stakeholder model in internet governance. And to do this, I guess I have quite distinguished a panel of speakers here today, current and former MAG members, many of them. Okay, let me go through the overview of this session. And yes. So this is overview, but first of all, we have seen achievements in multi-stakeholder-based policy dialogue in the field of internet governance. I don't think I need to spend much time on this, but for the last few decades of the history of the internet, multi-stakeholder model based on an open, inclusive, and bottom-up approach worked quite effectively. It has been demonstrated by the coordination and management of internet core resources such as IP addresses and domain names, and also the transition of the management of the internet itself has demonstrated how effective multi-stakeholder-based policy dialogue can be. So we know multi-stakeholder model is important in the field of internet governance, but if you look to other policy areas, multi-stakeholder model has its role to play. We can see examples in policy areas such as climate change or sustainable development, protection of human rights, or non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. These areas are also served by multi-stakeholder-based or participation of civil society. So we can see multi-stakeholder model has a role to play in areas other than internet governance. So if you think it that way, multi-stakeholder model may be considered as a key element of policy development in the future digital society. So the objective of this discussion today is to consider this possibility, whether multi-stakeholder model can be a key element of new decision-making process in the future, in our future society. And if there is any barrier, what is it, and how we can overcome the barrier. If you look into challenges ahead and problems to be solved, we have a couple of problems or issues, like it may have conflicts with traditional or conventional policy decision processes based on multilateral basis. So this is one issue, and another multi-stakeholder model may take different forms depending on the policy issues or areas we are discussing. Cybersecurity, one of those examples where multi-stakeholder model may work differently from the way it is in internet governance. And we may have other policy issues where multi-stakeholder model work differently from internet governance. So we may have to look into this issue as well. Or multi-stakeholder model may be received or accepted differently from a geographic perspective or cultural perspective. Some countries or areas may have different view on multi-stakeholder-based dialogue and policy making. So we have to take take cultural or geographic differences into consideration when we try to expand the scope of multi-stakeholderism or multi-stakeholder-based policy building. Another point we may want to look into is the changes in wider policy context. the wider policy environment surrounding multi-stakeholder model may change in coming years, the Global Digital Compact to be signed later this year, and with Response 20 review, these changes will affect or may affect the policy context surrounding multi-stakeholder model. And also, in addition, geopolitical conflicts in recent years may also affect the wider commitment of multi-stakeholder model. So, and another point, for nearly 2 decades, the IGF has been home to multi-stakeholder-based dialogues over internet governance itself and other issues concerning the digital societies. Many of these issues are expected to be addressed by more focused, mostly conventional policy process and fora other than the IGF. So GDC may, in this sense, provides quite a big change in the wider policy context surrounding multi-stakeholder model-based dialogue. So we also take these changes into consideration when we discuss how multi-stakeholder based dialogue will work in our future society. So, this is about it. This is what I have to say at this point of time. So I would like to begin begin our discussion on the future of multi-stakeholder model. So we have, as I mentioned, we have 2 on-site panelists and 2 online panelists. So I would like to first invite Mr. Masanobu Kato to share his view on my tone setting message. Mr. Kato-san, please.
Thank you very much, Kamura-sensei. Thank you very much, Kamura-san. And at the Kyoto IGF conference, everybody talked about the multi-stakeholders. But what does it mean? I think this is a good time to think about it again. Historically, multi-stakeholder model was used in the UN conferences on sustainable development in late 80s, beginning in late 80s and the early 90s. For instance, at the Rio conference, they encouraged the participation of various groups, and they created the term multi-stakeholder or model at that time. But I like to point out that at those SDG-related multi-stakeholder model, they probably put some emphasis on implementation side, not necessarily on representing the policy-making side. And it is clear that in order to make global environment better, they have to have an involvement or participation by everybody. And that was probably one of the reasons that they started to use multi-stakeholder at that time. Are we showing the presentation here? Anyway, I am going to talk next one. And the multi-stakeholder model in the internet world is the next one. And I talked about the SDGs and the United Nations, talk about multi-stakeholders. That was about the time internet exploded. Everybody started to use internet. So from mid-90s, they started to talk about internet governance. And then we talked about the creation of ICANN And ICANN was created in 1998, but at that time, there was a big criticisms about the internet, where people say internet is a creation of the US, and the US government manage internet. And that was the beginning of the debate on the internet governance. And then we had the process of WSIS, but let's look at the ICANN. ICANN was created based on the opinions from the world, which became two papers, green paper and a white paper. In green paper, for instance, they have 4 principles for the creation of ICANN, and which says stability, competition, bottom-up, and representation. And take a look on bottom-up and representation. This is relating to multi-stakeholder. As a matter of fact, in ICANN bylaws, I found at least 6 times of a reference to multi-stakeholders. And one example is, its mission, which says, in this role, ICANN's scope is to coordinate the development and the implementation of policies that are developed through a bottom-up, consensus-based multi-stakeholder process. So this is ICANN. Although ICANN was created as a multi-stakeholder system, there was still a criticism on ICANN. And then, which led to the ITU UN-based argument through WSIS process. And one of the main topics at the WSIS debate was if we continue ICANN as non-profit California corporation led by private sector, keeping government only as advisor, and, or we should create a new United Nations-like global system where government can decide on issues surrounding internet. And the decision decided at the Tunis agenda was to continue ICANN system, and we also created IGF, and that's the origin of IGF. And IGF says we need a multi-stakeholder approach, and as far as possible. Tunis agenda also says that IGF should define internet governance issues very broadly, not only internet infrastructure matters, but everything relating to internet. Therefore, we are now discussing at IGF meetings things like AI and so on. These are the issues IGF covers. But this does not mean that IGF can decide everything or can do anything on, well, the rule making. As we all know, IGF is the process or place to discuss issues, not to make decisions here. So the coverage of IGF and the internet multi-stakeholder process, at least at IGF, is very broad, but the function may be limited. That's where we are right now. So after this, if we look at the internet world, this concept of a multi-stakeholder, spreaded to many places like IETF, W3C, and so on. And because of this, we think we have some good progress and success on the multi-stakeholder model. But at the same time, there are some criticisms or concerns about the implementation of multi-stakeholders. This morning there was the discussion by a group of people about technical committee coalition for multi-stakeholders, and they have a concern that the voices from technical committee is not well heard. So I should stop here, but let's hear more from our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Kato-san. Well, next, so can I invite Chris? Ida-san is also here. Yes. Okay, can I invite Chris I briefly mentioned the historical context of wider policy, changes in wider policy context. I invite Chris to give his thoughts on the GDC and other policy contexts concerning multi-stakeholderism. Can you start, Chris?
Yes, I can. Can you all hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yes. Great, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm only sorry not to be there in person, but thank you to AUDA, the Australian Domain folks, for putting me up in an office here today so I could take part remotely. This is a really interesting conversation that we're having, and it's happening at a really important moment. I think there are a number of reasons why this is a really important moment for us to reconsider our commitment to the multi-stakeholder model in internet governance and digital governance in general. And I think that's not to say we should waver in our support of it. That's certainly not what I'm suggesting, but I do think we need to dig a little bit deeper into our understanding of why a multi-stakeholder approach is necessary, what it actually means for all of the different stakeholders and for the process themselves, and also how it can integrate with other internet governance processes and other governance processes more generally, because one of the really core realizations of that WSIS process 20 years ago was the way in which digital and the internet really will have impact on everything else that's going on in our lives, in our societies. And now 20 years later, we see that in very practical terms, that discussions about digital policy have impacts on, issues of copyright, on issues of business, on issues of health, on issues of how we work as a society. So this is really an institutional moment, and you mentioned at the outset the Global Digital Compact, and also in the title of this slide, of this presentation. And I think it's a very good point to say that this is not just about the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, but that it is an important milestone where we're looking much more closely at what it means to be multi-stakeholder, particularly in that United Nations context. And then that Global Digital Compact, which is currently being developed, currently being drafted. There is a session, I think, later tonight, actually, that will take place in New York and remotely to discuss the latest revision of the Global Digital Compact, moving towards a final agreement, hopefully in a few weeks in New York at the Summit of the Future. But that process, that UN member state negotiation, is also happening in the context of a WSIS 20-year review, which will take place next year. And it's interesting because you have these multiple threads, these multiple streams of work going on at a time when we all acknowledge and understand that there is a real need to have a holistic, cohesive approach to all of these issues, rather than stepping on each other's toes and causing difficulty and complexity in that way. I think Kato-san's look back at the history of the multi-stakeholder model is really useful and really important, and particularly that early use of the term in UN situations where it was about implementation more than policy making. What I think happened with WSIS was that they looked really at the multi-stakeholder models that had emerged in relation to the technical community. And I think Paul Wilson, the now former Director General of APrIGF, made a point in I think last year's APrIGF that WSIS didn't invent the multi-stakeholder approach, but rather discovered it by looking at the internet and looking to the success of the internet model. So that's something that we now need to build on. And I think it's important to acknowledge that there are more than one multi-stakeholder model. It really is an approach, but which is formed and instantiated in multiple different models. So what IGF does looks very different to what ICANN does, looks very different to what the RAR policymaking processes are. at the beginning of this year, I was working on a paper for CENTER, the European CCTLD operator, and speaking to a number of different CCTLD operators. That was also a really interesting demonstration of how many different kinds of multi-stakeholder governance approaches different CCTLDs have taken all around the world. And of course, we do also need to look beyond the internet and technical communities at how multi-stakeholder processes have happened or been used in other policymaking arenas. So I think I'll try and wrap up quite quickly here, but I wanted to say the point about having multiple models is really important. We need to have models that approach different tasks with different stakeholders. They have different interface with other processes, but there is a risk there in having multiple models. And that's the gradual dilution of the fundamentals of what makes multi-stakeholder governance. And I think particularly the danger, and this is something that the technical community certainly has spoken about already, is the shift towards multi-stakeholder consultation. Now, true multi-stakeholder governance can be really difficult, especially when there are competing interests. And that idea of consensus, which really lies at the heart of many multi-stakeholder models, that can be really difficult to achieve. But the outcomes that are possible from achieving that kind of consensus are really worthwhile and important. So addressing issues in a way that fosters cooperation and coordination, which is absolutely fundamental and necessary for a global network of networks. It minimizes that potential for sort of short-term political issues to affect the outcomes by taking it out of a political space and putting it into a much more sort of broad multi-stakeholder discussion. And then it promotes inclusivity and actually active engagement of a much wider demographic section of society. And that engagement then gives ownership and agency in the outcomes that are there. So I think multi-stakeholder model is never going to be easy or straightforward. It's certainly never going to be static. So we need to keep engaging, we need to keep evolving it. But with the GDC happening now, this is a really good moment for us to sort of take a pause, or at least take a closer look and understand where we're at and how we can continue to evolve that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we also have Mr. Ida from MIC Japan. Can I invite Mr. Ida to share his view on the achievements of multi-stakeholder model or the future of multi-stakeholder model from a government or Japanese government perspective? Mr. Ida-san, can you join?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kamimura Sensei, and good afternoon, good morning, everybody. My name is Yoichi Ida, working in the Japanese government in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, and I'm often involved in the discussion on internet governance, and I served as co-chair at the MAG last year when we hosted IGF in Kyoto. And I'm also involved in other discussions as representing the government, such as AI governance or other digital issues. And everywhere, we always talk about multi-stakeholder approach or multi-stakeholder participation, representation. But as Kamimura Sensei pointed out, we see some differences and diversified types of multi-stakeholder models, not only in the digital field, but also beyond. And I agree to Kamimura Sensei when we say, the multi-stakeholder models can be different depending on the conditions, including cultures, economies, societies, and sectors of industry. And there should be different efforts and different goals. But there should be some elements that must be covered or involved. And I believe inclusivity, And the bottom-up approach should be the must element of multi-stakeholder approach, even if there can be different levels and different emphasis. So in some cases, only one or two communities are governing the whole sector, such as government or businesses, that cannot be multi-stakeholder approach. And also there is some approach from top down, from government or even the business entities, that should not be called multi-stakeholder approach. So these two elements should be always emphasized, and we have to keep protecting and promoting these elements. And when we think about inclusivity, we always have to think about the civil society engagement. For example, I had a chance to look at the field of medical, pharmaceutical product industry, and they are also, their models multi-stakeholder approach. Since they the government and the business industry are working very close in setting the regulation or some legislation or even the application of their regulations into the product processes. And they are trying to harmonize the different national regulations into global harmonized system. And I think it deserves the name of multi-stakeholder approach. But there is less engagement from civil society or patient, they call. And they are also trying to make the deeper engagement of civil society or patients. And that is the case with us, where we are always trying to promote engagement of civil society and the citizens. So when I look at the process of GDC at this moment, I'm not criticizing the process. Everybody is making the best efforts, but I hope to see more transparency and more openness in the process of discussion. And just by incidentally, I think, I believe we have an open consultation on the draft of GDC today. So I encourage everybody to join and voice out your thoughts. And as government, we are also negotiating the draft, but we are always hoping to hear the voices from civil society. So in the future, when we go beyond GDC and also WSIS plus 20, I hope and I believe we should promote our multi-stakeholder approach, probably emphasizing two elements. One is more engagement of civil society, and also the more bottom-up, not bottom-up engagement, but bottom-up decision making. So we hope the current IGF structure could produce more decisions and policy recommendations through our multi-stakeholder discussions. And we have to make our efforts from individual communities to go closer to each other and promote our interaction between across different communities. And what we did as government last year was we tried to interact IGF and governmental forums such as G7 or G20. And I cannot say, we saw some specific products from the discussion or interaction, but I believe it deserves more efforts, continuous efforts beyond WSIS plus 20. So I hope our multi-stakeholder approach would develop beyond WSIS plus 20, and we see more engagement and more interaction of individual communities in our internet governance in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ida. If I am not mistaken, Ida-san pointed out a very important point that if we say we are using multi-stakeholder model, it should be inclusive and bottom-up, whatever we are discussing. So we have to appreciate that. I really appreciate Ida-san pointed out that point. And Chris also pointed out that multi-stakeholderism or multi-stakeholder model may be applied differently. We can say we can apply it for multi-stakeholder consultation or multi-stakeholder cooperation, or it may be multi-stakeholder implementation. So we have to carefully look into what we are applying it for. So Amrita, could you tell us what you have to say about this?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'll come from it from a civil society perspective, not representing everyone, but and also from the developing country perspective. So why is multi-stakeholderism important? The reason is internet is ubiquitous. It affects even non-internet users and it affects internet users. So if policies are made which affect someone who is not even using, and if their interests are not included in the decisions which are made at a governmental level or intergovernmental level, it is going to be flawed. Even if we think that's the best interest for people. And that is why you need the representative voices at different places. Now, as Kato-san mentioned, that multi-stakeholderism is not a destination. Definitely, it is a process or a journey towards something. And I would say there may be varied methodologies of using multi-stakeholderism, but the core principles which needs to be there is, are the stakeholders involved, engaged? Are we inclusive in the process? Are we actually trying to make meaningful participation possible for different stakeholders? For example, civil society is huge, but are civil societies from developing countries included? Or is it the global West who's speaking for us? Are even from businesses, the big businesses may be there. Are the small businesses involved? The SMEs involved in these discussions? So we need to look at the inclusivity part. Are we including everyone? Are we giving them some responsibility? Like, it's just not a one-way ticket. You also have to take responsibility of certain things. Are we ensuring that? Or are we doing tokenism, as Chris mentioned? Like, sorry to say this, but GDC process of multi-stakeholderism is tokenism. We stakeholders are allowed to speak for 2 minutes when none of the states or hardly 3-4 state members are sitting in the room. And whom are you talking to? The people online. And you're cut off. Whatever comments have been gone after the first iteration, there's nothing published anywhere. So we don't know from where things are being picked up and put into the document. And that scares many of the non-governmental stakeholders, because if this is the process, I hope this is not the starting for the other processes which will follow, because digital and technology or internet is going to be the main thing in which everything will ride, be it medicine, health, energy, everything. It should not be a process which everyone follows. So that's one thing. And I think we could look back at the April Net Mundial process which happened. Certain good things about there is, if you look at this document which came out of it, and they have the guiding principles of how to ensure the multi-stakeholder process, or the how you can use it, improve it, enhance it. Those are good guiding principles for people, any process to follow. And interestingly, they also have how multilateral processes can follow multi-stakeholderism in their processes. So that's important. And I would slightly beg to differ that the multi-stakeholderism should be there till decision-making and implementation. It should not be just in the consultative phase, or just the decision-making and not in the implementation. Yes, it could be, and there should be some flexibility in the roles and responsibilities. It's just not that, okay, civil society will be there only till this extent. There are many people who have different skill sets, who can bring in different aspects, even while implementation. So I think that flexibility has to be there between role setting. And not try to fix everyone in a box. Okay, this is where you come and this is where you go. Because, unlike other groups, I'm sure even in small businesses, civil society does not have so much of bargaining power in the room. So yes, I'll stop at this. I think I've said more than enough for now.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have heard what our panelists have to say to this point. Kato-san, do you have any comments or and reflections on what we have heard now?
Thank you, Kamimura-san. The flexibility on the terms of multi-stakeholderism is very important. And the flexibility also, lead to the next step. We probably should identify what areas of issues we can use multi-stakeholders better, and what level is that more like rule making itself, or implementation, or the participation, or asking for transparencies and so on. So from here, I think we should look at all sort of multi-stakeholderism and discuss on each case and find out some best practices of it.
Find best practices. By best practices, you mean best practices in areas other than internet governance, or? Yes, thank you. So we may invite all participants in this room to share your reflections and perspectives and questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Chat Garcia Ramelo. I'm from the Association for Progressive Communications. APC has been involved from the very beginning in the whole development of from WSIS up to this point at all different levels, from national to regional and global. Thank you, Amrita, for emphasizing the importance of the participation of civil society. I wanted to just say also, maybe to add to the need for looking at multi-stakeholderism from the perspective of the changes. And everyone has said this, that the field has changed so much. The complexity of the issues and who's affected have also increased so much. In leading up to WSIS this year, APC prepared a special edition of the Global Information Society Watch. We do these editions as a way to reflect on really implementation of WSIS. And one of the things that we did is had a consultation with other civil society organizations to really think through what is the digital future? How are we then engaging this process? I think there's two things that I want to raise in the thinking through with civil society organizations. And one is the complexity of the governance structures. It's really now fragmented to a large extent and not transparent, and it's not easy to find all the different ways that the internet or digital is being governed. And I think this is really important to look at when we think of the multi-stakeholder approach, the need to be able to understand this complexity. I think the other thing is is really understanding that there's also a failing of multi-stakeholderism. And that, I think, is something we need to really look at, because you've raised it, Samist tokenism, the power in the governance structures of the different stakeholders are very different. And I think that is something we really need to be honest about and look at. There's a real big, there's a difference, a gap in the different capacities of the stakeholders in being involved in a real way in governance. I think the third thing is that because the field has grown, many more are impacted. I mean, even here, you'll see much more different organizations from civil society have been involved, who are interested, who want to understand and be involved. You have young people. Everyone now is affected, and there are, I think, now different ways, I guess, places where governance of internet and digital is happening. So I think all of that, and I offer to you, if you are interested, please look up the Global Information Society Watch. I have some copies here that you might want to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have 2 long lines, so maybe 1 line each. So, please.
Oh, thank you. My name is Izumi. I listened to what all the panels said. I feel a bit guilty. I will explain why. When Kato-san mentioned about the green paper, yes, there was some mention about multi-stakeholder. I checked the original document. There was twice it was used. But in the white paper, there's no such a mention of the multi-stakeholder. There are some mention about stakeholders. So ICANN was considered to be, or supposed to be that time, a stakeholder-based organization. But there was no real definition or interpretation. So I was heavily involved in the formation process, how to bring the users, or it became at large. And to make the long story short, it was a business process starting in 2003, 2 to 3, almost 3, that this multi-stakeholder thing was seriously brought in. Because, well, Chat, you were the member of, perhaps. The Asian civil society guys were very vocal to bring in our voices from the developing world, as well as from the civil society. And in the Tokyo process, I was very much responsible. And also in Geneva, we tried to bring in those private sector people and the civil society people who are not given any voices. Even for the observers, very difficult to get any slots. So we privately, formally negotiated a lot. And gradually, they started to realize. And yes, Paul Wilson, I still remember in Geneva, in the subcommittee, we were not allowed to speak up again as any sector other than the government. It's the multilateral is a UN principle. But he couldn't, stand for some wrong understanding of all the government people about the technical reality and operation. So he asked the chair to take the floor, and he was allowed. And gradually, also in Tokyo as well, the government folks, even from Iran and India and China, I had a private conversation at that time, that they are starting to appreciate some of the inputs and interventions about why the persons with disabilities or the elderly or the women's roles vis-a-vis the internet or the World Information Society were not really well understood by themselves, the government bureaucrats. And they started appreciating the drafting committee as an informal members and stuff like that. But still, the most difficult problem at WSIS and ICANN both were to prove the legitimacy. Well, why can you represent the civil society? What's your process? Was there any formal process that you, AP, the AP, whatever, all these civil society members, other than self-recognize yourself and you be vocal? It's still very difficult. So I kind of, in the way I gave up. I wish I could hear what Ida-san said 20 or 15 years ago. The government was very slow, especially our government, to recognize. Now that multi-stakeholders became an icon, but I heard at the GDC, it's just an icon. Is it really seriously exercised? I don't think so. So it's an uphill battle, or you have to really keep hold of your principles and do not give up, unlike me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you need any reaction from us? No. Okay. No. I guess. Okay. The gentleman on my right, please.
Thank you, Felipe. ISOC Youth Ambassador, speak in a personal capacity. To be very short, I would like to hear from the panel and specifically from Anita, how we can leverage these current disputes around internet governance model in order to adopt an enhanced multi-stakeholder approach. I mean, how can you use this moment to strengthen multi-stakeholderism instead of weaken it, and to ensure broader participation, specifically from the global majority?
So maybe Emily. Do you have a specific panelist in mind?
Yeah, from you, like, yeah.
So I think, if possible, have more, what comes to my mind, is like, if we have voices of youth participating in these discussions, also sharing, look, this is how we look at the internet, our voices count, because we are going to be the future users, and this is what we see is concerning, or this needs to be enhanced. At this point of time in the negotiations, there's very less room, at least for GDC, but at least share your points. Before the WISIS or the Summit of the Future, I know it's very expensive, no one can go to New York, but at least if you can join online, even I can't go. That's a different thing. Try to join these processes, share your voices, like in Internet Society, you have the Youth Coalition, or even in APrIGF, we have the Net Mission and other Youth IGF initiatives. Start submitting your comments. Even if it is 2-line, 3-line, 4-line for a specific thing, start putting it. So that, and then circulate it to everyone. And, I think raising voices is very essential. And if possible, even send it to your governments. See, it's not something like you're fighting against something. You are just saying that these are things that needs to be considered. If you want to, the objective of GDC is actually to have something implemented. Nation states might agree and sign it. Will it actually work on ground? SDGs have not been met till now. And we keep moving the goalpost. So if you have to have buy-ins and you really want to make a I would say impact, you have to have a buy-in from all communities, not sign-ins. You will have to also consider what the issues are. For example, if rules for gaming are made and youth are not involved and oldies like us are sitting and making gaming rules, it's not going to work, right? So it's something like this. I think your participation, your voices in these discussions are very essential. And spread the news to the others. Internet governance may not be very, I would say, sexy to hear, but using the digital is sexy for all young people, right?
Thank you. Okay, the next.
Hello,
please.
my name is Milagros. I am also an ISOC Youth Ambassador, and I have 2 questions for the panel. Firstly, as GDC is not mandatory, as you were saying, Amrita, how can we incentivize governments to implement its recommendations and guiding principles? And secondly, there have been some concerns and statements from the technical community and civil society that their contributions have not been represented in the GDC Zero draft. I would like to know your views about it and how you see the process moving forward. Thank you.
Me?
Just for the panel in general, but if you like.
I think Chris also can take it if he wants. Okay. Chris, do you want to take it?
Sure, I can. Thank you for the question. No, I think the GDC is, I think, not quite what most of us had hoped for. I think we had hoped it would be more multi-stakeholder in nature based on the Secretary General's initial communication. I think it has become, in many ways, a multilateral negotiation, and that was perhaps inevitable. I think the co-facilitators have made some efforts to involve other stakeholders, but it's certainly not something I would say is multi-stakeholder governance. It's an attempt at multi-stakeholder consultation, and even there, it's been a bit less transparent than we would hope for. Now, that said, I think the current Rev 3, so the 4th version of the Zero draft, has a lot of good in it. But I think I was commenting to someone in the Zoom, I think the best way I would see the GDC committing to multi-stakeholder processes is really to emphasize and specify the WISIS process as the venue for follow-up and review of those commitments. Because with WISIS, we have an imperfect but an existing process which is already multi-stakeholder, already sort of incorporates lots of different aspects of the UN. It's not just a sort of New York General Assembly-based process. It's actually much broader and is able to draw on that expertise and that awareness, as Amrita was saying, which is so important to have those different voices in developing the best policy. So I hope that's what we can see coming out of the final round of negotiation on the GDC, that real commitment to coming back to WSIS and then using next year's WSIS Plus 20 to improve WSIS and make it a little bit closer to perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Ida-san, if you have any comments on this topic, can you share your view? Or can you add more your reflection on GDC and WSIS Plus 20 or other government initiated, government-led dialogue?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kamimura Sensei. Actually, that's not really happy thing to hear government-led, but actually the things are going in that way. And we are continuously negotiating the language, and I hope everybody can see that the third edition, revision is better than zero draft or first revision. And we are always emphasizing multi-stakeholder approach. But, you know, I was made to recognize, you know, we are a little bit concentrated on writing down the word on the paper and almost forgetting about the implementing the word into our action. So we always encourage the UN to open more opportunities for civil society and other communities to voice out. And actually GDC negotiation is almost in the last phase, but I hope we will have more opportunities for all communities to voice out. And as Chris pointed out, we also regard GDC as a kind of previous stage for WSIS Plus 20 review. And through the negotiation on GDC, we did a kind of a bit negative fight to protect language, to keep the concept of multi-stakeholder approach. And I hope we achieved to some level. So we hope, you know, through the WSIS Plus 20 negotiation, we do more positive discussion toward better and improved multi-stakeholder approach to be implemented after WSIS Plus 20. So I think more importantly, thing is what we achieve through WSIS Plus 20. And also regarding GDC, internet governance is just one of the 5 pillars. And you see we have also connectivity or digital divide, and also AI and other parts. So please look at the other parts too, and probably you will find other points which you have to voice out on. And I hope GDC will be much better than the first draft and much more future-oriented. And then we will face WSIS Plus 20, and we work all together with across all communities involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ida. We have 2 people standing in front of the microphone, so let us listen to their reflections, and we wrap up. The lady on my right, please.
Hi, my name is Mabda, and I'm from the Harvey Center, but I will be speaking on my own behalf. So I'd just like to begin my question by framing it in this way. We understood that, I think Mr. Ida mentioned and stated in a very excellent way that multi-stakeholderism, it boils down to both inclusivity and bottom-up processes. And I believe that, I think the way that it can work is as long as we are sure that the process that underlies that process is democratic. And if we were to take the IPAC context in, if we were to bring that IPAC context in, this year we're having a lot of elections in this region, in India, Indonesia, Taiwan as well. And those elections occurs against the backdrop of rising democratic backsliding in a lot of areas in the region, as well as shrinking civic spaces, which I believe is something that a lot of the people in the internet governance community is quite concerned about as well. But of course, we cannot be rest assured that this sort of like trend is not going to go down next year or in the coming few years when the post-GDC era is going to happen and the WSS plus 20 process is going to wrap up. So my question, I think, can be directed to anyone in the panel, but I would just like to hear how can civil society coalition in APAC build better coalition and make sure that the way that we cooperate can actually contribute to efforts in making sure that this multi-stakeholderism model can continue to be upheld. Because I think we cannot, I think it's quite obvious that in a lot of places in APAC, a lot of these multi-stakeholder places are actually being co-opted by the government, where we can see that, as mentioned before, a lot of them are actually government-led or government or those sort of like process resort to making multi-stakeholderism only apply them at the surface level or that only be applied as really as a form of tokenism. So I was just wondering maybe if any of the panel have any idea on what sort of like coalition or what sort of practical measures civil society coalition in the region can build against that context of democratic backsliding in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We better ask the gentleman on my right, and then we can comment or answer.
Sure. Hi, thanks. I'm Peter Misek from Access Now and Columbia SIPA. I really want to support the comments that the GDC development process did not reach as many folks as it should and as many communities. I don't see a lot of understanding of how it was developed, and as it's pretty much done now, it's certainly only in the hands of states as far as, from my perspective, a lot of people are just first hearing of it, which is really unfortunate. So I think it's important to reflect on the process and how, even though it's been a couple of years and I was able to take part in a lot of the consultations. I'm lucky to be based in New York. I don't think people see it as a model. I think I want to put two things forward. One is that there were improvements along the way through the versions, and I do think civil society has a big hand in that. And just to illustrate it, one of the earlier proposals was to create a new annual forum on these issues based in New York. And so that would be yet another conference. I think it would further fragment the internet governance scene and take away from the internet governance forums and this whole process that we've been building for the last couple decades. So civil society, spoke clearly, and we were able to get that proposal out of the latest draft. But I think this, the stakes are higher for all of our work, as you've said. The stakes are raised for what the internet means in the world and its relevance to more sectors, its relevance to peace and conflict. And so there's going to be increasing pressure for politicization and for, say, New York-based processes to control internet governance. And so I think we constantly are going to have to be vigilant. And my second point is that, look at the GDC and a non-binding document in relation to the first cyber treaty ever passed, which is the Cybercrime Treaty, or AHC, which just finished at the UN. That is a binding treaty. Stakeholders, including civil society, technical community, and the business community, are so aligned, we're so aligned against the version that passed. I've never seen such unanimity, but our voices were clearly not effective. States controlled the process. They pushed through essentially a surveillance treaty that increases their powers. And if that's, I think, in my mind, that's the state of internet governance right now, because that is a binding treaty, not this kind of aspirational GDC. And I think that needs serious reflection as to how that process moved forward. and whether New York and UN-based processes are really fit for purpose. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, we are already running out of time, so I don't think we can answer or comment one by one. But one by one.
Yeah, just to respond to you, yes, as in it's important that we look at other processes and perhaps coming to what Chat was also saying, the capacity building amongst other communities, because not everyone is well versed with everything, and the repercussions of the impact of the processes being discussed is important to share. Coming to Mabda's issue, I think there are some coalitions which are working across the region also on disinformation, etc. It needs to be enhanced, but you also have to realize when there is disinformation happening, this is my take, it's not everyone's take, it is also political parties who are doing it within countries. You have to have, there are various companies also when elections happen, they have a code of conduct which they have to follow, but I think those need to be strengthened. The tech companies who are providing it, the civil society people, the fact finders who are working on those, perhaps needs to be more strengthened across regions. There is one or two, I know, coalitions working. I think there needs to be more work on that. That's what I can say. It's not perfect, but it has to be enhanced.
Thank you. And Kato-san.
Yes, one comment I want to add about how we can revitalize or activate civil society. When places like this, NRI, IGF, we have to understand what's going on right now, but we cannot follow everything. Like cyber crimes, we can't tell what's going on in detail. So the coalition activity is very important, and at the same time, this is the place where multi-stakeholder model really works. You have corresponding stakeholders outside of your country where you can hear what's going on, who can share the same kind of concerns, and create NRI network and enhance that and get more information and get more voices.
Thank you very much. We better stop here. Actually, this session is part of our ongoing research project at Center for International Economic Cooperation. So I hope we can come back to the APrIGF to deliver our findings or our observations next year or the year after. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Talk of Idea, will commence at 12:40 to 1:50. We appreciate your participation and attention. 因为下一个 session 是其他组织。Important announcement for those who have registered for tonight's line networking event and have received a confirmation email. Please bring the confirmation to the registration desk on the 4th floor to collect your wristband. The deadline for collection is 3:30 this afternoon. Please make sure you have the wristband as soon as possible. Dear guests, it's lunchtime now. Lunch will be available on the 2nd floor in room 201. Please proceed to collect your meal. And if you would like to join the next session in this room, you may feel free to bring the lunchbox here for lunch. We wish you an enjoyable dining experience. Thank you.
Only one PowerPoint. Which PowerPoint? This one. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 2 minutes. Please take your seat promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silence mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APrIGF 2024 Talk of Idea Rights Counts, a global convenience of human rights in the digital age. Day 2nd, August 22nd, 12:50 to 1:50. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed to APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct of APrIGF. And now, let's welcome the host to latest upcoming sessions. Thanks.
I'll start. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us during your lunch hour. My name is Asadwa. I am the Business and Human Rights Lead at Access Now, joined by my colleagues who will introduce themselves in a moment. And we'll spend some time talking to you today about a convening we put together called RightsCon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya. I see that I've met some of you already, but I'm with Access Now, and I work on our partnerships, and I'm very happy to be with you today.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all. My name is Adriana Fernandez. I work as the Senior Program Coordinator at the RightsCon team. And yeah, we are very excited to talk about our next summit that we'll be hosting in Taipei.
So just to give a brief overview, I think we know a lot of you in here, but for those who are not familiar with Access Now, we are a global human rights organization that works to extend and defend the rights of users most at risk around the world. We do that through the work of RightsCon, which you'll hear about in a moment, also through our advocacy arm. So our advocacy arm includes our policy and advocacy teams based around the world that work either directly with the private sector, which is the work that I lead, to get them to ensure that their policies and practices are in line with human rights standards, or direct advocacy at some governments and lawmakers. In addition to the advocacy work we do, we also have a helpline. For those who are not familiar, the Digital Security Helpline is a really important tool that provides free digital security support and advice to human rights offenders, NGOs, journalists, et cetera, 24/7 across languages. The helpline is really kind of the fundamental part of the work that we do, and that's how the organization started about 15 years ago, was by providing this direct services. So yeah, through the work of the helpline, it informs the way that we do our advocacy and the work that we do through other parts of the organization. So I mentioned RightsCon, which is like I think the coolest and biggest thing that we do, and my colleagues here will share more about that.
So about RightsCon, RightsCon is an annual conference that we host since 2011. It first started in Silicon Valley, and basically it's a summit that gathers together policymakers, government representatives, human rights organizations, technologies, business executives, and academics to discuss the most pressing issues at the intersection of human rights and digital technology. Over the past 12 years, RightsCon has rotated into key hubs, including San Jose, Manila, Brussels, Toronto, Rio de Janeiro, San Francisco, and Tunis, and has grown in size and scope to meet the evolving needs of a movement. So just to give you an idea of how diverse is our community, over these last years, RightsCon has convened a total of 37,000 participants, 17 of them being civil society leaders, 4,000 being private sector representatives, and 2,000 being from the governments. So in general, what we say at RightsCon is that that is the summit where you're going to find all the actors together that usually don't share a seat at the same table, and we think that that is the magic of our summit.
Thank you, Adriana. I wanted to talk to you guys about the speakers and the experts that we bring to RightsCon. So yeah, the community attracts some of the world's leading voices. We tend to bring in folks from across all sectors. So we have high-level executives from Google, such as Kenneth Walker, from Meta. We have the head of WhatsApp, Will Cathcart, Meredith Whitaker from Signal, as well as a significant representation from high-level UN representatives. We also bring in government representatives as well as leading researchers and experts on topics including AI. So we really tried to bring together folks from across all sectors and you know, what everyone's been talking about this whole week, like to make it a real multi-stakeholder conversation. In terms of regional participation, let me just, sorry, the slideshow. Yes, so in terms of regional participation, last year, some of you may have been there, we had RightsCon in Costa Rica, and we saw a remarkable rise in participation from the region. We actually had 22% of attendees coming from Latin America and the Caribbean. This was a major increase compared to years past, and the reason I bring this up is because this really underscores how where we bring RightsCon is where we see the greatest turnout of attendees, and we're definitely anticipating this and looking forward to it as we bring RightsCon to Taipei next year. I also wanted to, you know, I think we can talk about it as much as we want, but I think if we're able to play this video, it will help give a better idea of what exactly RightsCon is. Thank you.
The fact that we're actually at the 10th anniversary of RightsCon is deeply surprising.
When I think about RightsCon, I always go back to the first one. It was the beginning of the movement.
When I have
a battle, a digital rights battle to fight. I go bring out my RightsCon San Francisco hoodie. Yeah, the spirit is with me.
There are a few other forums where there's such a diverse audience for these issues.
RightsCon is my favorite conference of the year, where I can go and refill the well of ideas.
It was like an online candy store. Everyone that I had ever wanted to talk to was talking at the same time.
The original concept was, how do we bring human rights agenda to the tech sector? We're still dealing with the asymmetry between the tech sector and the citizen.
And so the challenge is to come up with solutions that actually get at these companies while also not compromising our rights.
Governments have gotten better at censoring and filtering speech and content.
Our continued ability to enjoy and exercise human rights is not guaranteed. Everybody whose work touches on anything related to human rights is, of course, having to deal with digital rights.
We really feel the duty on my generation to actually keep fighting this fight to protect the digital space.
Have we won some battles? Yes. Have we won the war? No. Will I still fight tomorrow? Definitely.
The RightsCon community is really busy with the work of changing the world. It's really busy with the work of changing each other.
The power of RightsCon, it's in the conglomeration and in the convergence of all of these people. That's the magic of RightsCon.
So we are returning to the Asia Pacific region after a decade, and we are very excited because this will be the first time that we are in East Asia. We choose this region, of course, because of the fast-growing digital transformation, but also because of the diverse human rights communities in the region, and the fact that it's considered a global hub for innovation. So just to say that the Asia-Pacific region was and continues to be a natural choice for hosting our annual conference. And as for Taiwan, as a leading democracy globally, due to its reputation as a regional powerhouse, as an internet pioneer, and also the commitment of the government with human rights, with freedom of expression, and also digital transformation, for us was like the perfect choice to come here. We hope that RightsCon is an opportunity not only to showcase that whole of approach of human rights of the government, but also to elevate regional and local issues to a global stage. We are expecting a participation of 3,000 participants in person and 7,000 online. So there are a lot of opportunities there to make partnerships, to create cross-regional collaboration, and also to create a space for regional solidarity. Just to give you a sense, as Access Now has been working during the past years to expand the scope of their work, of our work in the region, in terms of RightsCon since 2019, we have registered a growth of 2,000 increase in the proposals that we receive from the region. And something really important for us to highlight is that compared to last year, we registered a 50% of increase of proposals from the region. So all this to say that the digital rights movement is also growing in Asia Pacific region, and we are very excited to connect with all those communities and really hope to see you at RightsCon Taipei.
Just to talk a little bit about the program that we're expecting. The RightsCon program is something that's built through our call for proposals, which is the way we build it is anyone from any sector is able to submit an idea for a session that has to do with human rights and technology. And we actually, our call for proposals just closed for this year, and we're finalizing the agenda, which will be released in October. But yeah, just to say that that's sort of how the agenda is built. It's very much civil society led. We, this year, received nearly 2,000 proposals, which we were very excited about, from 125 countries. And 22% of these came from the Asia-Pacific region. This was the highest, second highest region from which we received sessions this year, which was a major increase, as Adriana just referred to, and definitely something that we are excited about. In terms of the RightsCon community, it continues to grow and expand beyond physical and digital borders. 2/3 of our proposers this year are returning members of the RightsCon community, while 40% of them are new to the summit. I think both of these numbers are really interesting because it shows that folks who have been to RightsCon before want to keep coming back. They're getting a lot of value out of the summit. And then the 40% who are new are obviously, you know, folks who are going to bring fresh ideas, fresh perspectives to the table. So we're really happy to see that. Last year, we reported reaching a milestone for us, which was around ensuring that there's equitable representation in the program. Last year, we had half of our session proposers coming from the global majority, and we're really pleased that the trend is continuing this year. This year, we had 53% of proposers from the global majority, so we're continuing to meet that goal. In terms of themes from the proposals that we received, as you can see on the screen, AI was, and as we've been discussing, AI was a major topic for us in terms of sessions, AI governance and regulation, but also open space data, internet shutdowns, and also privacy, access to information, and misinformation and malicious content. And then there's also some examples of specific proposals on the screen in case you wanted to get an idea of those. And yeah, if you did submit a session and you're waiting to hear back about it, you will hear about it by the end of this month.
So I wanted to share with you what are the multiple ways in how you can engage at RightsCon. It is true that our call for proposals already closed, but there are many opportunities to have a seat and a voice at the table. We will have this year approximately 450 sessions. And if you're interested, if your organization or the company that you represent have an expertise in certain area, you can reach out to us because in that very large program, there are a lot of organizers that are looking for experts in the field that they are going to address. So this is one of the avenues for participation. We have our private program. The private program, it's intended for conversations that are very sensitive and that requires higher level of trust and also security. So for example, when we bring together human rights defenders that are in danger, sometimes the space that we use to host conversations that are sensitive is the private program. But also, you know, that is the platform that a lot of governments also choose to host conversations about policies that they want to launch or about agreements in which they want to advance. So if you're interested in participating in a private meeting, please reach out to us because the offer this year will be very large. We also have the fun part of the program. We have satellite events. In RightsCon, we think that the sessions, the corridor conversations are as important as the sessions. And we know that to create those connections, especially when you're new at RightsCon, you need a little help. The program is so large that sometimes could be overwhelming to navigate. So we have satellite events. These are events that take place in what we typically call day zero, and basically bring together regional partners to workshops, to networking opportunities. It's a full day with plenty activities to meet regional folks. If you are interested in participating in those satellite events, the complete offer of them will be on our website, and you can sign to be there. We have the special events. This is part of our government and private sector strategy for this year. We received a lot of feedback last year of the necessity to have more extended conversations at RightsCon. So the special events are events to discuss certain policy issues. They will bring together multi-stakeholder actors, including regulators, including private companies, civil society, governments. And these special events are longer in the program, which really allows the different stakeholders to advance, because what we think that is valuable about RightsCon is that it's not only attending an event, but also it has become the premier platform for forging multi-stakeholder agreements. An example of that special event is our Cyber Ambassadors Roundtable. This year, we are expecting a lot of cyber ambassadors. We have invested a lot of efforts in attracting governments. So just to say that you will probably have the opportunity to meet with a lot of them there. And we have the community village. This is a great opportunity for companies and also for civil society organizations to showcase their work. You can host a booth at RightsCon, and it seems that it's only a networking space, but it's actually not. A lot of important conversations start at the community village at RightsCon and then emerge into campaigns, into coalitions. So that is an interesting space to try. And then we have the meetups, something that the RightsCon community, especially the civil society, has always told us is how much they value the opportunity to connect with private sector leaders, with philanthropic leaders, to discuss funding opportunities, to discuss, new technological developments. So we have meetups where you can connect directly with the CEOs of the companies or with the business and human rights representatives. We have meetups to connect with governments, with UN rapporteurs, and also regional meetups.
We also, just to talk a little bit about more of the fun events at RightsCon, as Adriana started to, the social events. For those of you who have been to RightsCon before, we do have the after dark parties, the official RightsCon party, as well as the cocktail hour. But organizations are also able to host one of their own. So let's say you want to host something a little more informal with your partners or folks that you would like to connect with, you can definitely get in touch with us and we can help you not only with the guest list, but also to figure out where you want to host it, whether it's at the RightsCon venue itself or at a location nearby. So yeah, that's another opportunity. And then another way to engage with RightsCon, which I think is a really great way to maximize your experience at the summit, is through sponsorship. Not only would the support sort of sustain what RightsCon has become and the purpose that it serves, the platform it is for these multi-stakeholder conversations, but it also demonstrates to your peers and to the community your commitment to human rights in the digital age. But there are a lot of benefits as well to sponsorship that I think your organizations might be interested in, such as a complimentary booth in the community village that Adriana was talking about, where you can present like research or initiatives or things that you guys are working on that you want the community to know about. It's also a good place to just like anchor yourself at RightsCon and build connections. People will be passing through the village, and it's like a very organic and vibrant area during the week. There's also free registration, so if you're trying to sort of bring a delegation and a group to RightsCon, this might be a good option for you to get free tickets for folks online as well as in person. And then I would also say visibility is a big one for sponsors. If you're looking to get your brand out there and let folks know that you're supporting RightsCon and these sorts of issues, I think the visibility that RightsCon offers is another great avenue for engagement. I thought it would be helpful for folks to get a sense of sort of how you can engage. So I've included a couple examples just to give you a sense. Cloudflare is a company that's participated in RightsCon for many, many years. They participate through several pathways of engagement, and this is sort of an illustration of how you can maximize your experience at RightsCon. They participate in the General Council's meeting. They'll always take a booth at the community village. They participate in the meetup spaces that Adriana talked about a little while ago, and they've also been a consistent sponsor since 2019. ICANN, which I think everyone here is familiar with ICANN, and maybe even folks from ICANN are here, have been a very key partner for us and for many, many years, from bringing high-level speakers to organizing their own sessions, and as well as sponsoring. So just another example of a key partner for us. And then just to leave you with this slide, which is really to give you a sense of sort of the breadth of partners and sponsors who take part in RightsCon. I think this is really helpful to see, to show that like it's really for all sectors and for all sizes of companies and organizations. So yeah, if you're interested in joining us, if you have questions, if you're wondering what it might look like, we will be available to talk to you after this and through the rest of IGF. So please do get in touch with us. And yeah, that's a good point. We will be at the TICC International Convention Center in Taipei. This is public. We've recently announced this publicly, but yeah, just for folks to know exactly where RightsCon will be next February. Yeah, and maybe do we want to pause and see if anyone has any questions or thoughts, or also if you don't feel comfortable coming to the mic, you can just come up to us after as well.
Just wanted to add that if you're considering coming to RightsCon and you want to make the case internally on your organizations, we have some very beautiful materials that we can tailor according to your organization's interests. Like in general, we are doing a lot of tailored communications this year at RightsCon to be able to bring more folks from the region. So please feel free to reach out. Tell us what you're interested in, and we will prepare a package that is compelling and attractive to convince your organization of joining us in Taipei.
Actually, can we do a show of hands of who's been to a RightsCon before? Yeah. Access Now people, you can put your hands down. Yeah, so it's really good to see that coming to this particular location, we're excited, as both Tanya and Adriana have been saying, about getting more regional and local partners that we haven't had the chance to engage with before. I think, for the work that I do as business and human rights lead, it's really interesting to see when the companies that we routinely engage with, on a regular basis, especially the big kind of Western platforms, get the chance to sit down with NGOs, civil society from the region where we bring RightsCon to. A lot of my time is spent trying to escalate issues and cases to these companies, and there's really nothing better than being able to sit down in a room and for them to hear directly from those communities themselves. So we really hope that all of you can come and get that experience. I was just going to talk a little, just pretty briefly about the overall business and human rights work that we do and our approach to that, and why this matters for RightsCon. So as I mentioned, I lead our work on engagement with the tech sector. So that's both with the companies themselves and increasingly with investors in these companies. So we're finding more and more that adding our power as civil society to the leverage that investors have is a really good way to continue to push companies towards better human rights respect. One of the examples I like to think of is on the topic of facial recognition technology. It's something that we as civil society have been working on for a very long time, right? There are all the studies that made it very clear of the biased impact and the implications of facial recognition technologies. But while we as civil society were doing our push, investors were also similarly doing the same thing. There was a growing voice of investors who were increasingly taking into account like all the research and information that had come up about facial recognition technology. And then, with the kind of very public movement in 2020, especially in the US with Black Lives Matter, we sort of saw all those three things come together to push some of the biggest companies to make public statements and commitments to not using facial recognition technology for law enforcement purposes. So I really credit that to sort of like the multi-pronged approach of us as civil society working with the companies that who listen to us, as well as investors who vote on issues and bring them directly to the company to push all of these things forward. And particularly for the investor community, we're really excited that there'll be more representation from investors at RightsCon in February. Just because of the nature of the region, of being such an important part of the tech supply chain from the chip makers and the other hardware manufacturers that are here, that's a really important opportunity for investors to be here and be with these companies that they are often well invested in. And personally, the conversations that I've had with our investor partners, they've said it's much easier for them to, for example, make the case to come to Taiwan, to come to Asia for RightsCon than it was to go to Costa Rica, which sounds like vacation. But yeah, the amount of investment here I think is really important, and one that we hope to use the RightsCon community to continue to push forward. And then, finally, I would just say again, like one of the main reasons why I think the BHR approach is really important to the work that we do is, in addition to speaking directly with governments, with lawmakers, there are parts of the world where maybe regulation moves slowly, or you can't rely on the governments to pass good regulation, or the rule of law is weak. And in those cases, a really important tool that we as civil society have is being able to go directly to the companies themselves, to ask them for answers and to hold them to the same standards that they should operate across all their markets. And again, RightsCon is a great place for us to do that, not just by bringing these communities together, but also bringing the companies together to learn best practices from each other and to hopefully increase the amount of human rights respect within the sector. So yeah, I know we've talked a lot about RightsCon and what it is, and would love to hear any questions or comments, particularly from those who've been to a RightsCon before, of what you found useful and how we can support your experience in February. Yep, the mics are open. Go for it.
I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to express thanks for the way that you've listened to civil society feedback and the way you've communicated that along the way, both from when you had chosen the location and then expressed the reasons why you've changed that feedback, and especially around the way that you have developed your program and then provided further opportunity for speakers and facilitators so that we're building those sessions with that, I guess, the word of multi-stakeholderism before the session is delivered, so that it is not just different component parts repeating the same thing. So anyway, thank you, good job.
Thank you, I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, I'm glad that we're not overly communicative with you. I feel like sometimes we wonder that internally, so I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I'll just add that as we continue to bring RightsCon to different regions, we've had to deal with some of the complications that come with trying to bring thousands of human rights people to certain parts of the world. So we're continually learning and growing how to do that as best as we can, and yet to include as many people as we can, as meaningfully as we can, and as safely as we can as well.
Just recently, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Digital Affairs, and this has been a major milestone for us. We have felt so welcome by the Taiwanese government and by the Taiwanese community, and we really think that that will facilitate that the summit runs smoothly, but also the visas process that is always very challenging. Yes, we have a great team in the Asia-Pacific region, but also our colleagues here in Taiwan that have been building those relationships. And yeah, we are very confident that it will be a very successful summit.
Any other comments? Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Oliver Spencer. I work for an organization called Free Expression Myanmar, although we've changed our name recently. Previously, we sat on one of the panels making decisions about which sessions would be selected and which would not, which was a very interesting experience to go through, receiving hundreds of applications and having to narrow them down to a few. Some of the feedback we gave at the end of that process was that given the amount of time that the decision makers have to choose which sessions go forward and which do not, there was like an inevitable bias in the way that those panels would be scored or prioritized by those making the decisions. So to give you an example, our panel, we had 4 proposals just on basically one topic relating to Southeast Asian CSOs, talking about Southeast Asia specifically. And those 4 proposals were very similar, but the ones that were clearly written by INGOs or people with English as their first language, like myself, were clearly scored higher just because the quality of the writing was so much better. And when we looked at the final 100+ proposals in order of the scores, you could clearly see that most of the ones at the top were the ones that were written by INGOs or companies that obviously have a lot more capacity in English and very sexy language and so forth. So our feedback was to ask RightsCon to work out a way to better nuance that so that the people making the decisions, and to be honest, we had like 1 or 2 minutes per proposal to make a decision as a group, which is not very long. So you're just kind of looking at them, one which is the best written in English, right? Just kind of naturally, because you're trying to deal with so many. I'm just wondering whether RightsCon has thought about this more, and whether there's been more reflection about, whether that's like a weighting system or something that would enable organizations that are perhaps not as, like you were saying at the beginning, the 40% that are newly coming, or those that do not have English as their first language. If you've thought about that more and like how that would work in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question and also for the feedback. We really appreciate it, and we are very aware of this. Last year when we were bringing RightsCon to Latin America, we know that that was one of the challenges for the communities there. Something that we have been doing is something that we implement this year as a result of the feedback that we receive, is that we conduct some opening hours where session proposers could come and we will help them with the proposal. We know that we are still lacking resources in terms of, for example, being able to hire translator services so that, you know, their proposal could be as comprehensive in English. But also I just wanted to say that the program committee that reviews the proposals at Access Now, it's a global committee with a lot of experts, and even when we cannot cover all the languages, always, you know, if there is a sensation that a session might not be written in English as clearly, but that the content is very good, we always try to make, you know, notes on how to, for example, collect further information to understand what was the person goal. As you know, the program is very large. We received many proposals and we are a small team, but precisely this year we are trying to get more funds to see if it is possible in the future to have translation services, or if even some of our Access Now staff or RightsCon staff can support those organizers that could struggle with language barriers. Something where we also think that we have made an improvement is in the number of sessions that are of non-English speakers, precisely to be welcoming enough to those voices that English is not their primary language. But all this to say that we really take that feedback into account. We hope that we can double efforts to make it more inclusive. And yeah, that is a very valid point, and thank you for sharing that.
And I would just say, as someone who always gets put on the program committee, whether I want to or not, because I work there, yeah, I definitely feel the same. Right? There are some tracks that are more popular than others. My track is, you know, moderately popular, but for things like, what are some of the most popular, like surveillance, content governance, AI, those will get hundreds and hundreds of proposals. One of the things that I think really is useful through the program committee review process is not only just reviewing the specific proposals, but seeing which organizations or which groups we can bring together, and especially combining things. We've done that in the past, and it's been really interesting to see, you know, people who submitted the same thing in different ways, like combining and merging and having a more fruitful conversation than it would if the proposal was just as it was. So I think that's something that we're going to keep working on improving. I find that for me, like, I learned so much, again, when we have the opportunity to engage more with regional and local NGOs through the RightsCon process, and I imagine that Asia is not going to be any difference from that. Yes, please. Yeah, just feel free to walk up to the mic if you have anything to say.
Yeah, very quickly, you spoke about the reading materials that you are tailoring for newer organizations that would like to participate. So I work at a fellowship which has placed me at a government office. So I would like both to participate. So could you elaborate a little more on that? And secondly, on sector-specific panels, are there any health tech governance-specific panels? And if you could elaborate on those two things.
Regarding the materials, I will give you my business cards. I'm the community engagement coordinator, and basically, if like we can meet, and you can tell me your priorities, and what we do is that we tailor those pathways for engagement. Also, we are aware that navigating the program could be challenging if you're a newcomer. So if you tell us what are your priorities, we always prepare a list of sessions that are of interest. We also invest a lot in RightsCon, for example, in facilitating connections. So if there are some stakeholders that you already see that are part of the speaker list or even from the participants, we are very happy to support making those introductions. Yeah, so it's a matter of reaching out to us, and we will definitely support on that end. And something that I just wanted to add about the process of reviewing proposals is that after we receive the scores from the program committee, we always do a diversity auditory process, which means that, for example, sometimes you as a member from the program committee saw that a proposal from Nicaragua didn't come through, but that doesn't mean that was because we prioritize, I don't know, proposals from Brazil. It means that overall in the program, we have certain numbers of representation of each region, and we try to make a balance, not only in terms of language and the region, but also, for example, in terms of gender, in terms of the number of organizations that participate. Sometimes we have even 5 proposals from the same organization. So unfortunately, because we cannot host them all, we prioritize one. But just this to say that there is a whole process there where we try to be as inclusive as possible, and maybe that part is not that communicated from our side, but wanted to make a remark that that's part of the process of how we put together the program.
And I think the other part of the question was about health care tech specifically. Do we have a track? I don't know if we have a specific track that's named that, but we do get a lot of proposals that could fall across different categories. So whether it's like healthcare and AI or healthcare and responsible business, we are increasingly seeing things that are not just the straight up digital rights, but the way that technology interacts with other sectors. I would say probably, like, I imagine that climate is becoming one of the bigger things that we're seeing, right?
Yeah. And in terms of healthcare, this year in particular is the year of artificial intelligence. Like almost any subject is connected in some way to artificial intelligence, at least from the proposals that we receive. And we have a lot on healthcare and artificial intelligence. So when we publish the final program, that will be probably in October, happy to make suggestions on those topics.
If no one else has any questions or comments, we'll be available to chat after. But otherwise, thank you guys so much. And we can definitely connect with you after. And we have some reading materials with us as well. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and I'll just add, feel free to connect with the other Access Now colleagues who have like expertise on everything from like data protection, AI, content governance, and they can share more about how those interact with RightsCon.
Thank everyone. The session has concluded successfully. We would like to express our special thanks to all the outside and online participants and the distinguished speakers for joining us today. There is an important announcement. For those who have registered for tonight's live networking events and have received a confirmation email, please bring the confirmation to the registration desk on the fourth floor to collect your white wristband. Thank you. The deadline for collection is 3:30. Please make sure you have the wristband as soon as possible. And also, if you have any thoughts, please scan the QR code which is presented on the screen for the APrIGF synthesis document to make your voice heard. Thank you.
test. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an announcement that at 2 p.m. there will be one of the best session, so you might want to just stay. But what's happening is the staff will help us to rearrange the table, so this will be a 4 breakup group, around the table. So we would kindly ask you to move a bit, but please don't move out. You are very welcome to stay, and this will be the Digital Bill of Rights workshop. We look forward to talk to you soon, 2 p.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence soon. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Digital Bill of Rights, Distilling Enduring Principles Towards Free and Safe Internet. Day 2, August 22nd, from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
The floor now, it seems like. All right, please don't leave, Zhixing. Okay, we just lose him. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for staying for this workshop. It's okay to take wherever seat you like. In the second half of this session will be a breakup group discussion. But for now, just relax, sit in, digest your lunch, and try not to fall asleep. Okay, so thank you for choosing Digital Bill of Rights. It might seem a little bit, heavy, or like, is this the lawyer's thing? Well, okay, like JRF, Judicial Reform Foundation, 民间司改会, we are a public interest lawyer group in Taiwan. We've been around for 30 years now. So we started with a more, traditional judicial reform, like prison reform, and also monitoring judge and prosecutors' behavior, those like traditional judicial reform. But we also acknowledge that to, maintain rule of law and democracy, the new wave of digitization is actually bringing up a whole new, shuffling the whole game, different powers. The existing power, of course, would love to grasp this opportunity to fortify their public power or capital power. And what does that mean for civil society? What does that mean for we, the people? Right? So we, the people, this is the first sentence of American Constitution, and we try to use that as a reminder. We, the people, we need to talk about the rights. So the idea is that instead of patchworking, so all right, a few years ago people talk about blockchain, and then this NFT, and then this. Now it's AI. Pretty much later it's gonna be quantum computing, those sort of stuff. But if we're like chasing the next flashy thing and leave behind all the problems that haven't been solved, because pretty much everyone is just like chasing the next shiny thing and how to make the best stock market out of it, the best investment. But that's not our game here now. We're in the business of freedom. We're in the business of empowering the people. We believe that it is only until people are actually being empowered that we could gradually depart from the current model of people having to choose between bad apples, right? we have a lot of companies here, we have a lot of governments here, and they're talking about different kind of governance models, which is great. But like, if the models doesn't also actively empower the people, then in the end of the day, 20 years after, 50 years after, we're gonna pretty much just stuck in this passive position of choosing between the bad apples. So now, thank you for joining us. We're trying to be very active, proactive as an individual and as a community of people. We're trying to talk about individual freedom and collective democracy, and how through, there are, of course, a lot of approaches. You've got technical approach, you've got legal approach, you've got revolution. There's so many ways to make changes. But this particular path we're taking right now for this session, we're talking about how to, through institutionalizing or codifying, enshrining digital rights into law, whether it's constitutional law or like lower level but still pretty practicable laws. Okay. Here's my pen. All right, so a little bit about ourselves. As we said, we are Judicial Reform Foundation. We are like hundreds of pro bono lawyers across Taiwan, and we also work globally. And actually, you sitting here now is part of our global collaboration. We look forward to work with you on digital or like any kind of public interest lawyering or social change. But particularly this one, the Digital Bill of Rights that we're going to talk about is the baby that we hold dear and near of our digital law task force. So this task force consists of about 40, 50 lawyers now, and most of them are based in Taiwan, but we also have amazing lawyers who are studying, PhD abroad, and like we have people in Germany, in the US, and we all like monthly come together and talk about the most pressing issues, but also in the same time, we focus a lot of our effort on building this Digital Bill of Rights. Yeah, so besides the lawyers, scholars, and actually we also have some in-house counsels of those companies, so we're not like ignorant and distance from the industry. We try to like work with them, and also pretty importantly, oh, there's a typo, and I'm just gonna amplify my error here. Okay, so technical experts, we got lots of engineers, and especially from hacktivists and like engineers who like volunteers to build public code, public free software. We got a lot of these folks in our task force now. So for today, we're trying to be a boundary-less brainstorming workshop. Like we want to like forget about anything like in this session or like in the past times of like we're trying to like let's begin from the very start, okay? Because like there are so many discussions already about data protection, and then like scam, how to fight fraud, artificial intelligence. Like there's many existing way of framing the question. But what about we frame it in a very fundamental, different way? What if we start with freedom first? What if we start with rights first? So this is an invitation for us to like come back to the very fundamental and upstream idea of how we rethink the landscape of digitization. Okay, and just like I've said, instead of patching with ideas and like the next shiny thing, we try to do a systematic and preventive approach. So to make it a law, it will be systematic in many ways and preventive in many ways, especially the corporations, if they still care about compliance, they would, like, this bill would preventively avoid, like, kind of like make them produce better service and products. And the total idea is that the beginning, when people begin to talk about the rights and we start to articulate what the rights are, is the beginning of the government to actually take up their liabilities, their obligations. And what the rights are we talking about here? You may say, well, my name is Grace. Well, Grace, I know the rights, freedom of speech, right to connect. There's not a lack of discussion on rights. Our argument would be that, yes, there are some, like, traditional, like, we all know freedom of speech is important. We all know peaceful assembly, the right to peaceful assembly is important. And when it goes online, we also want to protect that. Okay, that is not too hard to, think. But we're also trying to invite everyone to start articulating the things that still wasn't there. There still wasn't a language for that kind of right, but we pretty much need that, okay? For instance, a classic instance would be the right to be forgotten, right? So, like, before the EU or before a Spanish case actually made it mainstreamed, before that, it's hard to really talk about what's the problem, right? Why do we need a law to provide some kind of protection or mechanism around that risk, that problem? So this Bill of Rights is also part of that effort to give us a fresh chance to talk about, to identify the risks of freedom of our individual and the risks of our collective democracy, and what would that right be like? And also, with the people's right, what would the government's obligation be like, or the big tax obligation be like? Okay, all right, so we now have the first version. It's version 1.1. It's on a very, very early stage. It's a baby now. The English version is up there, Chinese version. We will distribute the printed version for you, but feel free to check it out. But please still listen to me, please. But this is a very early stage, and the approach JRF would love to invite you to join us is that we want this brainstorming stage to be longer, right? Because, like, this is a stage where we talk about our values. This is a stage where we really, like, dig into our mindsets and, like, what does freedom means? But also not only a selfish kind of self-centric freedom, but also as a collective community, what does a prosperous, free, unhindered by government surveillance and censorship means? And, like, how do we get to that? And what kind of rights, what kind of mechanism we need so that at least in law courts or at least in the government's compliance office, they would translate into an actual controlling or an actual influence to the actual functioning of government and the company. Then therefore, this is to say, although there are 10 chapters in the rights currently, we love to be, this is still a very open-ended brainstorming session. Please, like, provide your insights about what should be there. It could be 20 chapters or something. And on the other hand, we like this to be like free software, like open source. the current draft that you see now, feel free to, copy it, share it, adapt it, make it a template for yourself. Make it a template for your own movement, for your own country, for your own legislative strategy. Okay, all right. Now, but before we actually start talking about the 10 chapters, let's, I'm always trying to ask people to, hello, sorry. That's our Deputy CEO of JRF, and she made it. Right, so yay! We're proud of you, Mingzhu. All right, so let's talk a little bit about risk models. So for people in the cybersecurity field, they may be more aware of this. But actually, when we're talking about legislation, about movement, who are we actually defending against? Who are we actually trying to interact in a meaningful way? And this is important to distinguish whether it's a horizontal citizen via citizen situation or people versus state situation. What do I mean by that? So originally, when we talk about privacy, when we talk about surveillance, when we talk about censorship, it's about people and the state's relationship, right? I mean, this is pretty obvious. However, a lot of sessions or a lot of current topics, they're talking about anti-fraud or child pornography or even copyright, Those kind of issues are horizontal issues. This is not, although people would argue it is as important as people versus state, but it is innately different in a sense when we talk about rule of law, when we talk about a democratic society. This is a reminder that we're trying to focus more on the people and the states' relationship here. And of course, people in the states and the big tech, because now the big tech are so big, too big to fail, that the nation states are pretty much relying on them. And we have a problem now where they're too big to fail, too big to be actually regulated. And we're going to touch on that particular topic in a certain chapter. All right, and also, again, to be clear about what we're talking here, there are approaches to make changes, And for lawyers, how many lawyers are here? Just bravely declare yourself. It's okay. Okay, so I'm also a lawyer here. So usually for lawyers, we're in our little bubble talking about laws, interpreting the law, and making new laws for other people to interpret. And then around 20 years ago, lawyers were well, maybe we should talk to people who actually understand how internet works, the infrastructure of internet, and how website was a cookie, those stuff. So now it is kind of already mainstream common that the law people work with the tech people, right? We know this. This is the multi-stakeholder IGF. This is what they also work on, the model. But what is pretty much ignored in our overall plan to make social change is power. Okay, but how do you mean power? By power here, I mean in a sociology way, politics. Not Republican or Democrat, DDP or KMT, but the power, the politics between the people, the government, and how they all work together. And especially how the people could actually, in our own hands, make change. Okay, the people is not powerless. Although we have learned a lot of powerlessness, but the moment that we realize, hey, wait a minute, we are the source of all your power, government. We are the source of all your money and capitalism, big tech. This is when we begin to realize this is a huge source of momentum of change, and the fact that law increases or decreases power, and power also change law, and vice versa. Like these three elements worked intrinsic together, and as a holistic, comprehensive movement, we have to work all together. So I think we mentioned this before. So the Digital Bill of Rights, we try to make a systematic, bottom-up and preventive approach. And one thing I would love to emphasize before we open up the discussion is, in Gettysburg, Lincoln talked about he wants to build a nation for the people, by the people, and of the people. And I believe this is something that we should refresh it. We need the internet. We need a digital society that is for the people, by the people, and of the people. And for the people, it's not hard, Meta will tell you it's totally for the people. It's free. And Google will tell you it's for the people, But it is it by the people? Is it of the people? It's definitely not, right? So if we're only try to chase or try to make the big tech compliant to the law, we're always in the passive, what I mentioned earlier, like before we begin to actually empower the people would always be put in the situation of choosing around bad apples. Okay, so for the people is a good trick that they do. Of course, they want to do for the people, or else who's going to use their service, where the data they could get from, right? But actually, what we need to refresh and remind ourselves is by the people. Like, if people here are familiar with the free software movement or the open source, also their community, what they're doing, their mutual aid. I provide service for you. You write code for me. This is a community that we uplift each other. And so for free software, you could take away my software, of course, and adapt it. Make freedom contagious and make more freedom. And so this is a moment when we are pretty stuck in, Meta, TikTok, or Google. Look at the other way. There's actually a huge community that is still persevering on that battlefield. And for lawyers, for Bill of Rights, what we could do is what U.S. did in the 1990s, the Section 230 of Communication Decency Act. It was the safe harbor, so to say, is the U.S. government wanted to want to support the growth of the internet industry back in the days. So through legal mechanism, through immunity for these platforms, those platforms was able to grow and now become a big tech. I'm not arguing whether it's good or bad, but I'm arguing that with law is also a strong mechanism for policy to realize. If we really understand that free software and open source and empowerment is intrinsic to freedom in digital age, we need the law to also push through the immunity or other mechanisms of support to push a way to change the political economy of the current to the more free one. All right. So I think I have to speed up a little. Okay, maybe this is my last one. So we're actually in a construction site right now in terms of digitization of our society. There's a lot of people are speeding up, move fast and break things. The companies are trying to yeah, look at our best AI, look at this big data stuff, and the government is like, oh, we got to do AI as well. Everyone is like trying to build without much foundation and without much concern of human rights and freedom. So we are at a construction site right now. It isn't a prison yet. Just yet, it isn't a prison. But our goal here, our objective for this Bill of Rights, and something that we would all love you to join us, not only for today's session, but to collaborate in near future, is let's build more pillars of freedom. You know, we can't really like influence everything about this huge construction site, but at least we should like dig deep and like build like solid cornerstones for freedom. And what does freedom look like for you? This will be the discussion later. All right, so for Dan Geer, he said in 2013, this is the last generation which we still have a choice. It means that we are the last generation who still remembers what the society looks like without internet. You know, for the kids now, they're born in the internet age, they were surveilled in the internet age. So the burden is on us. We are the last generation. We don't have much time to lose before it becomes a prison. Okay, so this is the current Digital Bill of Rights 1.1. There are 10 chapters. For the time, I would quickly, just a quick rundown about what are the elements here. The preamble is pretty much what we talk about. It's not a prison yet, but it's soon gonna be if nothing's gonna change. And then we try to refocus on why privacy matters. We try to argue that privacy is not only about data protection. It's not only about anti-fraud or anti-identity theft. It's so much more than that. Privacy is a prerequisite to all other kind of freedom. And if you have time to read the bill, we will talk about the right to secrecy, the right to anonymity. Those are very different ideas, and unless we actually kind of distinguish that and deal with it differently, like the vague idea of privacy would become a loophole. Okay, anonymity to reading, anonymity to acquiring information, of that kind of stuff. And then the second chapter is about minimized datafication. So this is actually a similar idea to data minimization in GDPR and many other regulations. But this is a reminder that the data minimization as we know it in the current regulation has become more about, oh, so here's a water bottle, let me collect this. And let me ensure that I don't modify it too much, I don't share with others, or I remember to delete it when my purpose has been done. However, data minimization is so much more than that, right? For example, the iPhone or the phone, the smart-ass phone that we all hold in our pocket, like it could be collecting my gauge, it could be collecting my location. That wasn't a data in the first place, right? It wasn't there in the first place. Let's keep it that way. It's not even collecting it. It's like datifying it. Like the less we datify, the less surveillance and the less AI that would happen. So that's chapter 2, and then chapter 3, meaningful alternative, where we mean that we know there's a huge push for a right to connect, but there's actually a large need for the right to disconnect, especially for those people who feel like, you know, the environment now with surveillance capitalism and digital authoritarianism in the ins and outs of internet, they would rather be disconnected or just as a self-autonomy, as a self-determination what about I just don't want to get online? Could I do that? Maybe 5 years ago, of course you could do that. But now, or maybe 5 years later, you might not have a choice, right? So we're trying to talk about this kind of freedom in chapter 3, freedom and rights. And then chapter 4, which also want to touch on public mental health. Let me move faster. Chapter 5 is about the ends does not justify the means. You can hear all my fears about that. Especially if you work on like government rush to embrace AI or like all those very move fast and break things government version. And chapter 6 is again about more focusing on automatic system, which people love to say as AI now, but maybe not 10 years later. That's a catchphrase. So then in chapters 7 and 8, we try to also acknowledge that, well, the rights aren't absolute. Even the freedom of speech is not absolute, right? We're not naive activists here, like, it's okay. But for what would the due process be like? And pretty sadly, at least in Taiwan, like the due process to take off a website, the due process to like remove a video or a speech isn't quite there. There isn't a solid legal basis for that, and people are like, we have to do it, so don't stop me, right? But let's talk about what the actual due process as like rule of law, democracy built in would look like. That's chapter 7. Chapter 8 is about in times of disaster or conflict. So if you remember in COVID era, 2019 or the early 2020s, everyone's like, what? I'm so surprised. This is not predictable. We don't know what to do. But like, seriously, like, is like, of course, COVID is not predictable, but like some kind of like special, crisis is predictable. So we, as a democratic or aspiring to be a democratic society, should like prior to the crisis, should like talk about, oh, so when the earthquake happens, what should we do, right? If the fire happens, where should we run? We also need to talk about when the next pandemic happens or when China takes over Taiwan or whatever, what should we do, right? And also, for Ukraine, they were talking about whether we should hold an election because like democracy moves with like a renewal of public opinion, right? So during conflict or in special crisis, like how do we actually make sure that democracy preserves instead of becoming more authoritarian? So that's chapter 8. Chapter 9 and 10 is about the political economy, trying to shape it to a more like empowering and free, open digital society. Okay, that's so much of my time. Thank you for still staying awake. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a breakup group. And yeah, it would be terrible if I insist we talk about the 10 things. So what's going to happen is there will be 4 tables here. And table A will focus on the right to meaningful alternative. Okay, and table B will talk about like thinking about digital privacy as an environmental governance, and also about public mental health. That's table B. Table C, we would love to invite people who would like to talk about how to use the Digital Freedom National Policy. That's a bad name. But basically, like how to, for the government and through rule of law, like pushing the current internet into a more free and to change the too big to fail problem, to change the political economy, to restructure the power relationship right now. So that's chapter 9, this table. last table, we will talk about especially on the right to empowerment and participation. So for instance, like maybe we should, in our elementary school, make everyone kind of understand how internet works. Or like maybe we should like raise the public basic knowledge about the, the ins and outs of technology so that we won't be in a passive position of choosing between bad apples. All right, so that's so much for this. If you love to stay, please choose which table you would like to be in, and let's get going. Thank you. Yes.
Hello。
他们那个。
好。A very little reminder that I will take pictures for every group, but if you don't want to be photo, just let me know. And I know that the pink one, the name tag, is like don't allow. Yeah. Oh, you don't have. Okay. So you don't want. If you don't want to be photo, just tell me. Yeah, just tell me. Okay. No consent. If you can be photo, tell me.
about it. But because the next session is coming out real fast in 10:30, so we kind of have to get hell out of here now. But there's a lot of room there. We could like have our own round table out there. Stick around, and so you all have our pamphlet, right? JRF. You can always contact us. I'll be the one like replying to your email. We love to have more collaborations, strategically or draft or anything. All right. Thank you so much for staying, and have a great time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Messaging Scam and Combating to Protect Human Rights and Democracy, will commence at 3:10 to 4:10 in the afternoon. We appreciate your participation and attention. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Messaging Scam and Combating to Protect Human Rights and Democracy, Day 2, August 22nd, 3:10 to 4:10 in the afternoon. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the Code of Conduct. Our session is about to begin. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming to this section. Could you, over there. Oh, this slide, my slide. Slide, please. Okay, this session is about messaging scam, and now we have everywhere. Every time we receive a scam. So there are some measures against the messaging scam, but for some measures, we need to discuss about relation to the human rights, like privacy, freedom of speech, something like that. So today we are talking and discuss about this issue. This image is made by AI by this title. Anyway, okay. So I think we don't, there is not so much big ambiguity about messaging scam. So scam is the text message to someone to trick the person into revealing the personal or confidential information. So this is from the dictionary. And this may be, text message may be sent by SMS or the application like WhatsApp, iMessage, Facebook Messenger, something like that. And there are some issues. So nowadays, almost many people have a mobile phone, smartphone. So we have this kind of scam spread rapidly because once the message get to the smartphone, people tend to very direct reaction. So, or some message and click, something like that. So this caused some rapid spread issue. And also it is increasingly difficult to detect. It's a very little difference between a real message and scam. Maybe most of the scam is generated by AI even now. And also, of course, this is the personal information theft. And scam, evolution of scam happen every day. So AI must sophisticate the scam also. So it is very difficult to combat the scam. So I think we have three type of discussion points today. Number one, so some of the measures include the kind of monitoring or blocking the message. So the text message is a kind of a personal-to-personal communication. So I think you are not so comfortable to monitoring your communication with your girlfriend or boyfriend. So we must consider the balance, the security, and the privacy. And second one is some countries have some regulation to mandate of providers to monitor or blocking scams. So, so regulation versus freedom of speech, freedom is also a discussion point. And if some operators or government monitor or blocking the scams, we have to discuss about transparency and accountability. Okay? And also for create policy making process, we need stakeholder involvement, and the monitoring or blocking is based on clear legal frameworks. And also the operation of such kind of regulation must be reviewed periodically, and we need some evaluation of the regulation. Okay, so today we have 4 speakers from the APAC region. First of all, Christian from Communications Alliance in Australia speaks something like overview of the scam and also some situation in the Australia. Okay, so over to you, Christian.
Christian, are you online? Can you bring the Christian online? Okay.
That you can hear me well?
Oh, good. We hear you, but we didn't have your face yet.
Right.
But you can go ahead. Okay. Oh, we find you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Christiane Gillespie-Jones from Communications Alliance. Communications Alliance is the industry association for communications in Australia, one of the industry associations. I quickly wanted to give you an overview as scams present themselves in Australia. The numbers will be specific to Australia, but I think you will recognize some things that might be going across the board. So I will quickly talk on the statistics. I will quickly then talk to the legal, regulatory and prevention landscape in Australia, and then maybe also quickly to the civil rights impacts as just alluded to. In Australia, we had in 2022 around $506 million of Australian dollars of losses, and they were associated with 240,000 scams that were reported. So that's just the reported figures. Of course, the figure behind that probably is going to be bigger. So if you divide that, that tells you roughly it's around $2,200 per scam in 2022. That has come down, that figure, to $1,500 per scam in 2023. And we are currently, for the year 2024, on track for a figure of around $940 per scam, per reported scam loss in 2024. The figures are, of course, way too high still, but we can see at least a downward trend. And the reason, and maybe quickly, the biggest scam in that is by far, by a factor of 8 times bigger, is investment scams. The next highest scam is, or scam category, is romance scams. So where people pretend to be romantically involved with a person and then typically ask them for money. And the next highest category after that are the typical phishing scams. Now, what is the landscape in terms of legal and regulation looking in Australia? We have a multi-pronged, multi-stakeholder approach. So that is government and regulators on one hand, and those are the regulators for the banks, for communications, for the digital platforms, and Treasury as the Ministry of Finance in Australia. Then industry associations and specific industry players, and that is again banks, telecoms, digital platforms, and consumer representatives, trying to work together to address the issue. Of note maybe is a recently established National Scams Centre, which is well funded to the tune at the moment in the last 1.5 years, and then going forward for the next 4 years to around $125 million. That Scam Centre runs a Scam Watch site for reporting, for analysis of scams, for information sharing of scam data with the relevant parties like banks and telecommunications. Importantly, and that's maybe going very much to the specifics of this session, the telecoms industry, so Communications Alliance and its members have developed in 2020, so quite some time ago, a scams call and scams code for scams calls and SMS. When we talk about scams in Australia and the figures that I just reported, they relate not only to scam SMS and MMS, they relate to scams that result from calls, SMS, MMS. It may be private messaging services like a WhatsApp, iMessage, but it could also be online marketplaces like Facebook has an online marketplace. It could also result from fake Amazon imitations, etc. The code that Comms Alliance and members developed with the large carriers, and in Australia that's a Telstra, an Optus, a Vodafone, relates to the identification, tracing and blocking of scam calls and SMS. Has been very effective so far. Around 2 billion scam calls have been blocked since 2020, and around 500 million scam SMS have been blocked. Noting those are the figures from December 2023, so the real figures should be much higher by now. That code is a registered code, and that's probably something that doesn't exist in every country. In Australia, we can make, as industry, codes and instruments which the regulator, if they deem it sufficient, accepts and registered, and then they become binding and mandatory regulation. Similar to what the telecoms industry has done with a call for scam calls and SMS, the Digital Platform Association has just recently, last month, released a voluntary code for platforms that looks at similar things and into blocking, reporting, takedown, etc., advertising, and so on. We are very much looking at a scam or SMS sender register, similar to what Singapore, I think, has in place. So that is a either voluntary or mandatory register for organizations to register alphanumeric tags so that people no longer can imitate the tax office, the large companies, and Amazon, etc., etc. That is a current debate, but it is certain that we will get legislation of one form or another relatively soon in that space. The last part of the package in that sense is a overarching scam code framework, which again will be legislated and it will target banks, digital platforms, and telecoms. There's of course work done by the banks, as I said, and the discussion includes with the consumer sector very much compensation for losses, similar to what is being discussed in the UK. What is missing from my perspective is a dedicated government-led awareness campaign. These campaigns have been done in the past, or they are still being done, partly, for example, for cancer prevention. They're being done, very much topical in Australia for sun protection. They have been done for the switch over from analog to digital TV. We believe it would be very valuable if a similar national TV broadcast and social media broadcast campaign would also occur for scams. Largely, quickly on civil rights, Australia has pretty strong civil rights with respect to the protection of telecommunications. There's a general protection not to use or disclose the content or substance of a communications. That's part of our Telecommunications Act. It includes also the personal affairs and particulars, as it's called, of a person. So that's personal information, including phone numbers. There is an exception, but it's a very limited exception to combat malicious SMS, so scam SMS. But it's noteworthy that that exemption does not extend, for example, to scanning for other content. And there are a number of hurdles around that exemption for scanning SMS that need to be taken so that it is a lawful scanning. I'll leave it there for the moment and hand back.
Thank you. So next speaker will be Arpana. Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let me share my slides. I'm just trying to share my slides.
Can you do that?
I think. Are you able to see my screen?
No, not yet. We have this file.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, come in.
You still go into full screen mode.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So, as Christine informed us what's happening into the Australian market, there are certain scams, and we are seeing it all across the globe. Even in Middle East region, we are seeing that a number of scam has been happening all around the UAE. And what we are doing here, we are trying to create a public awareness along with the telco partners, along with the financial institutions. We are trying to make a public awareness campaigns. Now the calls has been initiated by our banking, informing the customers that you should not give any OTP to anyone asking you until unless you literally feel that this is a legit one. The second main important aspect here is to educate and create awareness. There are various scammers here in the region who are trying to do phishing scams. So what should we do? As an individual, we should try to create an awareness and educate all our people so that they should be aware that what's happening in the market, you should not click the links. On the technical side, what as in telco partner and the technical providers are trying to do, they are trying to create the AI technology available in the market integrated into the system before a person is having a message onto their handset. They are trying to block the content which is not legit. So they are trying to validate the URLs, and it will help them to avoid reaching these messages to the normal public. Another initiative which we are taking here is having anti-phishing software into the smartphones so that you know that before you are clicking any link, it should not open if it's not legit. Another part which we are doing here is regulatory measure. Along with the regulatory telco partners, regulatory decided that every message which is coming onto the handset should be validated before. They are asking us to submit the documents regarding the entity owner who is having the entity in the country and validating it, and only allowing the sender IDs to the specific partner only. And we are trying to do the cyber security strengthening also, so that it creates more awareness and less scam. I'll show you the one ongoing activity, which every time I try to transfer anything, any amount to any of the partner, I get this right-hand side screen, which tells me that if you don't know this beneficiary, please don't transfer the money. This kind of awareness is generating here in the UAE market. And on the extreme right-hand side, they are regularly, weekly updating us to do not click on any social media link which can be termed as phishing. And the main part which they are trying to promote here in the region is, if you have any issue, please raise the report, so that once the report is raised, they'll try to track down the parties who are involved in phishing and can do actions against them. And regularly updating us to change the password so that it will be more protected. Your password, when you change regularly every month, then there is a less chance of you to getting prone to the all these phishing scams. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Arpana. So, okay? That's quick?
Really?
It's okay. Okay, so next presentation is.
Is it scam?
No. It's not scam. Okay, Ms. Susan from. We'll talk about.
What do you want to first? Okay. No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's
okay. Okay.
Huh? No. Mr. Su will start.
This one will talk about the Taiwan situation.
Yeah. 中华电信。蔡 ，Mr. 蔡。 In that case, let's go Koji first.
Okay, so let me go first. My name is Koji Kagawa. I'm from Japan, and I'm the Vice President of Japan Unified Communication Service Provider Association. Next, please. So JUSN is one of the industry coalitions who are related into the unified communication services, like the cloud phone services, cloud voicing and messaging services. These the provider who are going landing into Japan market are member of the JUSA, and we are doing something activity to prevention the criminals on the fraud via communications. Now we now JUSA has the 67 members in Japan. Today I'd like to explain the brief outline of the Japanese scam situation on the major measurement. This slide shows the Japanese scam situation here. So we have the three major scam types here. The first one is a special scam, which is using one of the type of the fraud cases, which is using a telephone voice line and talking about mostly the senior guys and trying to thief the monies. This criminal type is the special scams make an impact to $291 million a year. And the second one is the center of this table is investment romance fraud, makes it losing $3 million a year. This type is mostly using the web service and the communication application, and the victims, majority of victims are the 40s to 60s of male and female. The third type is phishing, smishing is using the email or SMS messaging services, and we have the impact of the $52 million a year. The big majority of the victims are all genders, generations. But especially I would like to talk about the Japanese situation. The special scam, phishing services is uncertain, unseeable still now, because we don't have any public numbers. Next slide, please. For the special scam who is used by the telephone number and the voice network, the JUSA and MIC, who is a regulatory body, and the MPA as the police department, trying to prevent trying to stop suspend the phone numbers who are used by the criminal parties. We have the collaboration working, and so we stop each phone numbers by the MPA investigation information and the MIC's advices. What is the trend of the phone numbers and scam situation? This graph shows what kind of numbers are using for the criminal, and how many numbers the criminal cases by each year. So you can see the right side. We see the yellow bars much growing. This is the international phone call. The criminal part, the JUSA and other telecommunication operators are trying to prevent and suspend the criminal phone numbers. So the criminal party is the moving outside of the Japan who are making a call from the US or Australia and the UK or some other countries, then the domestic telecommunication operator cannot suspend and block these calls because it's an international call. So one is the major issue today is how to suspend the international fraud call, which is incoming call from outside, overseas. This slide shows the investment and romance fraud. So the previous slide shows how I can see the call from the outside of the Japan. This is using by the application. So the investment fraud, which is that the criminal party is sending us messaging for the Japanese citizen to talk about the investment, new investment opportunity, or so preventing the like a girls and talking with the dating, trying to get the dating. So usually they are using the Facebook on the line or some other messaging application. The interesting thing is that we have the different situation with the male victims and the female victims. A lot of the cases, in case of the male, the criminal party is using the Facebook a lot more. Female cases used on the Instagram. That's the majorities. But we see the differences with the special fraud and the investment romance fraud are using the voice network or messaging network. And the messaging network is used in the application side. Okay, I'm happy to discuss with the participants today is how to get how to keep the secret of the communication, how to keep the privacy, because we are facing about how to check the messaging if fraud or not. That's my presentation from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Koji. So next is Susan from Telecom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Numbers of fraud case and the number of interception in Taiwan. It can be seen that the number of fraud cases in Taiwan has been increasing year by year over the past 3 years, and the amount of financial losses due to fraud has also increased accordingly. In response to the surge in fraud case, Chunghwa Telecom has actively supported government measures to combat fraud through various collaboration. The amount of money intercepted from fraud has also grown unusually. In 2023, the amount of money intercepted from fraud has surpassed the amount of financial losses due to fraud. Despite active efforts, a large number of telecom-related frauds has been intercepted but forced on social media platforms such as Line, Facebook, remain difficult to intercept. Chunghwa Telecom, as the leading telecom brand in Taiwan, responds to the executive new generation anti-fraud strategy action plan 1.5 by establishing the anti-fraud PMO team in 2023. The team actively blasts fraud at the source and continues to lead in launch technological anti-fraud measures. These measures include blocking overseas fraudulent voice call and domestic and international fraudulent short message, providing interception and warnings from fixed network to mobile networks, and continuously expanding the scope of potential. Through AI technology to combat fraud, according to the 2023 annual report released by the CIV in collaboration with whose cause Taiwan's anti-fraud efforts in 2023 has been successful. The intersection of overseas fraudulent calls and voice warning has been effective, making Taiwan the country with the most significant decrease in fraudulent calls and short message in issue. In a field of preventing fraudulent short message from domestic to international, we continuously enhance our intersection accuracy through AI empowerment, leading the industry. We have launched the AI anti-fraud short message platform. According to statistics from the CIV's 165 anti-fraud center, we intercepted a total of about 28,000 domestic commercial malicious short message. In December 2022, we decreased to just 2 messages in December 2023, a large reduction over the same period. For international malicious short message, we intercepted about 16,000 messages in December 2022, which dropped to about 600 messages in December 2023, a 99% reduction over the same period. Commercial short message undergo examination by our AI modules, and as of the end of June 2024, 59,000 fraudulent short message has been detected. Currently, Chunghwa Telecom's AI anti-fraud short message platform only target commercial or enterprise show message for AI module is expected, and the filtering of show message content. Person-to-person show message exchanges are not subject to inspection, and the filtering based on humanitarian considerations and the principle of confidential communication. In comparison with regulatory requirements, initial users are limited to sending 15 show messages per day. If there are exceptional needs, a wireless must be set up separately, but the content of the show message will still not be inspected. For individual users, we have also launched the 防诈守门员 service available for customers to rate and use. Please refer to showcase at 4th floor for detail. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. And then I think we only have 15 minutes left. If you are, willing to ask a question, once we go through the speaker, and then we're coming back for open to the floor. First of all, I think we can see that show message scan is really a big trouble, and no matter where you are. And it's kind of funny is, it seems like most of the pattern, no matter from Australia to, to Japan to Taiwan, is almost quite similar, and the number they list, I think just like Australia, the Christian not saying, because the number we report doesn't mean that is all, because the number supposedly should be much bigger than we reported, because what we reported, that means they have a response to, the send agency, and the agency collect no data, so if you want to find a real number, I think it's much bigger than this one. I think most of you understand that. For example, like Zhonghua Telco saying, they're only looking for the commercial and some kind of advertisement, but they didn't do any the individual scan. There's a lot of number actually behind what we heard already. So it's the first question actually. I think most of I'd like to ask for speaker one simple question. I think is critical, particularly in this in this session. We'd like to know is, for example, the Zhonghua Telco say they scan those short message, and no matter they are go scan for what, I think the first of all, do we have that legal basis to support, allow you to do that? And I think the same thing as Australia or in Japan or in the United Arabic, the same thing, right? So, Christine, can you tell us what kind of the legal base, if you want to do that, what kind of the legal, the background is available in Australia for the tester can do that? Christine?
Yes, I can. So the legal basis is, of course, the same for all providers. And you start with the premise that the scanning of a message or of any communications is not allowed, full stop. And that was the case until very recently. And then an exemption has been created specifically to look for malicious SMS, and the term is defined basically roughly as a scam, but only to the extent it is necessary for the maintenance operation of the network, and only where it's for the prevention of a crime as listed in our criminal code. And when that is being done, then the measure that the carrier, like a Telstra or Optus, takes needs to be necessary to actually perform, to reach the aim, which is the detection of scam, and it needs to consider whether that measure, whether it's the most minimalist intervention that can be done on that measure, and needs to consider the impact for users, and that includes the impact on the user's privacy of the communication. And that is roughly the legal basis for Australia. So it's a very limited legal basis, but we are getting quite far with it so far. But in addition, we are establishing on a legal basis again an SMS sender registry, similar to what I think has been described for the UAE or what is in existence in Singapore.
So, for example, in the Telstra case, do you have a third party to overlook, they are doing legally or properly? Can you answer that question?
Do we have a regulator who oversees it?
Or a third party, whatever?
It would be the regulator. And
okay, yeah.
Yes, to a certain extent, of course, the regulator has oversight over it. The regulator has far-reaching power to demand information and to investigate. And where the regulator feels that is necessary, the regulator does do so.
Okay, thank you very much. For the Zhonghua Telco, I really interested in your report because you're talking about you cut down the number so dramatically, 90 or 99%. But the same question to you. Let me speak in Chinese to him, and so he's better understand and can respond to me, and I can transfer into English to all of you. 你在做不管 AI 扫描，那请问你用的法律依据是什么？那你在做这件事情的时候，有没有 third party 其他的一个独立人在确认你所做的一切都是按照法律来做？ I just ask the same question to Christine. Is because the Zhonghua Telco said they're using the AI to do the scan, on even just the commercial and the advertisement stuff. Did they follow the legal regulation, or have any regulator or third party to overlook this how they are doing and they are not doing something wrong?
好，我用中文讲一下。
没问题 ，no problem。
就是说我们在台湾电信业者跟我们的主管机关，通传会 NCC 这边密集的都在开会，然后在针对电话跟简讯这方面的防诈下了很大的功夫。我们先讲简讯的部分，他们定义是说商业跟企业的这种简讯不是个资， 不是没有所谓的通讯秘密的这个角度，主管机关的解释是这样。
He explained about that. It's because he only cover the commercial and the company message passing around. Based on his explanation, they are talking to the authority, the National Communication Committee. They recognize this is not a personal data. Well, so they think this is a commercial, information, not touch the personal data. 再来。
好，那针对个人的部分的话，我们就是不会去侦测，但是我们用的是这个行为 这个消费者他发简讯的这个行为，一般消费者很少会一天发超过30则、50则。
OK。
所以说，在主管机关的话，他会限定规定，就是一个人发每天不会超过50则，50则的话，电信业者就可以把它停掉。
Okay, okay, that is a very interesting though. Yeah, okay. For the individual, basically they are talking to the National Communication Committee, and they based on the behavior of the user. From their database, supposedly every person, single person, they are not using the short message more than 50 short messages a day. So if you issue more than 50 short message, then they will shut it down. Your short messages sending out the message to other persons. Is that right? Okay.
那针对那种特殊的案例的话，我们电信业者是可以经过 KYC 之后，客户如果有真的每天有超过50则的需求，经过 KYC 之后是可以设白名单，可以把它调高的。
Okay. So okay, they have an amendment. Is if a customer really have a need to issue more than 50 short messages a day, they can go to the Zhonghua Telco to request, and Zhonghua Telco can put them in a white list, so allow them to send more than 50 short messages a day. Is that right? Okay.
另外，在针对语音的部分，我补充一下，语音的诈骗，我们在主管机关的协同合作，电信业者针对刚刚其他讲者也有讲到 ，international 国际的那个电话很难烦，在我们跟主管机关的合同下，只要客户是这个电话是国际的话，我们会有做几个做法，就正常的话，我们会先有一个引导音，说这个是。而且是国语、台语都会播，大概就是说这个是国际电话，小心诈骗哦，类似对
，OK，
好，这个警语好。另外，针对国际电话、国际简讯的部分，如果它的发讯号码是不合理的，我们也会第一时间就会给它拦阻。
Okay. Well, getting very detailed now. He's talking about for the international voice message, and what they can do is first of all they will detect what kind of language they are using. For example, they're using the Chinese, Japanese, or English. Before this short message, voice message send it out, they will put kind of the official warning, say, be careful, this is a scam message, and they do that to kind of send the warning message to the receiver. That's one thing, and the second thing, international. Okay, if there's an international message, short message, 然后呢？
国际简讯的话，我们是会针对。这个发讯号码。
Oh, okay, sorry. If there's an international short message sending, they were based on the number. If this number is a kind of unreasonable, because you can check the number. So if this is kind of unreasonable, or kind of you can know that's a fact, then they will do something in these particular cases.
So,
yep. Okay. So, Cody, how about?
Do you have questions for comments from the participants?
Wait a minute. Apana, do you want to add something before we are first people coming to ask questions? Apana, please.
Yeah, I wanted to add what India Telecom Regulatory and Telecommunication MNOs does. They figure out that in 2017 to 2018, there were a lot of scam happening. They come with a DLT portal where every company has to register their entity who is sending messages to the people. So it had stopped to an extent where, you know, no one was allowed to send the phishing scams. So this I wanted to update that there are certain regulatory involved, and the regulatory and MNO decides to have a platform where whatever messages you are sending, you should send the whitelisted content only to reduce the happening of phishing scams.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we running time very tight. We have people coming to ask question. Please go ahead. It's on?
I'm Furen. I'm from Taiwan. I want to show the comment. And what I want to share is the issue of the data synchronization of the fraud numbers. Because part of preventing fraud in Taiwan is through the phone number identification rather than through the content scanning. So in Taiwan, phone number we all release and reuse after 1 year or 6 months. This problem causes people who use this number later to be considered as phishing numbers.
我们是这样子吗？他说我们那个电话号码是用 reuse， 所以会你被用过了会当作。
So if anyone
any other question you
我先这样讲啊，我们的电话号码是有限资源，如果这个客户不用了，大概在我们电信业者的角度上，大概它会有保留了大概半年，之后它就是我们叫做热号回流。如果之后这个原先的客户没有再用的话，如果半年之内没有说要来重复用那个号码，我们会把它 release 给其他的客户去用。
Okay, just explain to that. In Chunghwa Telco, they also the other telco company in Taiwan the same thing. In generally, if this number is not being used for more than 6 months, supposedly they will be coming to reuse this number. So I don't know this answer your question or not, but anyway, thank you very much. You want to help to. Yeah, I know we run out of time. Sorry about that.
Okay, so thank you very much for speaker and everybody. Thank you.
And also the people online.
Yeah, people online. Thank you very much.
Very good. Yeah, sure, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Town Hall, will commence at 4:30 to 6 p.m. We appreciate your participation and attention. Welcome to APrIGF 2024 Town Hall, Day 2, August 22nd, from 4:30 to 6 p.m. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The session is about to begin. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Now, please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. You're all here coming in. I hope you have had a really fulfilling day 2 of APrIGF. Once again, we are at the end of the day, and this is the town hall session. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm part of the APrIGF Secretariat team, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the second town hall. So, let's see, this is the slides. It's very hard for me to see, okay. Before I come to our co-chairs and our pen holders, just a short housekeeping announcement. For those who are in the room with us and also on the Zoom, please do not unmute your mic. That will cause a terrible echo and audio issues when you're in the room. So if you're in the room and you have a burning desire to tell us things you want to put in the document, please do line up at the 2 standing mics. One is over here. I think that's mic 2, and that might be mic 1, but I can't really see the labels. But there are 2 standing mics on the room. So here we are. These are our co-chairs. Luke Guangtio, I'm sorry about not pronouncing your name properly, who's right next to me, one of our co-chairs. Next to him, we have Saima Nassar, our other co-chair. She's a lecturer from Xiamen University in Malaysia. Online with us, we have Ao Yi Teng. He is one of our pen holders. He is the Business and Computer Science Year 2 from Nanyang Technological University. We have Shan Volik with us, actually, right next to Saima over here. She is Cambodia Youth IGF Organizing Committee member and PR and Policy Officer at Cambodia Development Resource Institute. And then last but not least, we have our third pen holder, Sochita Sokachan, who's also online. She is the Asia Pacific and Cambodia Youth IGF Organizing Committee member. So with that, we are going to go right in. Hopefully, we also have had a chance to take a look at the synthesis document. But now I pass over to our co-chair, Saima, to take us through.
Thank you. Okay, so the synthesis document is a collection of the common interest which will be represented during the Internet governance in the Asia-Pacific region discussed at the annual APrIGF, and it has developed into one of the highlight innovations of the forum and inspired other national and regional initiatives to develop their own processes.
Right back to me. This time, I hope I'm successful in doing a live demonstration of how easy it is to put in a comment. If we can just please go over to my screen, which I will show you. Oop, there you go. Now you can see it properly. So if you go to the comment platform by, all the QR codes you've been seeing throughout the day, or you can just type in comment.aprigf.asia, you'll be able to come to the draft 0 of our 2024 Taipei synthesis document. I'm going to try this, and hopefully it works. You'll see at each paragraph, there is a small speech bubble on the right. If you click on it, it will bring you to this leave a comment. If you put in your name and your email, and I'm going to use the Secretariat one, and then you just put in your comment, it should work. When you submit comment, it will actually, there you go, it's perfect, and it works this time. And you will be able to see your comment left on a particular paragraph. I mentioned this yesterday as well. Every single paragraph is open for comment. Specifically, I think what would be useful is if you have this document open throughout the day and we're in these different sessions, you can comment directly. Oh, there's one right here. Let's take a look at that. And let's see what this says. Oh, okay, this says, this panel would be enriched with the presence of a human right defenders. I think it's human rights, not human resources, but something like that. If you have it open, remember to look at it and put it on before you forget that, you know, something that's very pressing or top of mind or a key issue that was discussed at that session. If we can go back to the slides. Okay, I'm going to pass over to Luke.
Right, thanks Jen, and thanks to my co-chair Saima for the brief introduction to just refresh our minds on what this town hall session is mainly for. And right now, without further ado, let's start with the comments on these three themes: security and trust, resilience, and ethical governance of emerging technologies. So if we have anyone on site who would like to offer some comments, please, we have 2 mic stands each side of the room.
And this is just completely open on all 3 tracks on anything that you heard today.
I think we do have one.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. My name is Sameer Kahlot. I'm part of Asia Pacific Youth IGF. So starting with today, I majorly attended the sessions which are under the thematic areas of ethical governance of emerging technologies. And more importantly, the discussion which we had in all these sessions were focused on the forward integration of the technology with the humans and our ecosystem for the sustainable development of the internet. But I think we should also focus on the backward integration and things which we were skipping in the past. And like there is this challenge that we are moving ahead with the technologies, with the innovation of the technologies, but we are not taking care of what we left behind. So the focus should be like we should have equal focus on both the things so that we can have a fruitful present and we can focus properly on the sustainable future of the internet. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Rupam. I am from India, and like today I'm going to talk about the security and trust regarding Adobe. So like if you are aware, a few months ago Adobe like changed a few things inside their fine print, which stated that if you are editing anything inside their Adobe suite, they have the right to like use it for their AI model. And now like it also seeps into the ethical governance of like emerging technologies, like their AI model is new and they need data for like training the model to be accurate. And I think like there should be policies that should not allow those big companies to illegally like take data from their customer and like exploit them and without any the customers get any like benefits from that thing. And I can also like talk about like piracy. Like if you search about piracy, like it is not very ethical, but you will find like most of the stuff the people are saying how to pirate Adobe products. So like there should also be like something that the big tech should do that will encourage people not to pirate, but like in terms of Adobe, they are doing some bad stuff against their customers. So the customers are also like trying to pirate Adobe like and take money from them. Thank you.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou, Anjum here from Internet New Zealand. I want to talk about the Human Rights Defenders panel. I didn't get a chance to ask a question because lots of people were lining up, but I think I found it a little bit frustrating in terms of a couple of the companies being there and saying what they all are doing, and that's great, but people are still being really harassed and intimidated on their platforms. But also, a lot of the harm is happening on other platforms. So X is great, but also Telegram, 4chan, and so on. And so I think it would be really great to have more conversation about how we combat this stuff, because what we know from the terrorist and violent extremist space is that they all organize on the smaller platforms and then move and use their tools and techniques into the bigger platforms, but they don't do a lot of the organizing on the bigger platforms. So we need to be really thinking holistically around these targeted attacks on human rights advocates in various areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So right now, as there are still open mics for everyone, I just want to remind towards what were the sessions towards each track for today. So starting with security and trust is breaking the silo, streamlining gender safety in the digital space. Second, digital four-line safeguarding human rights defenders in the cyber age. Third, digital bills of rights, a systematic bottom-up approach towards freedom in the digital age. Fourth, messaging scams and combating to protect human rights and democracy. Fifth, gendered disformations, deepening understanding and exploring countermeasures. That's the track for day 2, security and trust. And moving toward resilience, there were 3 sessions. First is the bottom-up advocacy for a resilient internet. Second, multi-stakeholderism in the post-GDC era. Third is thriving for eco-internet toward a resilient internet. And for the ethical governance of emerging technologies, first is relating to a multi-stakeholder approach to safeguarding information integrity through advancing internet governance in Asia and the Pacific. Second is Asia Pacific ready for AI, balancing innovation, ethical governance, and marginalized needs. Fourth is the health data governance through AI booming age, a journey in Taiwan. So here are some of the sessions that when you joined those sessions, what were the questions that you have, but unfortunately to ask, and at the same time, is there more questions that the speaker should have discussed on towards, and you can bring up these questions to us, and we will go through this together, this process together. So now we do have a question on the queue. So please, sir.
Thank you, Jonathan Brewer. I attended bottom-up advocacy for a resilient internet this morning, and I was in one of the breakout groups. And the case that we examined in our group was the case of Canada passing the Online News Act, which requires platforms to compensate news organizations for making money off of the news organization's output. And the premise of this case study was that the law made the internet less resilient. To be honest, our group found that to restore resilience, the right thing to do was not to repeal the law, but to advocate for better education for users, because all of the content that these users were apparently missing out on was freely available on the internet, maybe not through the Blue platform or the other XE platform, but through other places. I think it's important that solutions may be not just regulation or repeals of regulation, but education.
So we can go to this side and then we go back to you. Okay.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Chair Olier. I'm Adeline, a PhD student from Malaysia. So I would like to suggest about ethical governance of emerging technologies, not specifically on AI, but also other emerging technologies like ABCD, AI, blockchain, clouds, data, and so on, and keeps going, because we are having lots of emerging technologies. It should be governed, and as we can see, there's a lot of regulation emerging and amending around Asia Pacific. So I would suggest that we have the regional coalition to harmonize the regulation and to promote the regulations for the countries who do not have the specific regulation governing the emerging technologies. So this will ensure the accountability of the platforms to ensure the efficiency of the cross-border data transfers and so many things. This my decision. I hope that it will be included in the draft. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's a really good initiative to have a regional space for us to basically contribute and understand each other and come together to find a solution as well. So next we're gonna move to Jess.
Yeah. Hi, Jess from the Philippines. My comment is actually also about the same session, the same workshop and the same breakout group as the previous comment. And I think our discussion in that workshop was very interesting because it was done in the context of internet fragmentation. And I think one of the insights and an important reflection that we had during that workshop was that we have to be very careful and I guess intentional and specific also when we talk about things like internet fragmentation. Because it could mean a variety of things, a wide diversity of things. So what could be fragmentary in one aspect can have positive impacts in another. Because like the previous comment said, although the case study that was discussed during the session on the Online Use Act in Canada, although it had we could say a fragmentary impacts in the sense that some news content were made inaccessible or inaccessible in some platforms. Another side of it is that users were then forced to find content outside of the big platforms like Facebook or Twitter or any of the big platforms. So I think because I was reflecting on this and I remember this is something that was also mentioned yesterday in the session on platform accountability, in that we should also be specific when talking about platform accountability because there are very different aspects to this. So if we say that we are demanding or we want to exact accountability from platforms, we should be very specific on what kind of accountability or what exactly do we want from them. Like, is it about moderating content, moderating or penalizing the kinds of violations that are happening in the platform? Is it about competition and all those? So just making those reflections from two very different sessions, but I think it's good to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that intervention. Really very good thoughts on two very full sessions. I'm on the side refreshing the comment platform to see if there's any more comments coming in, and I see there's still a 0 on both of those. So if I can gently nudge you to definitely put in your own words the key items that you see in that session. It's always better to see it in your words than for us to potentially misinterpret what you say in the document. Now, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Simon from Bangladesh. So in the morning, I attended the session Digital Frontlines, Safeguarding Human Rights Defenders in the Cyber Age. So from the panelists, it was nice to have the industry perspective of the safeguarding the human rights defenders in the cyber age. If I am not wrong, from their discussion, what I got that they have different online courses and mechanisms. If the human rights defenders follow, maybe they'll be better protected and etc. etc. But at the same time, what I felt that the discussion on the accountability of the platforms themselves, maybe that was not discussed that much. At the same time, in the field, during the time of crisis, the human rights defenders, what they go through I think it would be really great to know from the human rights defenders themselves as well. Like 1 or 2 points that I can raise, that it is not only the online safety, at the same time their physical safety, all these are intertwined. Or the device that they are carrying, the encryption of that device, or make sure that the data on that device are not destroyed or somehow corrupted. All these are also part of the civil resistance as well. So in the future, I would love to see the reflection in the synthesis paper that what the human rights defenders think from their own experiences, alongside the sophisticated thoughts of the industries. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you. So we'll move to Donna.
Oh, hi. My name is Donna, and I'm a part of HKYIGF. So for my thoughts for today, it's a collection of basically my observations and basically maybe some of the sessions that I attended. So one session in particular that I especially liked that we had today was a workshop conducted by, I think, their name is the Judicial Reform Foundation. So basically, I found this workshop very fascinating, and I hope that future IGS would actually have more of it, is because they kind of proposed more institutional reforms. So what's happening basically in our forum right now is people from different kind of backgrounds all around Asia talking about problems from different stakeholders, which is amazing, which is great, because we could really shed some light on these pressing topics, because we don't really have experiences, you know, coming from these different fields. But the bigger problem is that there is a lack of knowledge as people, besides education, besides awareness, of what we could do to actually kind of get people that have to be held accountable to be accountable for what is happening, for people themselves to have the power to take charge over it. So I really appreciate them having their session, because they basically taught us about judicial reforms and also, how we can legislate, or at least ask people kind of create this collective action that could put pressure on the government. Though maybe some people might be thinking, you know, why is it always the government? And I feel like maybe one of the reasons for that is because, you know, as human beings, many of us pay taxes. And if our taxes aren't going to the places where we feel like there should be action, then maybe there is a gap there that could be filled by having a system inside our legal systems in all of our countries in place so that our voices could actually be heard. So I hope that everyone kind of takes this into consideration when going back to our countries, that there needs to be an institutional method for our voices to be heard, and not just us here in forums listening to different countries and, you know, knowing more about their problems, but not really having a mechanism to solve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for a very insightful and encouraged toward the comments and what we can initiate locally and improve on open up more of the conversation nationally and also regionally. So next we'll move forward to our speakers. Questions.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I will share, my name is Rumki Farhana, and I'm a human rights defender working for media freedom, safety of journalists, and oral civic rights. So I will share a little bit about my observation throughout these 2 days different sessions that I have been through. One observation is about multi-stakeholderism. That's we have been talking about, discussing about, and engaged into dialogues and speakers' opinions. I would like to focus and give special importance on this, that it is still, we see that it still lies as a tokenism, not the engagement from the beginning till the end, like at the planning level, at the decision-making level, at the implementation level, and afterwards, monitoring and follow-up level. We need to be inclusive. The system needs to be more inclusive, implementing all these parameters, engagement. This is one observation, because today when I was attending the session with Meta and Microsoft, I felt like it is still at the stage of tokenism, like they're meeting the criteria only to have the tick mark on inclusivity. Yes, human rights is there, human rights defenders aspect is there, but in action, they're like they were sharing that they're talking with the headquarters of few NGOs, but that's not all about human rights defenders. It's huge, and it shall be decentralized from the central level to the root level, where people are, as my fellow colleague was sharing, that people are dying to ensure their right, to avail their right and to let others avail. So multi-stakeholderism, it shall not be theoretical anymore, not a discussion anymore. We shall see the impact in action to bring the change ultimately. Second thing I would like to talk about, responsible act. We expect responsible act, responsible statement, responsible observation, and responsible expectation as well from the speaker, from the audience, those who are raising the issues. Because this is a forum where selected people are coming, and they have their own expertise in their own field. And whatever we are sharing carries value, and it brings impact in the motto. So it is very important. I would like to draw the attention of the management and the mandate, those who maintain these actually, that to be, because it is being wider day by day. Like it is my third time APrIGF. I have been there in the previous APrIGF as speaker, and now I'm here as a fellow. So I see that the doors are opening for different kind of people, and the inclusivity is increasing, but still to reach out the objective, I think we need to be on the same page, that we believe in that objective, and then we are helping each other to reach out, to grow further, and to address the challenges. But I realized there were some gap I experienced throughout the session as well. The third thing I would talk about is, which I noticed that it was totally either consciously ignored or it was not present, politicization. Politicization of different aspects. Like when I attended the session about fact-checking, I noticed the absence of politicization was totally not there. When I was attending the session about, I think, accountability for social media platform, I found the absence again over there. Like politicization of, because there was the discussion and debate were about who are the fact checker and what role they are playing. And one speaker said a very nice thing, that fact-checking and public relation cannot go together. It is so true, because when the fact-checker plays a role of biasness or take a political stand, it brings a change it has a social impact. It has this impact on the politics, on the social situation, on everything. So it actually misleads. It has the strength and ability to mislead a group of people or a nation or a society. So, and again, social media platform, when I attended the session, the same thing I noticed, that politicizers who are to whom the social media platform is accountable to. It shall be to the users. One of the beneficiaries is the user, or one of the affected group of people are the user. But it was totally ignored. It was totally ignored that social media platforms are used, like abused, I would say, used, abused, or weaponized for achieving political goals, for achieving different other goals as well. So here, maybe it could be a criteria like to incorporate things, to let people, it's not, because the technical group of people are, shall also play for the duty holders, us, the users, okay? Not only for the government or the bigger mechanism. It has to serve a purpose of the end user ultimately, whether I'm a viewer or a market people, or I'm a human rights defender, or just a citizen communicator. So policy development is very much important. I will conclude with 3 recommendations that I will write in the synthesis document in detail, just to share with everyone that policy development on these issues are very important, and advocacy and communication about those policy is also very important. Meta and Microsoft were saying everything is on the website, you will go and see it. That's not what reaches people or serve people's purpose. We need to be communicated in a proactive way until the end user. And yes, follow-up through monitoring is the last thing I would request to ensure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In your very, very rich intervention, I think a few points I wanted to pick out before we move to a comment online. Your suggestions on the gaps that you see, we do have an APrIGF Code of Conduct. We invite you to join the MSG, the Multi-Stakeholder Steering Group. It's open to the entire community, and you can help shape our processes, you can help shape our code of conduct, you can help shape our program. So please, we welcome you with open arms. Now, can I call upon Jasmine to see if there's any online questions or comment? Thanks.
So we're receiving one online comment from Phenomeni Palelanto. So the comment is, for the session title, is Asia Pacific ready for AI? As we consider the key challenge for AI governance, it's crucial to recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach may not be effective due to the varied cultural, legal, and socioeconomic landscapes across the region. In particular, I'd like to emphasize the importance of contextualizing AI frameworks to reflect local realities. For example, what works in urban centers may not be suitable for rural or marginalized communities, where access to technology and education can be limited. So therefore, AI governance must be flexible enough to adapt to these differences while ensuring that ethical standards are upheld.
We can continue from that side.
Hi, my name is Mabda for the record, and I'm from the Taipei Center, Indonesia, but I'm going to speak on my own behalf. I'd just like to note a few things from one of the sessions from the afternoon, which was on multi-stakeholderism in the post-GDC era, which I believe is something that, a discussion that is very timely, and I think there's something that is urgently needed while we are at the crossroad in terms of like multi-stakeholderism. I think one of the one of the main takeaways from the session is the fact that we all agree that multi-stakeholderism is evolving, and we are seeing a diversity of ways of defining what the multi-stakeholder model is, which can be a good thing, but I think if it strays away from the very principle of multi-stakeholderism, which is inclusivity and bottom-up process, I think we should keep that in mind, that it should boil down to those two principles. And maybe I would like also tap into the previous intervention from Rumki, that we also have to bear in mind that aside from inclusivity, the inclusiveness has to be meaningful as well. So I think that's something that I think is very important as we are involved and participate in this sort of in a lot of multi-stakeholder model and platforms out there. What I would like to recommend for future APrIGF processes, as well as other discussions and dialogues on internet governance, is I think there should be a conscious effort from the IG community to continue to redefine continuously on what multi-stakeholder is. I think we could agree from the previous discussion that the multi-stakeholder model can be highly nuanced depending on the context, and there are diversity of ways of defining what it is. And I think it will be great if we are able to consider ways of defining what it means to be multi-stakeholderism as the context changes, as the dynamic changes, so that we can, for example, I think it would be great if during each iteration of the APrIGF, we can reconsider whether the definition from the, say, Tunis agenda is still relevant or not. So I think having that sort of like conscious discussions on what it means is going to help a lot in making sure that the sort of processes that we see in APrIGF and other IG forums are able to be conducted in a multi-stakeholder model all the way down, not only in terms of like participation, where we see that all the different actors are represented and able to speak. We should also consider the fact that, I think as mentioned in the forum, that they are able to be involved in the implementation process as well in a meaningful way. So I think that would be my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to summarize, to ensure that we have got your meaning, it's ensuring that there's sort of a definitional flexibility and that we revise or redefine the MSA when it's appropriate to ensure that there is meaningful participation on all levels. And yeah, we can go over to
Jenna Fong at Asia Pacific YIGF. I just want to put this out here because this year we get to talk about multi-stakeholder zone very extensively, but I also hope that we could remind ourselves, why are we advocating for this model? What is it for? Which versions of the internet we are defending for? Which I think, there's a reason why we keep promoting this multi-stakeholder model. One specific point that I want to point out about why I think multi-stakeholder model is very important is that it is an effective way to counter some sort of policy that might be put out by policymaker out there, that they attempt to resolve some perceived problems that's projected by them. And that's why I think multi-stakeholder model is very important. And that includes technical community and youth specifically as well. Just piggyback very quickly on the examples of the Canadian Online News Act that was counterproductive because like the government's trying to put out some things that try to resolve some perceived problem but end up pushing news away, which I personally think that news is has an important role in preserving information integrity to counter misinformation online. And there's research out there, you can do it on your own and find how on social media when there's no news from proper or traditional news outlet, and that alternative information source proliferate. And apparently Canada has this news block on Meta, and there are times when there's wildfires, people do not get information, and when they try to evacuate people, it becomes a big problem. And this kind of counterproductive policy will undermine trust and resilience at that level. And to bring it back to our regions, Australia is facing the same problem. Because that agreement's expiring, and it's possible that Australia will also have the same situation where they won't be able to get news on social media. So it's relevant to our region, and I just want to put it out here, and I will stop right now. Thank you.
Yep, we can continue with this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, myself, Taputi Bhumik. I am from Eastern, can I? Okay. So I am from Eastern part of India. So I have experience. I am working in this sector last 34 years. And I have experienced the involvement of the youth, you know, from that time, 91, 92, 90s, and from now. So I have experienced how they develop themselves through internet or whatever. My area of work is trafficking. Okay. So I have experienced the girls or children are trafficked from the eastern part of India, from everywhere right now. Okay, so I have 3 comments. Today morning, I have expressed my concern. What do you mean by human rights defenders? There is a UN definition, there is a protocol, everything is there, guideline is there, but it sounds very good. But when we are going for rescue, the children from the brothel, and you know, when we write down in the social media, that is totally restricted by the government, and I am not, it is not very good to say in openly by the judiciary also. So I don't think we have to revisit the definition and how we can implement the guideline of human rights defender. That should be my one comment. Second comment is, I have the witness that the marginalized people, the children who are staying in a remote part, they are not have a very good food, but they have a mobile in their hands. They have a net, and with a half-hearted knowledge, we are running a shelter home for the girls, and 90% of the girls, as a victim, they are landed up in the shelter home because they get access in the internet or messenger or whatever, and they got contact with the stranger person, and after that elopement, after that trafficking. That is how we educate that young generation or adolescent or minor who are under 18. That is my second concern, how we can bring them in this platform, how we can make accountable government to make them educate or knowledgeable. We can't say that technology is bad. Technology is always good. But how we can make it positively, that is my concern. And third point is, in India, I am talking about India, that when you are talking about the ethical governance, there is no ethics. Nothing is there. No infrastructure, nothing. We don't know, as a common people, we don't know if something happened on me, if sextortion or bullying or stalking, everything happened with me, where I will go. So the reporting mechanism and the infrastructure, so that anyone can go and access. And one thing, it is not very good to say that in our country, the children are not getting access for education. So how they will get access? There are so many schemes that children will go to school, but in the implementation, in the reality level, the result is very negative thing. So when I am not allowed to go to the school, how I can, thinking about the AI or, this kind of thing. So when I have a mobile in my hand and net in my hand, so I am in a vulnerable condition. So my concern is how we make government responsible and ethical governance to emerge technologies, and how we can ensure the security and trust when we are in the online process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very nice comment to include, and also it's very necessary for us to have an education. So I appreciate this comment. So please, from this side.
Hello everyone, I am Janita Rukmal from Sri Lanka. My comment concerns the session that we had this morning on readiness of the Asia-Pacific region for AI governance. I believe there should be a link between this area of interest along with enhancing connectivity when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region. Because as underscored in some of the previous comments as well, connectivity is indeed an issue in our regions, especially South Asian region. And also, even if we have the connectivity, we do not have access to localized resources for people to get digital literacy. So APrIGF and the framework associated with it, such as the APsig, are great platforms that can really mobilize in our region to make this happen. And one key barrier that stands between the technology and the user in this particular region is the language barrier. Because when it comes to Europe or the United States, who are like pioneering in the tech industry, Silicon Valley included, they have their own mother tongue as the key language for their internet use. Whereas in the case of our local setups, even the terminology that's introduced for information technology are too complex for the average citizen to understand. So this also should be addressed when it comes to multi-stakeholderism, to bring more people into the table rather than tokenizing them, and to make their voices heard. It is essential that some strategic interventions be made to look at those or revisit those local frameworks. I think when you talk about India, Sri Lanka, all these countries, one way to excel in this field is to learn English and understand what's going on in the field. And the other is to sort of revel with the existing terminology that's too complex even to understand in local languages. So this is one area that we must emphasize and look into. And also I believe it's good to have a connectivity between the kind of technological infrastructure as well as the kind of AI governance. Lastly, we always look at technology as some kind of an advanced form that enhances or rather brings the human civilization forward. In that process, we always assume different communities as in different levels of awareness and sort of capacity. So one key thing that was emphasized in this session about the readiness of the Asia Pacific is that we assume certain things and overlook certain communities, such as in the case, for example, one of the panelists mentioned that all the stakeholders assume that people with disabilities are less techy, to quote her. So because of that, many people overlook that community and keep them at a limit at the periphery of the technological realm, so that they are only seen as end users and developers in a limited capacity, or even accessibility testers. So we need to go beyond this understanding and look at them as potential pen testers who would identify and trace cyber crimes and things like that, and cyber threats. And also we need to look at them as a part of this setup rather than just beneficiaries. Thank you very much.
It was a very nice comment, and we always prefer to have a diverse voices. Please go ahead.
My check. Hello, my name is Jae-young Lee from South Korea. I'm here to give a light comment in one session. I participated in a session about the health data governance in Taiwan. I think health data can be much more sensitive information than other information, and is a very timely topic. We are participating in APrIGF, but many countries, including Korea, where I live, are changing the data regulation related to personal information to EU GDPR adequacy decisions. The world is following a similar trend, and the use and protection of health data is facing a new phase. Korea has been carrying out projects to use big medical data in a small number of hospitals since last year. I have heard the case of Taiwan this time, but I hope we can have a bigger discussion next time. I would also like to hear the cases and positions of various countries and to talk more about the safe use of sensitive information such as health data. As there are regulation on data movement in APEC countries such as APEC CBPR, the cross-border privacy rules, I think an appropriate agreement will increase the level of medical care and privacy in this Asia-Pacific region. Asia-Pacific region. I think there must have been similar sessions before, but a few EU countries affected by GDPR are also attempting to use the appropriate amount of medical data. So I think we can talk more in Asia in the future, and thanks to you, I was able to think a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. I feel that health data is actually very important to focus on, and especially as more and more technology is being used in the medical field. Your comment is very valid, and you should put it in the comment document. Thank you. Back to on-site.
I also want to add, we have a session today for healthcare, health-related data, so I hope you attended that. Please.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Imran Ahmad, and I'm an APrIGF fellow from Pakistan. And I would like to appreciate the kind of discussions and multi-stakeholder model that's being promoted at the APrIGF and APrIGF forums. And I would like to comment on the understanding AI and tech governance through deliberative democracy, which is an initiative that was taken by Stanford recently, in which they have done deliberations and included the voice of the public in AI and tech governance. So I would like that we have more of such inclusive discussions about what should be the role of companies like Meta and Google and other big tech giants about handling bullying and harassments in public members and only spaces in internet spaces. And also, I would like to raise a few questions about what should be the principles that should guide the AI's engagement with users. And so, for example, the AI chatbots, when they offer us guidance and advice, what should be the principles that should govern them? And how should the AI interaction be enabled with the inclusivity and having the stakes of the public included? For example, the chatbots that are being used, they just offer generative content without taking into consideration the actual voice. So if that could be included, that would be great. And I would love to have more countries like Pakistan, India, Bangladesh also included in such deliberations, and to have a better voice for everyone included. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment on making sure there's equal representation and diversity, and we'll head over there before moving to an online comment.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Unggul. I'm from SafeNet, Indonesia. I attended the fireside chat on the health data governance. Maybe some of you know about what is fireside, but some of us also doesn't know about what is fireside. What I know is it is a short, like 30 minutes, but I'm thinking that when I was there, it is very short time if we are talking about the data governance. It is, you can switch the title to with more than Taiwanese version, and you can bring international speakers, and then it become panel discussion. So I think in the future we can do that, because I don't think in these 3 days we have many of these kind of issues. But data governance, especially the health data governance, is a big issue, impactful for everyone, not only the government or the what you call the human rights defender, but it is each one of us from and everyone. And then this kind of issue deserve a better stage, not only a fireside chat within 30 minutes, and we have more than 1 hour with the speakers outside the room, and then they said to me and many of us, and then, oh, tomorrow we will have also a session, but in Mandarin. So we can talk later after the session. I think this kind of discussion or data governance should be put into a better stage, not only a fireside chat, or you can, anything we can do that to make this more speakers, more attendance, more opinion, more example from other countries, for example, because it is about the data governance, about the protection of our data. So this is very crucial, but in this, I don't know, in my experience until today, it is still like a small part of everything in Taipei. But I really hope that in the future, this kind of discussion and Taipei or Taiwan also has this kind of law, and then they can compare it. I think it's very fruitful discussion. But today we couldn't do that because of the limitation of time, and I don't know why it's fireside chat, because of in the context of local or national Taiwan, or it is fireside chat. But for me, it is very crucial, and for us maybe. So I think in the future, I suggest that don't do this kind of like fireside chat or something. Fireside chat, you can go out of the room and while smoking, while having lunch, and you can do the fireside chat or beside the fire works or something like that. So this is very crucial, and I don't mind to switch and parallel sessions, but not fireside chat at 30 minutes. We cannot bring something outside of the room. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, 2 things from your really good intervention. The first thing is we welcome you to put in a proposal about data governance in the next APrIGF. We would love for you to do that and put in all the crucial issues that you think should be discussed and choose the format that you think is the most appropriate for this. And the second thing, I'd love to invite you to join the MSG. You can be part of the program committee to look at the formats of the actual sessions in APrIGF, when we can iterate and improve, and that's why we have this discussion here in Town Hall as well. So please go ahead.
You had one online, right?
Oh. So if we could get Jasmine to read out the online comment. Thank you.
Okay, so online comment from Phenomeni Palananto. This is for health data governance through AI sessions. I find it really interesting listening to the panel, sharing the challenges and successes of healthcare data governance in Taiwan. It's clear that this is a really important topic, especially as we start to see similar developments in the Pacific region. It is very crucial to make sure that people know how their data is being used and that they have agreed to it. In places like the Pacific, where community trust is key, getting this right from the start is essential. The experience shared today, particularly Taiwan's use of the Personal Data Protection Act, PDPA, to safeguard health data, highlight how transparency and ethical practices can build trust. I believe that this framework could serve as a best practice or guide for other countries looking to implement or improve their own healthcare data governance systems. That's it.
All right, I'd just like to thank Philemoni for your 2 online comments. Those are all we have so far. We'll move on to... Okay.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Lokendra. I also have a comment on the health data one. So it was a very interesting one because one of the speaker was actually a litigator who went to court in Taiwan, and that case stretched more than a decade. And ultimately in 2022, the Constitutional Court ruled in favor, and asked the government to bring about certain regulations on health data by 2025. So a lot of the action that we see in Taiwan is because of that person. So that we got a chance to meet him, hear him. That was, I think, a very good one. We got to learn about a new bill that is under consideration called the Statute for Health and Welfare Data Management. That is under discussion right now in Taiwan. It's not clear when it will pass. We also got to learn a lot about health data anonymization issues and also the exemptions being given under the present law in the Personal Data Protection Act as well, and the kind of issues they pose. So I mean, overall it was a very good discussion. And I would like to briefly respond to the comment on Fireside also. So if I understood it correctly, the comment was that maybe we don't need Fireside as a format. Maybe we can have it outside, around. I think it's important to have a diversity of formats, because not everyone may be in a position to put across a panel for every topic, and not every topic may merit a panel as well. And some formats like lightning talks or firesides are not about having everything in a limited time frame. They're about initiating a spark and carrying those conversations on different platforms subsequently. So it's important for us to maintain that diversity, and I think there's something the program committee should consider as a feedback for next year, and also needs a larger discussion. And I do invite the person who made the comment to join the program committee and have a larger discussion on this next year. And Jay Yong, you made a very good comment about drawing parallels with or comparing what is happening in Taiwan with other jurisdictions. In India, I was able to relate so much of what was being discussed with India, because in India also we had similar constitutional court ruling in 2017 on right to privacy, and that really set the ball rolling, and the government got to act, and finally we have a data protection law. But like Taiwan, we still don't have any specific law for health data. A bill called Disha Act was proposed some time back, but we don't know its status yet. So in fact, India has a very similar journey as Taiwan when it comes to health data. So thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Fawad Bajwa, and I'm from Pakistan. I'm an APrIGF fellow, as well as I represent digital data. So today was a very interesting day in my perspective. We had the opportunity to hear from the private sector, and the topic in the discussion was information intermediaries. Now the interesting part is that where this day was really profound in terms of having a full day dedicated to sessions where the private sector was participating. But I personally felt that a major layer or a class of private sector was missing, which was the small and medium enterprises and smaller companies and some smaller private sector players who could also be within the audience or could have been the speakers. Why? Because to some extent I felt that the speakers were trying to sort of create or establish their position in terms of how their organizations were supporting human rights. But at the same time, the conflict exists that maybe because of those platforms, there are a great deal of human rights abuses that happen knowingly or unknowingly. So it's a very thin red line that is sometimes accidentally crossed because you have the pressure of regulation, you have the pressure of takedowns, you have the pressure of executive orders. And for international companies to comply and manage their businesses and profits in rather stricter regulatory frameworks of those countries, they may be complacent to a degree of those violations. So there was, you could feel the friction in the air between the audience and the speakers, because when the questions were asked at the end of these sessions, it was clearly felt that there was a huge disconnect between the audience and the speakers. And I don't blame either side, because it's a profound topic that now has come to the stage with the APrIGF. So moving from that on to artificial intelligence. Again, I sort of felt, there could be more ground to explore in terms of artificial intelligence. In 1 year, we've covered so much, distance in realizing that artificial intelligence, whether it's an application or whether it's an LLM, it really has a profound effect on society, economy, and the politics of ethics, right? And finding empathy in the kind of developments that are happening in generative agriculture. So this brings me down to a suggestion for the MSG as well. I think we've come to that stage now that we require an evolution within the APrIGF where we should be introducing special interest groups or special research groups or however the MSG comes to a terminology for that, that works through the year and gathers perspectives, gather interests, and discusses out a lot of things. For example, Amrita has been very active in the IGF with the PNAI, which is a very powerful initiative to explore the impact of AI on internet governance and beyond that. So maybe it's time that we also explore that those members and those observers and those subject matter experts that joined us at the APrIGF, we can continue those deliberations, and maybe that could create some background introduction papers about the subject. It reflects what APrIGF synthesis document depicts, as well as where we are leading up to when we go into the next APrIGF in whichever country hosting it. We will have a lot of background material on the website from where we can sort of, have a starting line again, that this is what we've already covered and this is now what we found out, and now there will be contextualizing of knowledge and information that could further help us build upon that subject. Another interesting thing. Today, again, I would like to congratulate the organizers of APrIGF and TWIGF that you provided a platform where so many diverse views could be shared and presented. And this brings us back to what I mentioned yesterday. We need to increase participation of governments from across the region. We need to interest them with the papers that may, in the near future, come out of the APrIGF. And we should encourage even roundtables as a future format, where the private sector or civil society and the governments could have a dialogue together, which is not just, presenting one's perspective on it, but sort of creating context with each other, like was mentioned with health data. There was many topics mentioned yesterday. So this gives us a profound opportunity now that we can build new context here and move APrIGF into a new generation of deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fahad, for your interesting observations and suggestions. It sounds like there is some suggestion for intersessional work throughout the year for APrIGF. So I invite you, if you're not already part of the MSG, join us so we can have that discussion. It's always good for the MSG to get the suggestions. And I think we're all interested to grow and evolve APrIGF and its community.
Hello, everyone. This is Sanjina Chetri. I'm from Nepal. I'm a licensed lawyer in Nepal, and I'm also an active member of Youth IGF Nepal. And I was also a APsig fellow this year. And as a comment, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to attend the event. The APrIGF sessions were incredibly insightful, and for me particularly the highlight was the session on the is Asia Pacific ready for AI, and is AI being the talk of the town around the globe. I particularly appreciated the in-depth discussion on how to harmonize the technological advancement with ethical consideration and address the needs of the marginalized community. And as a suggestion, I would like to add on to the point that Lokendra sir just highlighted about the format of the sessions, APrIGF. To further enhance the APrIGF events, I would like to suggest you to PC to consider incorporating more diverse formats for the session, including the panel discussion, of course, and other like workshops for that allow for the more hands-on problem-solving kinds of sessions or workshops will be more of a greater will leave a more greater impact. So that will be my suggestion. And thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we want to go to Sochita. Oh, there she is.
Yeah. Thank you. I heard you. I'm one of the co-organizers for the sessions Is Asia Pacific Ready for AI? And so I'm not really having anything to address because it's been already organized, and I'm aware that the panel is not really in terms of gender diversity because we have to integrate with another session organizer as well. So that's why, and we try our best to having some diverse perspective. That's why we have marginalized community being heard and other speakers as well. But regardless, I'm very grateful and thank you that you're interested in our sessions earlier, and we will make sure that your insights taken into accountable. And thank you back to on-site team.
Good afternoon all. My name is Namga Zangpo from Bhutan. So are we ready for emerging technologies like AI in Asia Pacific? So my answer is I don't know. No, I'm no, because I will share one incident. I was like in search of restaurant, I think day before yesterday. I was very hungry. So I was like, go for one dinner. So I went there and like people were sitting there. I also sat there and they have like scan like where we can order the food. And the food came with the robot, like it was delivering. And it was near me and it was saying something, I don't know like what it was saying. And then like one girl come and you should take your food. Then like all the people were looking at me and they were laughing. So I was a bit ashamed. So I was not ready for the AI, like for the service. Like I have never been served by a robot in my life before. So forget about me, I can at least read and write English. I can understand English. But imagine people like, we have people from Bhutan where people don't know how to use smartphone also. So how they can like get the service. I think they will stop then getting service by robot. So we should like think from their perspective as well, like not only people who are aware of AI and what AI can do, but then like the under-reached section of people. So that's what I want to share.
Thank you for that. It's always good to be reminded that when we're using and we're looking at emerging technology, that no one is left behind and it's appropriate for the community that it's purported to serve. I think right now we've very naturally moved on to open mic. Can I hand it over to Saima to handle the open mic?
Okay. So now we're going to start from the open mic on all issues. So if you have any comment, you can come and share it with us.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Lokendra again, back. So this is something I've wondered for some time, and I want to provoke the audience into thinking about this in more deeper way. For last 2 years, we have been talking about emerging technologies, right? And these some of these have already emerged and have become very normal day to day. So how do we have conversations on these technologies when we are not able to define them properly, when some of these are not emerging anymore? I mean, blockchain, cloud, AI, maybe quantum is still emerging in some ways, but others have emerged already. And it's still in 2024, we are talking about them. So, I mean, how do we deal with this? So I want the audience to think about this. If someone has any response on this, please come.
We have one comment online, in fact 2 comments.
Thank you. So first comment from Avivo. It's a very long one. It's a comment about, I just want to talk about a recent incident that has significant implication for our digital ecosystem. The recent CrowdStrike outage affect 8.5 million devices globally. And even I remember that flight ticket had to be handwritten because of this disruption. This highlights a critical issue in our current internet ecosystem and dangers of over-reliance on a single provider for critical security infrastructure. CrowdStrike, with its 24% market share in endpoint security, has become a dominant player. While this consolidation may seem efficient, it creates a single point of failure that can have far-reaching consequences, as we just witnessed. So we should be asking this important policy question regarding the issue. Should we implement policies to prevent such monopolistic situation in critical cybersecurity sectors? How can we encourage diversity in the security market to increase resilience? What role should regulators play in ensuring that no single company becomes too big to fail? In the cybersecurity realm, the Asia-Pacific region, with its rapid digital growth, is particularly vulnerable to such incidents. We need to seriously consider this question and work towards a more resilient, diverse cybersecurity ecosystem. I propose that APrIGF take the lead in developing guidelines to address these monopolistic tendency in critical internet infrastructure, ensuring a more stable and secure digital future for our region. Do you want me to continue? And then another comment from Cheryl. Remember, workshops are more challenging to effectively run to engage a remote audience. And APrIGF is a hybrid event. It could be done, of course, but it is an advanced art. Not all session proposer can make the magic happen for hybrid first design programs. Thank you.
Hi. This side, please. Please, this side.
I'm Janita Rukmal again. My comment revolves around what was previously discussed as well on the cyber attack that happened recently, which actually brings us back to the way sort of the big tech have manipulated this system. So for example, I think all the Linux-based systems remained resilient to this attack, although we all know it's just a small sensor file that made all the trick. So even Microsoft is advocating for Linux now, and they kind of have Linux in sort of to be work right through Windows. So in this kind of a situation, one key thing that we as Asia Pacific region could do is to boost and support the people who are engaging in open source software and developing Linux distros, even the corporates which work on it, such as Red Hat, because we do have a great love and affection to the UX that we come with the Windows and Apple ecosystems. We in fact become slaves for those things, and because of the cloud-based infrastructure, we eventually sort of rely less on devices and rely more on cloud. And along with this comes the data and privacy issues, and Linux and Unix are the greatest operating systems with the greatest possible security, starting from the legacy, from the kernel level. And having remembered that, I believe we need to have more say for those developers, not only in APNIC, but also in civil society spaces like APrIGF from next time onwards. And one other key observation I would like to make is that since we had been discussing a lot about sort of the connectivity and the multi-stakeholderism, one incident that sort of brought to mind was how some of the companies have dictated the space of AI in such a way that the decentralized tech finds it difficult to emerge in global internet and Internet of Things. So I believe to strike a balance, I know without big tech and without the sponsorships, it's really difficult to carry out great sessions like this. While we keep them intact, we also would be great to have more sessions and more emphasis on advocates from the decentralized tech and local platforms to voice out, starting probably from the next APrIGF. And also it's good to have civil society a little more access to more technical forums like APNIC, where we gravitate towards multi-stakeholderism from multilateralism. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Can I continue? Hi. So I'm Bimja. I'm from Mongolia. I'm a founder of Faro Foundation, and we work in digital transformation. I'm also doing my PhD on ESG as well. So for 2 days event for APrIGF, we talked about a lot of emerging technologies, challenges, and solutions, and circled back to a lot of AI-related issues, and as well as data and cybersecurity. But one thing I think we didn't discuss enough was that when you talk about emerging technology, we talk about vast majority of data that we use and data processing as well. So when it comes to data processing, data center, it requires a lot of energy. So all these big tech companies, when they talk about they're investing in AI, essentially they mean they're investing in energy. So when we talk about energy, especially I'm coming from Mongolia, and our energy dependence from our big neighbors like Russia and China, and so that makes us very difficult, puts us in very difficult position. So when countries like ours, who what would like to be in participate in the race of AI, we need to discuss about sustainable solutions of tech companies. So what I like to highlight during these panel discussions and all the talks, it's just how are those tech companies, to create sustainable solutions in terms of implementing emerging technology. So we don't want to have climate change issues in coming years. So like one of the example I could mention is, Apple, they're gonna go all net zero by 2030. So we have to have an approach when it comes to emerging technology. It include, of course, we talk about a lot of social issues, technological issues, privacy issues, but we need to also mention issues about the environment. So it's all interconnected. And I would like to maybe suggest next year IGF to also focus on energy and environmental implications of emerging tech, so we can have more broader solutions in terms of developing those technologies. So that's what one of the highlights. But the rest of the conversation was widely covered everything. This is just one thing I haven't heard enough for 2 days event. So thank you.
Just to chime in real quick, from another session I attended, it's really a very real thing to make things more localized, where different countries need different emerging technologies to their situation, especially some countries with like limited funds or like electricity capability. So I thank you very much for your comment on like sustainability and energy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gab Leonas from the Philippines. I'm also one of the APSIG fellows for this year. And first of all, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be afforded an opportunity to talk here and to also attend the APrIGF. This is the first time I'm joining as well, the IGF. A couple of things I want to highlight for this conference. The biggest question I have is, how do we make ourselves accountable on the things that we're saying in an international platform like this? And the reason why I'm saying this is because of two things. Number one, I've seen places or workshops or spaces in this conference where we still exercise classism. Like, for example, things like affording water bottles for speakers but not for participants. Or, for example, not allowing someone to take up so much space but rather not listening enough to someone who comes from a marginalized community who has been raising his hands for such a long time, for probably like the last 3 days. And we still see some of that in those spaces. And I think it's largely because we're not really doing a basic self-check into, you know, if we're doing or championing inclusion, for example, in this particular spaces, how do we make ourselves accountable that we ourselves are really walking the talk and making sure that this is not existent in spaces where we're talking openly about it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Lokendra. Wanted to continue the discussion on CrowdStrike. I think there are some deeper issues also involved here, other than the fact, okay, we can discuss which OS is better, which OS is not. Because there are reports that even Linux systems were affected with CrowdStrike updates in the past, right? And there are also reports which say that Mac were not affected because by the time this issue was realized and the transmission of the update was stopped, that update had still not reached Apple ecosystem till that point. So it was stopped before that. So yeah, so I think deeper issue is about the fact that a endpoint cybersecurity firm rolls out updates automatically to its clients across the world without them being adequately tested. They have a testing mechanism, but even the testing mechanism had a bug, right? So the testing mechanism couldn't point out that the update being pushed is faulty. So we need testing system for testing systems. That is one thing we need to do. And the second is a very deeper issue about kernel level access. That is like the fundamental code in the system, which literally runs the show. And Microsoft provides kernel level access to CrowdStrike. And Microsoft now has to reconsider, and so do other OS platforms also. What is the level of kernel level access they provide to third-party platforms? Because if there is a bug at that level, then the system will crash. So how much access do you provide? If you don't provide access, then these third parties will go to court and they will litigate against you saying you're dominating, you're abusing your monopoly. But if you do provide them access and if something goes down, then your systems will go down as well. So that is why initially a lot of people thought this was a Microsoft outage when it was really a CrowdStrike outage. So that is another deeper issue we need to think about. Thank you.
Since we were told that we need to end on time, unfortunately we need to give 1 minute to the last two speakers. So 1 minute, and we'll do a 1 minute wrap.
Kia ora. I just wanted to name the paradox I'm hearing in a lot of our speaking this afternoon. And it's the paradox of the amazingness of having other people pay for a gathering like this where 300 people are expected and 600 come, but we're still all fed and housed and organised. And the paradox between that and the gratitude of that, which I'm hearing, but also the rigour of keeping on improving what it is we do. And sometimes in that paradox, we lose the sense of gratitude for the people who've done the work. So I just wanted to take a moment in this town hall to just really acknowledge all the people who have done so much work. So that's my first paradox. And the second paradox is, of course, I also felt that incredible split between the people of the community of our gathering and the businesses who were presenting on their models of AI. And that is a very real tension. And one of the reasons why we have the gathering is because they sponsor it. So that's also a tension I wanted to name, and that's the complexity of the world that we're living in. So thank you. Just wanted to name those paradoxes.
I think I only left like 30 seconds. Okay. Whatever. I will go shortly the point. I'm a TWIGF fellow and also the coordinator of the South Asia UIGF. I would like to feed our input into this synthesis document based on our summary report. The first thing is that we have a discussion about the sustainability, green touch, and digitalization in the South Asia region. And we also talk about the rules of the AI, especially, and also the rules of the AI, especially focusing on the digital literacy and also building the young people capacity building to adjust with the advancements of the technology. Another thing is that there was a discussion and also highlighted that the humanity rules of the technology-driven world, emphasizing the collaboration between humans and machines as well, and also while safeguarding the human-centered quality like empathy and creativity. And more than that, additional consideration is the ethical use of AI and deployments of the social safety nets to mitigate the technology displacement. Importantly, we have been talking about the roles of the young people to get involved in the policy deployments and also considering the young people to get involved in the dialogue like this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And please next slide. Okay. So, just for the wrap up, I want to remind everyone to have public comment. And for your knowledge, we have 21 to 22 August, we have 2 town hall, which you all attended, second one. And then until 25th of August, we have a public input period. So we all want you to have your comments on that. After 28 August to 20th September, we're going to have a drafting committee active working period. After that, in the end of September, there will be a draft one to be published for public comments. End of September will be the public input period too. And in 30th September to mid-October, we have a drafting committee active working period. And in the mid-October, we will going to publish 2024 synthesis document. We again ask every one of you to please add your comments and participate and make your voices more heard. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has concluded successfully. We appreciate your participation and attention.